All right, let's go live. Are we live? I said, are we live? Are we live in his app? Are we live in the place to be? I just got a question. Are we live? Surprise, everybody. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Wait a minute. Where am I at? Why am I not showing up on the screen? Oh. Camera turned off. There we go. Now we live in his app. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. We did our Saturday Sabbath already, but I thought, why not do a Sunday show anyway? And that's what we're going to do. So let's get started. I hope y'all enjoy the new animations I just put together for y'all. Hope y'all really enjoy it. Let's play a song we don't play that much.
Shower me every hour so I can stay faithful. They don't hate cool words, escape my
right. Welcome to the Minister of Brother Derek show. All right. Now, we normally do the sermon on Saturday, and we did last night. But there's so much negativity in the world. I figure, why not do a follow-up? Anybody got a problem with that? We also going to look at the issues of the day. And Chung Lee gave us an article about children, young girls, are being kidnapped. What are these perverts doing with these young girls? We're going to get into that. I hope y'all enjoy the animations that I put up on y'all. That man feeling it, boy. He's playing the keyboard. he got up. He had to get up and get with it. Said he had to get up and get with it. Like I say, I know y'all don't pay them no mind, but I like to find those and put those together for you. It's just something I like to do. I was looking around these YouTube today, and I said, you know what? This lady, I don't know, somebody need to give her a sedative or something, boy. I don't know if she got the spirit, but she got something. Looks like she having a schizophrenia attack. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, shucks. Alrighty, y'all, let's get to it. Let me drop the animation when I find it. There we go. But y'all see it on your screen. Let's love each other. Do we really love each other? St. Paul says, and Jesus said it also, that even the low down evil mongers of this world, they love their families and friends. If you only love certain people, how can you say that you are a follower of Jesus? Jesus' first command, his first command to you, love God the Father with all your heart, mind, and soul. Second command, love each other. And I'm going to keep hitting you with that. Because when I look around, I don't see a lot of people doing it. Are you your brother's keeper? Yes, you are. Are you your sister's keeper? Yes, you are. I did everything right. I restarted everything. I'm trying to figure out why the phone company is letting us down. Because we doing negative 93 with all 4 bars. I did a speed test before we started, and we were doing almost 7 megabit down. So we only used 3900 or 3.9. And we got almost 7 down. So there's no reason for this OBS to be blinking like this. It's going orange and light green, going dark. Why is it changing colors? We got everything that we need. We got everything that we need. Tony says they might be working on a system because of the hurricane. Hey, Liz. Happy Sunday. Is it a happy Sunday? Yes, it is. I woke up to see another day. Yes, it is. And I would like to thank all 70 of you that came to the show last night because we got a late start. The sermons normally don't do that good. But for us to get 70 views and we started at 10 o'clock, I want to thank everybody that stayed up because we stayed up to almost 2 in the morning. Yes, we did. We stayed up and we had a good old time. And people kept leaving and coming back. When you watch my show, just because I'll stop on a topic, that don't mean we don't come back. We had 3 different things to look at yesterday. A lot of y'all left after the first one because we started talking about something else. Then we came back to it, and some of y'all came back, and then you left again, and then realized there was a third one. When you watch this show, if you leave for a second, you might miss something. Don't assume, oh, the show over, he ain't doing nothing. You never know what I'm going to come with. So be here. I know it's a whole bunch of yelling going on, and let them yell. They'll be there. The yelling and the name calling, it's going to be done today. Tony says, right, BD, it was fun last night. It was fun, and wasn't nobody over here hollering. Wasn't nobody screaming at each other. Wasn't nobody talking about, remember when you did this? There was none of that. That's the way it should be. Other people will come in here and say that we're boring. I don't call it boring. I call it being stable. You can come in here and not have to worry about being attacked. You can come in here and not have to worry about you giving your honest opinions, if they're your honest opinions. You come in here with that shucking and jiving, we don't play on the big channel. But everybody is welcome to come here. I looked over the block list today, and it's nothing but a bunch of trolls in the block list. Nothing but a bunch of trolls. Hey, Tony, shalom. Hey, Tony, when you going to become a member so I can give you an emoji? It's only $2 to become a member. And you get your own emoji. So our topic today is, like I said, Jesus said we ought to love one another. No matter what somebody did, no matter what somebody said, we still supposed to love each other. Are we doing it? Do we say we doing it? Because we love our mate, we love our kids, we love our relatives, but do you say poot on everybody else? Do you really love your fellow man? Or do you not give a darn? If you walking down the street, do y'all see the thumbnail? Man saw a lady with no shoes, and he gave her his shoes. He probably got about 20 pairs at home. It didn't hurt him. to give that lady his shoes. They were sandals, flip-flops. He could go buy another pair of flip-flops. But he saw a lady that didn't have any. And he didn't say, well, it's not my woman. It ain't my problem, you know. It's not my aunt. It ain't my problem. I don't know her. I'm not responsible for her. Well, that's incorrect. We are all responsible for each other. Y'all understand that? We are responsible for each other. I'm watching this. The phone company is all over the place. We were as low as 0.8 megabyte, and we ain't shot up as high as 4.5. How do you jump like that? I'm gonna take the screen off because it's irritating me. It's really throwing me off. But I can see the chat in that screen real good. I just put it up right here. But why is it that we only care about the people that we know personally? Isn't that what the heathens do? I'm gonna keep bringing that point up. Well, I know you, so I got you. But I don't know them, so they need more help than you do. But, you know, I got the help right here, but, you know, they be all right. I don't know them. There's a reason why you have it in your hand. Because you have the power to change somebody else's life. We are freezing. I don't understand what's going on here. Why are we freezing? We doing negative 94 with all 4 bars. Why are we freezing? And we not clear? What's going on here? I don't have no control over this. It's the phone company. So I'm gonna leave it in God's hands. I'm not gonna let it distract me from doing my show. But if it get too bad, if it get too bad, we just gonna have to start over. I see I just froze again. It's jumping all around. We ain't lost 4,500 frames. What? All right, y'all. I'm going to come back in 720. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Wait a minute. I'm going to try one thing before I do. Let me, all righty. We are back. All righty. We are back. All righty, y'all. We are back. I put the phone in airplane mode. It's at 85. That's 0.085. What? It's all over the place. Okay, so I'm trying not to stop the show. I can't change the output. I mean the video, but I can change the output. What are we doing right now? Where's live streaming at? What are we doing? We're doing 4,300. Let me take it down to 3,700 and see if that helps. Let's take it down to 3,700 and see if that helps. All right, I put it on 3,700. I took it down. Now it should stabilize. All right, we staying green. Okay. I don't understand why the phone company is doing this. I did a speed test before I started, and I just don't understand. But it's been happening. Y'all know every time we do the sermon, that's when it really happened. Now, I held off from doing 2K again. I said, oh, we doing a sermon. Don't get the devil nothing to work with. Check the speed test. Now remember, I'm not supposed to do more than 5 megabit. So if it go past 5, we doing something on either one. If it go past 5, that's my ingenuity. Now look at the upload. 240. Are you serious? That's our upload? We had a 689. That's a 304. That's what the problem is. Why did the upload go down? The download actually higher. It was only giving us no, it was giving us 7 download, and it's doing 8 now. But look at the upload. Look at that. That is ridiculous. I might as well go to band 2. At least band 2 will give us 25 down. And saying 2. Oh Lord. All right, let's see here. Are we stable? It's still bouncing around. All right, let me try one more time. For those of y'all that's wondering what I'm doing, let me take you with me. I'm taking you with me. Go into the settings. Let's go to output, and we got it at 37. Let's take it down to 32, and let's see what happens. All right, we took it down to 32. And y'all can see that. So that's 3.2. So are we stable now? See that green light? That green light means you're doing good. You want that green light. All right, we seem to be stable. Let's get back to the show. Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know if the hurricanes got something to do with this, but you know, we're using a cell phone. What can you do? So, okay, we seem to be green right now. Let's get back to our topic. Don't get them mixed up now, because you got 2 working with you. They don't get them mixed up. Do not get them mixed up. And you got them mixed up. But we don't want that yet. We don't want that yet. Look how slow it's moving. But yet, it says that we're doing negative 94 all 4 bars. All right. Y'all see this on y'all screen? Oh, I gotta take that off first. Hold on. Windows Media. Alrighty. Y'all can see that on your screen. That's what you want. let's get to it. Let me blow it up for y'all. Take it up. One more time. All right. All right. How to show love and respect to others. John 13. Jesus' simple command requires greater strength than any of us naturally possess. It requires the Holy Spirit. You know, let me stop right there. And let's break that down. I don't want it to go through in one end out the other. A lot of the times, we think that we have the power. We think that we can, through our own will, our own action, we think that we can work our way into heaven. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If we could go, why did Jesus die on the cross for us? If we could do it by ourselves, why did Jesus die on the cross? Does anybody want to take a shot at that one? Anybody in the chat want to take a shot at that one? Where you go, Tony? A lot of people think, well, you know, I'm just going to be good, you know, and I'm going to be helpful, you know. I'm going to donate to charity every once in a while, you know. I'm going to, you know, and that's going to get me. No. You have to let Jesus into your heart, mind, and soul. And he's going to direct you where you want to go. Oh, Tony said he's driving. Okay, buddy. You need Jesus to do these things. You can't get to God without Jesus. And if you don't invite Jesus into you, you're wasting your time. A lot of people think, well, I can do this and I can do that and I'm just so great. No. If you don't let Jesus into your heart and let him go to work in you and let go, and this is the hardest thing about human beings, it's hard to let go. It's like if you've been on a job and you've been a supervisor 10 years and you run everything on that job and the job closed. Liz says she listening doing laundry. If the job closes and you had to run around and you find another job and it's a rival company, that company actually put y'all out of business. But the owner know the good things that you did at the company he just put down. He just took out. And he says, I'm going to absorb you into the fold. When you come in, I'm a supervisor. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make this company better than what it was. You start coming in with all these ideas and the man looking at you like, there was a reason why you were defeated. I need you to take all that stuff you were doing over there that allowed me to defeat you. Why would I want you to bring that mess over here? Let that marinate. The owner just beat the company and put him out of business that you was running. But he picked you up to come on his team. Why would he want you to come in with the same thing that you were doing at the company that just got beat up? He wants you to drop all that mess you used to do because it didn't work. That's why he was able to beat you. Why do you think you're going to bring that mess on over there? Yeah, and over there we did this and we can do it here. I mean, you going, Start from scratch. I want you to learn my way, because my way beat your way. You thought you was doing something, but I came in here and took all that. So don't bring that mess over here, because somebody will come defeat us. You thought you were doing something over there. No, you wasn't. If you wasn't doing nothing, you wouldn't be here. That place still be open, and you still be running it. I want you to run my business the way I run it. You got to think of Jesus Christ that way. What you've been doing ain't been working. That's why you need him to come into you and let him show you what you're doing wrong and let him direct you. But we still want to hold them, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. That's the mistake that people make. And they claim that they walking with Jesus. But if you're not on his ship, letting him be the captain, if you still trying to be the mini captain, it don't work. Jesus is going to come in and take over. If you're not willing to let him take over, why should he come at all? He's offering you eternal life for free. You ain't got to pay nothing. All you got to do is just let him come do his work in you. But if you keep fighting him, nah, man, I'm not doing that. What do you mean you want me to go help that man? When I was little, that man told me I wasn't going to be nothing. Why I want to go help him? And Jesus will tell you, you can go prove he was wrong. Maybe he won't say that about no other little kid. They ain't going to be nothing. You go show him that you are something. You're a child of God. I'm not going over there, man. Okay, well. Jesus going to say, well, you're not doing what I asked you to do. What am I going to stay here for? And he going to leave you. You're going to go around telling everybody, I know Jesus, and you don't know nothing. You're going to be sitting right there, standing in front of that altar, getting ready to be thrown into the abyss. But in your mind, I'm good. I rock with Jesus. Yeah. You ain't paid Jesus a bit of mind. You still doing what you want to do. And what you want to do leads you to the second death. When you do what you want to do, you are sinning. You understand what a selfish desire is? The same way you think you're going to come into that man's company, you're going to go in there and be all rah, rah, rah. We're going to change this and we're going to do that like we did it over there, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Man, I'm going to be like, Don't teach none of my employees that dumb stuff you did over there. It don't work. Why would I want to bring you in here when you failed? You need to come learn from scratch. Everything you were doing over there, it don't work. And there are people that's walking around here right now. There are people that are sitting in church right now and thinking that they got Jesus. And Jesus don't know them. Jesus ain't in them. When he tried to come to them, Jesus got knocked out. Get out of here, man. I'm doing what I want to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. Doing what you want to do leads to sin. What is sin? Sin is any act that separates you from God and Jesus. That's what sin is. Sin isn't just fornicating. It's not just killing somebody. It's not honoring your mother and father. Sin is anything that separates you from God and Jesus. And being separated from God and Jesus leads to death. That's why they say sin leads to death. And sin can be a thought. It can be an action. It can be a desire. As long as you have those things, you cannot walk with Jesus and God. And if you can't walk with Jesus and God, you're going in that furnace, and there ain't no ifs, ands, or anything in between that. If you can't do that, you're going to die in the second death. That's your punishment. You're going to sit down there in baby hell and suffer for thousands of years until judgment day happens. And then your reward is you're going to stand in that long line, and you're going to watch your reverends get thrown in the daggone furnace before you. You're going to watch your pastor get thrown. You're going to watch your parents get thrown. You're going to watch your kids get thrown. And then you're going to get thrown. You're going to be standing in front of Jesus. Yeah, you know, I've done so many great things. Jesus going to say, I don't see nothing here in this book. I tried to come into you, and you kept fighting me off. So don't fight me now when the angels throw you in that furnace. Don't fight me now. And I was trying to get you to do good things. I blessed you with resources, and you kept them all to yourself. And you made sure you were seen, and you made sure you threw it all in everybody's face. All the women or men that you used to get where you wanted to go, you did everything the opposite of what I was telling you to do. Why do you think you shouldn't be thrown in that furnace? You did what you wanted to do. You wasn't walking with me. You wasn't walking with the Spirit. You wasn't walking with God. You just left us alone. But going around telling everybody how godly you is, how holy you is. But you know, I don't smoke and I don't drink, so I'm better than those that do. If they walking with Jesus and God, they better than you, because they gonna make it to the next level. You going in the furnace. How you better than them? I'm better than that drug addict. That drug addict could be on his last leg, but might be talking to Jesus every day. You don't know what's going on with that drug addict. That drug addict could be coming this close to hitting rock bottom and straightening their life out. But you look at them, yeah, I ain't that man, I ain't gonna drug addict, man. I ain't gonna pay them a bit of mine. I see they need help, but I ain't gonna help the man put on them. Do you think that Jesus would say that? Do you think that Jesus would do that? If you think that, how do you think you going to the next level? I don't come here and make up stuff. We ain't got to go hallelujah and praise the Lord and turn to your neighbor and oh glory. We ain't got to do all that. I keep it simple because I want you to understand. We ain't got to make a big show about it. We ain't got to do all that. Fact of the matter is, if you're not letting Jesus into your heart, mind, and soul, and if you are not talking to him every day and asking him, what do you want me to do? Not what I want to do. Not what my mate want me to do. Not what my boss want me to do. Not what my mother or father want me to do. Not what my kids want to do. What do you want to do? Jesus, what do you want from me? If you're not doing that, you're not walking with them. You don't belong to that family. You are an outsider. You're a tweener. You do everything the devil wants you to do, but you want to claim that you belong to Jesus. You want to do everything wrong. But on Sunday, you want to come in there all dressed up with your little hat on, and you got your suit on, and you got your patent leather pumps or your patent leather crocodile shoes on, and you come in there looking all proper and knowing good and well while you're sitting in church, you're thinking about what evil you going to do that night. You can't wait for that minister to say, all right, see you next week. You can't wait. It's a job going to the church. It's a job to hear a sermon. It's a job. Woo! That preacher wouldn't stop, man. The damn game on. Damn. What's the score? Oh, we losing 20-10. God darn it, daggone Reverend. He sitting there, got me sitting in here all daggone day. He know 1 o'clock the game come on. He's still preaching on. We've been here since 10 a.m. Talking about the same stuff that we've been talking about for daggone 20 years. I could be home watching a game. God darn it. We try and get the championship here. Me sitting here in church ain't gonna help my Patriots get the Super Bowl. I got to be home in front of the TV rooting for them. You got me sitting here in church listening about somebody that lived 2,000 years ago, man. I want to go watch my football. That's your selfish desire. We've invented something called DVR. You can DVR the game and go home and watch it. Them players don't play no better whether or not you watch them live or you sitting somewhere else and they playing. They don't say, well, hold on, we have to wait for Joe Smo to come watch the game before we start winning. We have to wait now. He ain't watching the game. We can't win. Some daggone Indians, man, they won't get a hit unless I'm sitting there. I got to be sitting there, and I got to have the TV antenna in one hand with the aluminum foil, and I got to have my Cleveland Indian cup, and it's got to have Heineken or Budweiser in it, and it's got to be ice cold, and we got to cross our feet and all stand in front of the TV, and then we win. You can put all that effort into a game, but it kills you to listen to a sermon. Somebody tell me I'm lying. But we think we can just do enough, you know. This is the problem. It's the problem with racism. Well, I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm going to still keep the people down, but I give them a little something. We'll give them a little something. The problem with giving a little something is somebody always want more. And so instead of dealing with the issue, you just want to give them a little something and keep doing what you're doing. But you do the same thing with God and Jesus. You know, when you got time, you'll sit and talk to him when you got time. But if it's something more pressing, well, you know, I normally sit here every day and I talk to Jesus and God and I try to find out what's going on, let them know what's going on with me. But today, this fine girl coming over. I'm sorry, Jesus, you're going to have to wait. I'm sorry, the parade coming in town. I got to go be in the parade. If I can wave to everybody, waving to everybody is more important than me talking to you. You know, we having a neighborhood softball game. That softball game is more important than me talking to you. You keep putting them on the back burner, and you expect them to be there when you come back. That's the part that tripped me out. But we do it with each other. We know what's the issue going on. Yeah, well, you know. Then the next year, same issue. You gonna deal with it now? No. Now somebody dead. You gonna deal with it now? Well, you know. I might look into it, you know. Somebody else done died. Well, maybe we should look at it, well, you know. 10 people done died. All right, well, now we gotta go look at it. Is that how you treat Jesus and God? Is that how you treat them? You know, when I need something, then that's when I call them, you know. When I'm down and out, you know, when everything going wrong, you know, then I'll give them a look. But as long as I'm doing all right, as long as I got money in my pocket, it's food in my belly, I got a car to drive, I got a job to go to, my rent is paid, I don't need Jesus or God. But when something go wrong, hey, how you let this happen, Jesus? What are you doing? You supposed to be watching over me. What are you doing? Jesus is like, man, I don't know you. What you talking about? I ain't watching over you. I don't know who you is. What do you mean? I say your name all the time. You don't talk to me. You gotta love Jesus more than you love anybody including yourself. And if all you care about is yourself, you might as well get ready to go in that furnace. You might as well start being like the Africans and start walking around barefoot in the heat. But that's where you're going to be. You're going to be down there in baby hell, barefoot, burning on the coals. You might as well go ahead and make your feet like Shaka Zulu. So you have a better chance of standing down there all them thousands of years being on slow burn. You might as well start yelling. Because you can be down there doing the hot stuff. Whoo, it's hot down here. Ah, and I can't see nothing. Ah, and I can't breathe. There ain't no water down here. How come I hear all this yelling and moaning and crying, but I don't see nobody? What is it, man? How long I been down here? I've been down here, seems like forever. Ain't there no relief? And there ain't none. But that's where you're going. And I don't say this to scare you. I say this to wake you up. You worried about what's going on Empire. You worried about what's going on Love and Hip Hop. You worrying about Big Brother. You worrying about who gonna win the American Idol. America's Got Talent. Y'all can tell me everything. You can tell me who Simon talking about this week. But you can't tell me nothing about the sermon you went and heard in church today. I would have to sit there and pull teeth to get you. But I don't know, you talking about something. I wasn't paying him no mind, you know. Only time I pay attention is when he say, hell glory, look at your neighbor. That's the only time I pay the reverend any mind. I just sit in there, you know. I had my earbuds in, you know, I was listening to the game. I don't know what was going on. But you expect to go to heaven. That boy tripped me out. People still expect to go to heaven. The human being is the smartest creature on the earth and the dumbest. Somebody can sit there and say, just because of the color of your skin, man, I can beat you, I can flog you, I can do whatever I want to do to you. I don't want you around me. And then you say, I don't want to be around you neither, let me go. What do you mean you don't want to be around me? Aren't you happy? We come down there and rough you up every once in a while, but it's all good. Ain't you happy? We won't give you the good job, but we give you a job. Ain't you happy? You know, you can work hard and not get nowhere, but you're working. Ain't you happy? What do you mean you want to go on your own? No, you got to stay here under me. Ain't you happy? You know, I'm going to live up here in the gated community, and you're going to be down there in the raggedy city with the potholes and the rats. But you're not in chains anymore. Ain't you happy? But this is how you do Jesus. You treat Jesus like black people get treated. I need somebody to plow this field. Where you at? Any other time, man. You ain't got nothing to eat. I don't care. Kids can't go to college. I don't care. Lights get ready to get turned out. I don't care. But when you need some labor, hey, where you been? Come on, you know, don't you want to work and make some money? They're looking at you like, man, I'm done without you all this time. You think I'm supposed to come running? But that's how you treat Jesus and God. Long as you okay, you don't care about them. You barely give them a thought. Only when somebody else mentions them. You watching TV and somebody mentions them. You go, oh yeah, I love Jesus too. You do? What do you love about him? Damn. Hey, they can't say nothing because they don't know why. Well, he died for us. It took you all that time to come up with that. But what did he die for us for? Since you say you know Jesus. Well, I love Jesus. Because in reality, you really don't give a darn about Jesus. And your actions say that. And I don't judge people, I judge the action. What do you do? What do you do? I don't care what you say. What do you do? Do you talk to him every day? Do you pray every day? Do you even pray and listen for a response? Some people go, hey, Jesus, yeah, I can use some more money, and, the rent coming up. All right, peace, I'm out. That's not a prayer. It seems like you using him. Why do we do that? We do it to each other. So you have to see somebody and duck them. You don't have to see Jesus. You don't have to see God every day. You don't walk out the door and there they are. Hey, they got my money. Hey, so you're going to take me to the store. Hey, so you're going to take me to the doctor. They're not there in front of you every day. So if you treat human beings that you see every day like that, what do you think you're doing with Jesus and God? You only think about them when it's the ninth inning, we got 2 outs, and we got 2 strikes. Come on, we need a home run. Come on, Jesus. Help us out, Jesus. We need a home run. That's when you think of him? I got robbed last night, and the landlord coming for the rent tomorrow. Come on, Jesus. You gotta come. Now you think about him. If you had thought about him before, you wouldn't have been out with the rent money to get robbed. But you didn't think about him. But now you in trouble. Now you want him to come to your rescue. Somebody tell me what I'm saying ain't true. Because a lot of people think they're going to shuck and jive on Judgment Day. The same way that they shuck and jive the people they deal with. They think they're going to shuck and jive Jesus when they stand in front of him, not realizing that Jesus, and this is the sad part, God came down here and he lived it for 32, 33, 34, whatever it is. He lived it as a human being. You can't tell him nothing. Well, things was hard down here. I know, I came and did it. Well, you can't tell him nothing because he did it. Then he died for you so that you can continue on. And you couldn't do the simple thing of letting him in your life, letting him direct you. He did all that for you. You can't do the one thing he asked you to do. Let him direct you. So see, this is the problem that the devil had. God wanted the devil to come teach us. He didn't want to. He thought we was inferior. So he tricked us. He was supposed to teach us how to deal with the sin. He was supposed to teach us about that tree of life. That tree of life was there. It would have meant immortality. He didn't want us to be immortal. He saw us made out of dirt and he thought we were inferior. He wanted to be God, us. He didn't want us to be God to him. And in doing so, he's going to take him, the demons that came down with him, them fallen angels, and he's going to take 99% of the people on this earth right now, going to take them all into that furnace. Because he didn't want to do what he was supposed to do. He wanted to do what he wanted to do. And if you follow him, it's because he's using that same tactic on you. He dumb and don't see it, and you dumb and don't see it. But it's written, he's going in the furnace first. And then we go behind him. And are you willing to go? Knowing this, do you still want to follow him into the furnace? That's the question. Because before Jesus come back, the rapture is going to come, and the people that are still alive, they're going to be sucked up, and they're going to miss the bowls being poured out. They're going to miss all those things. But you won't. You'll be running around with stuff melting and falling on you. You'll be running around trying to swim and not drown. You're going to be the one with the daggone hordes in the nest, and they eating you up. You're going to try to hide in caves, and they're going to come in there and get you. You're going to try to hide under bridges. They're going to come down there and get you. You're going to have to deal with that. Those that are still living, the ones that ain't living, they already agonizing and suffering down in baby hell. And your only relief after going through all that is to get thrown in the furnace after you watch all your loved ones go first? You really want to follow the devil and do that? Is that what you want? I don't care about what no rapper say. I don't care about what no reverend say. I don't care about what no president or leader say. Do you want that for your life? Do you want that for your mate? Do you want that for your kids? Do you want that for your mother and father? If the answer is no, you got work to do. And how do you start? Start with Jesus Christ. You find a quiet place where you can concentrate. And you tell yourself, I'm not going to be distracted. I'm going to ignore that voice in my head that's saying, you know, the game on. You know, that woman you've been trying to talk to, she outside talking to the mailman. Maybe you should slide on out there. No. You sit yourself down somewhere and you talk to Jesus and you tell him, I know you are the Son of God. I know that you died. And you start there and start talking to him. Have a relationship with him and invite him into your body, not just your life, your body. Ask him to activate your Holy Spirit. This is something you can do today. You ain't got to wait. It don't cost nothing. You ain't got to have no pretty hat on. You ain't got to have your makeup done and your nails done. You ain't got to have on no pretty outfit. You ain't even got to have no shoes on. He know what you look like. But you'll make excuses, well, you know, when I get better, you know, when I'm doing better, you know, then I'll think about, you know, coming to Jesus, you know, and, you know, you're going to keep thinking that and your eyes going to close. And it's going to be too late. It'll be for the last time. And there ain't no turning back at that point. When your eyes close, that's it. Whatever you've done in your life beforehand, if you're not straight with Jesus and God, you're going to baby hell. And all the stuff you worry about, your pretty house, your pretty car, how much money you got in the bank account, your pretty mate, your beautiful children, you can't take none of that with you. It's going to be you sitting down there, alone, burning, begging for a drop of water. And all you going to have time to do is think. And you're going to think about every time somebody came to you and tried to tell you and you didn't listen. That's why when you stand before him, you say, well, I didn't know. I sent people to you. Brother Derek is talking to you right now. You didn't listen. You ain't gonna have no excuse. You ain't gonna be able to shuck and jive. You ain't gonna be able to use your rationale. But I was thinking, I could have, let you in and let you do to me. But I thought, I could do it better. I feel that you was gonna make me be weak, and I didn't want to be weak. You was gonna make me help people I didn't want to help. I didn't want to do that, man. I don't help nobody. That what you gonna be telling them when you stand in front of them? People behind you telling you, hurry up, man, because I'm next. Hurry up. That what you gonna be saying to him? Good luck. Let's get back in. The Bible says we ought to love one another. Sounds good, but can we do it? Whoever said, I love mankind, it's people I can't stand, was about right. People are just irritating. I agree with the guy who said, to live above with those we love, oh, how that will be glory. To live below with those we know, now that's another story. Even people at church can be difficult to love. Sometimes we sing a chorus in church, I'm so glad you're part of the family of God, and then we look at the person beside us and sing, I'm surprised you're part of the family of God. Sometimes it's hard enough to love our own family. One guy told his wife that if she really loved him, she would have married someone else. Make love a priority. Indeed, loving people is difficult, yet this is what the Bible commands. For if this is the message you have heard from the beginning, we should love one another. 1 John 3:11. We spend time on what we deem important. For many of us, these choices are valid. Time with family and friends, work, prayer, serving the poor, fighting for rights, protesting wrongs. But as the scripture reminds us, and if I donate all my goods to feed the poor, and if I give my body in order to boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Even though we have the freedom to set our own priorities, Jesus made a point of defining certain ones of them for us. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest and most important commandment. The second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love then is not a gray area, the scriptures. Jesus gave love priority over all Christian virtues, even though response and act of goodwill must first pass through the fine filter of love, or it means nothing at all. Every thought, response, and act of goodwill must first pass through the fine filter of love, or it means nothing at all. If you don't do it out of love, it don't count. That's what I'm telling you. In Strength to Love, Martin Luther King Jr. encouraged us to realize that our responsibilities as Christians is to discover the meaning of this command and seek passionately to live it out in our daily lives. But why love? What makes it so important? When Jesus spoke to the disciples regarding the first and second greatest commands, he explained that all the law and the prophets depend on these two commands. The people of Israel, as well as many believers today, it would seem more logical for obedience to be the peg from which the law hangs, since the point of writing a law is adherence to it. And it is written, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. Yet Jesus also said, I'll give you a new commandment. Love one another, just as I have loved you. You must also love one another. The Apostle Paul goes on to tell us that love does no wrong to a neighbor. Love, therefore, is the fulfillment of the law. I want to stop right here. People say that they love somebody. But when you ask them, what do you love about them? They can't give you a good reason. Well, they take me places, they give me money, I get to sit at the best table in the restaurants when I'm around them. The best answer, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think the best answer you give, if somebody says, you say you love that person, why do you love them? Because that's my fellow man. That's why I love him. And because Jesus said to. That's why I love him. So you don't love the fact that they give you money? No. You don't love the fact that they take you places? No. I love them because I'm supposed to love everybody. I just happen to be in his company right now. But I love everybody. That's the correct answer. That way, I get to eat for free when I hang with them, and we always get to get on the rides first when we go to the amusement park, and we get to get in the movies for free when I go with him, and that's not a reason to love somebody. Love somebody because they are human like you. You want people to love you, so you should love them. And even if you go show somebody kindness, if they don't show it back, you don't take offense to it. Pray that they come around. Because one day they will come around. And if you hold a grudge against somebody that did something to you, if you hold a grudge and that person repents and apologizes and restore whatever was damaged or broken or taken, and you still hold the grudge, that grudge is going to keep you out of heaven. Because you expect Jesus and God to forgive the dumb stuff you done, but you can't forgive your fellow man. Why should they forgive you? Why would they want you around? They're trying to set up a paradise. They don't want you bringing your grudges up there with them. You come up there with that attitude and take it out on everybody else. They don't want you up there. This may sound irrelevant to our generation that depends on the police departments, guns, and force to uphold and fulfill laws. Yet Jesus' simple command requires greater strength than any of us naturally possess, more power than any man-made weapon. The logic of Paul's interpretation of Jesus' command that loves fulfill the law seems equally simple. For if one loves his neighbor, he will not commit adultery with his neighbor's spouse. If he loves his co-worker, he will not lie to him. If he loves his enemy, he will not slander him. Love fulfills the law. Because if we truly love every person, because he is a person, we will not desire to hurt or violate him or her, thus never breaking the law. God established love as the impetus for obedience. When we demonstrate Christian love, it distinguishes believers from the rest of the world. Jesus goes on to say, by this love, all people will know that you are my disciples. If you have love for one another. Notice Jesus did not say that people will know that you are my disciples if you promote my agenda or wear Christian t-shirts or a WWJD bracelet or have a fish decal on your car, but rather if you love one another. Hold on, let's stop right here. What distinguishes Jesus' believers from the rest of the world? It's not you wearing a cross or having symbols around you. Do you love every one of your fellow man and woman? Do you love them? That's what makes you stand out. Not all those things you carry around, but in your heart, do you have love for everybody? When people see you, they will see that love emanating from you. That lets people know you are a true Christian. Not the clothes you wear, not symbols, not objects. Are you doing that? A watching world will be persuaded, not when our values are promoted, but when they are incarnated, when we become purveyors of love. It is as though Jesus has given the entire world the right to judge whether or not one is his follower. Not one is his follower, simply on the basis of their love for fellow human beings. The vivacious virtue of love distinguishes the Christian. From the very beginning, God's plan was to develop a people that reflected his character. And what is his character? Love. God is love. And the one who remains in love remains in God. And God remains in them. In this, love is perfected with us so that we may have confidence the day of judgment. For we are as he is in this world. Believers are God's advertisement to a watching society as how individuals could best live in that society. In fact, Christian love will always be the best apologetic that the church has. When Ira Gillett, missionary to East Africa, returned home to report on his activities overseas, he related an interesting phenomenon. Repeatedly, Gillett had noticed how groups of Africans would walk past government hospitals and travel many extra miles to receive medical treatment at the missionary compound. He finally asked a particular group why they walked the extra distance when the same treatments were available at the government clinics. The reply, the medicines may be the same, but the hands are different. That's the virtue of love incarnated. That kind of love makes a difference. Christ has no hands, but our hands. No feet, but our feet. We are his ambassadors, representing him to a world. And when we love as he loved us, it will make the difference. People will notice. Christian love is indispensable. How do we demonstrate the distinctiveness of Christian love? Because virtue is a moral action we practice. How can we practice the glorious virtue of love? Let's not confuse Christian love with its modern day counterfeits, lust, sentimentality, and gratification. While love is a wonderful, warm feeling, it is not only a feeling, In fact, according to the Bible, love is primarily an active interest in the well-being of another person. Love acts for the benefit of others. According to William Barclay, love is the spirit in the heart that will never seek anything but the highest good of his fellow man. God loved us not because we had something to offer him, but rather because he had something to offer us. For God loved the world in this way. He gave his one and only Son so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life. God loved us so that he could demonstrate his mercy to us in the person of his Son. Dr. W.A. Criswell, former pastor of the First Baptist Church, Dallas, Texas, officiated a lot of weddings. The nervous groom would always say, "Dr. Criswell, how much do I owe you for this?" And he'd always smile and look at the groom and say, "Oh, just pay me what she's worth." Dr. Criswell made a lot of money from weddings because each man, his new bride, was of extravagant value. In like manner, every one of us is of incredible value to God as a potential object of his mercy. His one and only Son died in their place because people matter so much to him. They ought to matter to us. And therefore, we need to love them as he loves them. Oh, can we say that again? Can we say that again? Jesus died in our place because we matter so much to God. So every person should matter to us. We should love everyone as God loves us. Even when we're doing wrong, he still loves us. Even when we sin it, he still loves us. Gave you the gateway to come home. But so many people are acting like runaways. Run from the truth. In other words, love opens up its life to another person. It goes beyond sentimental feelings. It breaks down barriers. It exposes the heart. Think about it. Think about Jesus. He left the glory of heaven to come to earth. He veiled his divinity and took on humanity. And what did it get him? He came to his own, and his own people did not receive him. Can you imagine being away on a business trip for a week, coming home, and your family not recognizing you? That's similar to what Jesus experienced when he came to earth. Surely that must have hurt. Then as Jesus hung on the cross, dying for these people that he loved, they hurled abuse, scorn, and ridicule. His heart was broken, and yet he forgave them. Christ's love is the most costly investment you will ever make. C.S. Lewis in The Four Loves describes the vulnerable nature of love. To love is to be vulnerable. Love anything and your heart will certainly be wrung and possibly broken. If you want to make sure it's keeping intact, you must give your heart to no one, not even to an animal. Wrap it carefully, round with hobbies and little luxuries. Avoid all entanglements. Lock it up safe in the casket or coffin of your selfishness. But in that casket, safe, dark, motionless, airless, it will change. It will not be broken. Instead, it will become unbreakable, impenetrable, irredeemable. It gets his hands dirty. It takes a chance. It goes out on a limb. It takes a gamble. Love makes a statement and leaves a legacy. It does the unexpected, surprising, and stirring. It performs acts that steal the heart and leave an impression on the soul. Often these acts are never forgotten. I recently read a moving story about the founder of World Vision, the international Christian relief agency. Bob Pierce had advanced leukemia, but he chose to visit a colleague in Indonesia before he died. As he and others walked together through a small village, they came upon a young girl lying on a bamboo mat next to a river. She was dying of cancer and only had a short time to live. Bob was indignant. He wanted to know why she wasn't in a clinic, but his friend explained that she was from the jungle and wished to spend her last days next to the river, where it was cool and familiar. As Bob gazed at her, he felt such a compassion that he got down on his knees in the mud, took her hand, and began stroking it. Although she didn't understand him, he prayed for her. Afterwards, she looked up and said something. "What did she say?" Bob asked his friend. His friend replied, "She said, if I could only sleep again. If I could only sleep again." It seemed that her pain was too great to allow her the relief of rest. Bob began to weep. Then he reached in his pocket and took out his own sleeping pills, the ones his doctor had given him, because the pain from his leukemia was too great for him to sleep at night. He handed the bottle to his friend. He said, "You make sure this young lady gets a good night's sleep," he said, "as long as these pills last." Bob was 10 days away from where he could get a prescription refill. That meant 10 painful and restful nights. That day his love cost him greatly, but even in the midst of his suffering, God infused him with a supernatural sense of satisfaction that he had done the right thing. I'm not saying that we should constantly abuse ourselves or become passive doormats, but Christian love inevitably carries cost. Even when the cost is high, we can nevertheless count on God to bring fulfillment to his followers. True love always costs, and if there is no cost, there is no love. In the end, the goal of Christian life is love. The measure of our maturity is our love for God and our love for others. If we fail in our love, we have missed what it means to be a Christian. But there is hope for the one who has failed in love. At the beginning, I asked the question, can we do it? Can we love others in this way? The answer, I'm afraid, is no. We cannot love others like Christ. Without Christ, the Lord who forgave even those who crucify him stands ready to forgive you of your lack of love. He wants to show his mercy towards you today, to cleanse your loveless heart and to fill it with his loving Holy Spirit. Receive his mercy. Place your trust in Christ and let him teach you how to love as he has loved you. Whew. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me get through that because my voice was cracking. Check the chat. All right, anybody got any comments? All right, y'all, it appears we had a troll come by. It's amazing, that they could come stop this information. Try to. That's why I don't look at the chat when I do that. I don't want to be distracted. They were trying to distract us. The question is why? Why were they trying to distract us? This is good information that we putting out. You're not going to get it in a basic way. Anybody that watched this sermon today when we come back to this on Wednesday, if you have not established a relationship with Jesus, I don't know what to tell you. You know, Tony, you're right. I'm not gonna pay them no attention because you got to realize something, and I keep saying it, and I don't know if y'all hear it. Nobody never comes and attacks what comes out of my mouth. They only attack me. Let that marinate. They never attack what comes out my mouth. We had a troll come in here and say, all you do is play copyrighted content. My commentary on the content is what makes the show. But you don't attack my commentary, because anybody can just go watch it. But my commentary is what makes it special. So why not attack the commentary? But you can't. You can't find no holes in it. So you have to attack me. If I was a perfect human being, what could you do? If I was 6'4", 170 pounds, nice afro, handsome face, y'all wouldn't have nothing to say. I just been on with you. They wouldn't have nothing to say. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Hey, could somebody do me a favor? I need to know if this link works. Can somebody, I don't have a limit. I don't have a limit on what it is. But can somebody, even if it's only a quarter, can somebody let me know if this works? Can somebody just hit it for $1 or something? I mean, I'm not gonna see the money until the middle of next month. I appreciate that. I don't know if it works, because ain't nobody hit it. This is the Stream Elements. The same thing that Reggie used, I believe. But nobody has hit it. The minimum is $1. His is $3. Could somebody risk $1 and let me know if this works? It's in the chat and it's in the description. I don't know if it works. I tried to figure it out. I got the let me go to Windows. Yes, I did, Naya. We not gonna get paid until the between the 15th and the 21st. That's when YouTube pay. So we didn't hit 100 before then. That's why I still says 95. But I can show you where we at. But if y'all look, you see over here, Stan Cassell sent a $5 super chat. So something showing up under the activity. The first 2 days, nothing showed up here. So something showed up. Y'all can see it on your screen. Y'all see that? I opened it, right? Y'all see it on your screen? This is the stream elements. That's why you see I got a chat over here, and over here it tell me what happens. This is the first time. This is the first thing that ever showed up. So I'm doing something right. So, all right, let's close this. I could try it myself. I still got the $10 that you gave me, Chung Lee, but I was gonna go to the market with it. Tomorrow, we take the paper. So, did it show up on the screen? See, it's showing up here, but did it show up on the screen? Wait a minute. Did you hear the words? Let me put chat up. Did it show up in the chat? No, it's not in the chat. But if you look, it's right here. That's what I don't understand. Wait a minute. Let me pull it up again. Hold on. Go back to Winners Media. If y'all look, it's right there. Look on the left. Look where the arrow is. You see Chung Lee tipped $5, and it says Sam Cassell sent a $5 super chat. So why it's not showing up on the screen? How do I get it to go on the screen? Does anybody know? I see members, filter. It's still not showing up on the screen. What if I hit play? What does that do? Nothing. I don't understand this thing. Anybody understand this? Thank you for the donation, Sam and Chung Lee. It didn't go across the screen, but y'all can see it. It's on the left. I don't know how do you bring it over? I don't understand. Because I put it in the chat. Well, I can screenshot it. Wait a minute, hold on. All right, give me 1 second here. Let me close that. Close that out, and let's go to any picture. Is that a picture? Yeah. Let me go snatch it. Go to screenshots and snatch it. That's not what I did. Go to screenshots. Bottom. There it is. All right. Now, this is the beauty. This is the beauty of the OBS. Go to crop pad. Now, we're going to take the right, and we're going to do 700 on the right. Not enough. Give me 900 on the right. Still not enough. Give me 1,000 on the right. Still not enough. Give me 1,050. All right, now give me 100 on the low. Enter. Whoa. No, that ain't gonna work. Go back. Go back to filters. Take that out. What about 50? Can we do 50? Oh no, why can't we do 100? It must have been 1,000. Okay. Give me 300. All right. And 11. All righty, y'all should be able to see that on y'all screen now. Like that. Like I overdid it. Take it up some. Now you see it's there, but why it didn't come on the screen? And I think I can go ahead and lighten it up. Go to color correction. Go to brightness. And a little saturation too. Oops, I didn't mean, hey, you know you wrong for that. You know you wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing now. Saturation. Give me a little contrast. There you go. All right, y'all should be able to see that clear as day. Y'all see that on screen? Okay, you said alerts. All right, it says resume alerts. Can let me do a refresh? Did anything come across the screen? What did this do? That's mute alerts. Reload overlays. Uh-oh. What happened to the chat? Hold on a second, y'all. What happened to the chat? Wait a minute. What happened to the chat? Hold on. Chat room. There we go. No! I keep hitting the button too much. All right. There we go. It came back. All right. I got it back. All right. I unpaused it. You know, you guys you looking at the picture. Hold on. Let me close that. And let me open it back up. See, look over in the left hand corner. I unpaused it. Let me let's try it again. I'm gonna try it this time. So let me well, let me close that first. Y'all see everything with that. Something to block it. Yeah. Now we're gonna look at the total in a second. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and do a donation. I'm in the chat. I don't see a slot for it. That's all right, Chung Lee. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. We gonna get it worked out. Y'all know me. I'm like a pit bull. I'm like a pit bull, but I don't want to get distracted. I don't want to get distracted with that because I still got to fill that form out, and hopefully y'all run it up to the doctors tomorrow for the MTA mobility bus. We can get that in the works, and then we'll hit the store and come back home. So I definitely don't want to mess that up. But Naya said, "What's the balance?" And let's take a looky. There's the analytics. There you go. All right. It's saying in the past 28 days, people got $30, but we don't want to look at that. We want to look. Not counting the past 2 days. We had $125.95. And whatever our cut of the $5 is what'll show. So let's go to revenue. And let's see the breakdown. So this is the monthly breakdown. All right. January 871, February 491, March 523, April 683, May 2378, June 2456, July 2123, August $30. And then it shows you an ad revenue. For January, we got $1.79. For February, we got $3.69. March $3.70. April $2.50. May $2.40. June $1.56. July 90 cents. August $2.79 so far. And we got slide over. YouTube revenue. YouTube premium ad revenue. 133 for January, 122 for February, 153 for March, 194 for April, 309 in May, 410 in June, July 73 cents, August 271. Our transaction revenue, that's where the money is. It ain't over here. We got 560 in January, and that's because of No Night by Kaz gave us the first super chat, and then now he gave us our only sticker. And when you took out their money, it was 560. Y'all remember that? We ain't getting nothing for February. We ain't getting nothing for March. April, we got 238. May, we got 1830. June, we got 1890. July, we got 1960. And August, we got 2520. So if you look based on these numbers, most of the money is coming from the super chat and stickers. We small. So in between the 15th and the 21st, they're going to offer me and ask me, how do I want to pay him? I mean, how do I want to get paid? So, man, that's rough right there. That's why you don't hear nobody. Y'all remember when certain YouTubers were like, yeah, I got my first YouTube check. You don't hear nobody saying that, do you? If you ain't getting views like the big people is, and see, here's the problem. When you do that cussing and fussing, you don't get AdSense. So you can have all them people in the chat. You ain't getting no money. You can have all them people in the chat. It don't mean nothing. You do all that cussing and fighting and arguing, and they tell you you can't monetize the video. That's the last thing you want to hear. Especially if you got a lot of people watching you. You don't want to hear you can't monetize the video. They're like, man, I got all that work for nothing. Well, Chong Lee, that's why Victor Moan doesn't care about being monetized. He's like 10 times as big as I am. You saw the AdSense wasn't jack. When you getting 2 to 10 cents a video, and you know what's really amazing? If I didn't come every day, if we didn't do two, 3 shows a day, if I didn't stay on for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, imagine what the ads would look like. You just imagine it. You got people that only come on for an hour or 2. Could you imagine? That's why you don't hear them bragging no more. Let's be honest. As big as Tommy is, he don't brag about his AdSense. Why is that? Oh, they yelling and cussing, they do. They don't pay him for that. That's something y'all not realizing. There's another YouTuber. She was so happy she got her AdSense, and then she like, well, we can't talk about that here. We had to go over to the other channel. Now she do all the yelling on. She don't even go to the other channel anymore. She got that Chucky Wicky Wicky and said, that's all there is. I want y'all to realize that we lost the channel for 7 days since January the 15th. So we've only been down 7 days. Do y'all realize that the majority of that 126 is in super chats and membership? I only think we have $30 in AdSense. Let that marinate. since January the 15th. And we come on here 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. Sometimes we do 3 shows in one day. Let that marinate. And we haven't even made 30. We haven't even made $30 in AdSense. On the AdSense side, you know, the premium, YouTube premium and whatever. Wait a minute. I want to make sure I'm correct. I don't want to give you misinformation. Let me make sure I'm correct on this, y'all. Because I'm not going to sit here and lie. I appreciate every little bit. Something always beat nothing. But let's go back. Last 365 days. And let's go to revenue. I wasn't far off. I wasn't far off at all. Transaction revenue. Transaction revenue is $89.98. Estimated ad revenue since January the 15th, $19.33. YouTube premium revenue, $16.64. So $37 of that money, $37, $38 of that $125. And look, Super Chat, $57.78. Channel memberships, $30.10. And then there's Naya Super Sticker, $2.10. So that's you might as well make that 60. That's 90. So 91. 91 of that 125 is not AdSense. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, now we got to see. That's crazy. So we should be getting our first check in between the 15th or the 21st of next month. We should be getting our first payment. So we'll do a show on it. Now I got the Chimes set up. We got the Chimes account, and the card came yesterday. So we good to go on that. Now they haven't been letting me I tried to use the Cash App routing number and account number. I tried to use the PayPal. They wouldn't accept that either. Then I tried to use Chimes, but I'm thinking they're not going to do anything until they show me over 100. So we're going to wait and see. But they're not going to show me, but they're not going to look until the 15th. I don't understand why they do it, but you know, I can't make them do it. You know? We've been hit $100. They should have been cut us a check. You know? We had 126, but it's all good. I appreciate it. All right, Chun Li says she back. So I want to thank y'all. $90 of that 126 is from y'all. Let that marinate. And you know why people don't want to be fooled with AdSense. Because you can't cuss. You can't play music. As soon as you play music, they take the money. Soon as they play music, you play music, they take the money. You don't believe me? I stopped doing it, but every once in a while I'll play a song. And man, if I go over 6 hours, they take it. But let's look. We hitting the road, Jack. Let's ride, right? Do the options. Now it says monetize in some territories. So ABC got us for this one. Select action. Or I can trim out the segment. Wait a minute, let's get our money. Shoot, let's trim it. Let's get our money. Shoot, continue. Go ahead. Let's get our money, baby. Wait a minute now. This is something new here. I ain't seen it. Yeah, we just did this. We hitting the road jack. So let's let it trim. All right, we're gonna get our money off of that shoot. And then let's keep going. Any more we can get money off of? All right, Sunday Sermon 2019. Please note this is not a copyright strike. Let's view our options. I bet you it's over 6 hours. Oh, it's blocked. No one can view this video, do a one or more. I bet you I can't edit it. I bet you I can't edit it. Wait a minute. Oh, trim out segment. Wait a minute, get our money. Let's get our money. It's only, yep. Hold on. Wait a minute, something wrong. I hit select action, trim out segment. Unable to open the tool. It said you've already chosen to take action. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, it's only 5 hours long, man. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You playing with our money. You are playing with our money. Let me close it up. Let me go back again. Go back in again. Scroll up. Select action. Trim out segment. It says unable to open the tool. But let's try something different then, okay? Let's try something different. View options. Select action. Let's mute the song. Can we do that? All right, it won't let me do nothing. All right, they won't let me fix that one. Okay, let's keep moving. For those of you who don't know nothing about YouTube, y'all learning something today. All right, I freed that one. It's limited. Okay, but we still can get money on it, but it's limited. But that's because we cover the rights. So, you know, YouTube in their feelings about that. Sunday sermon, can you love the God with all your might? It's blocked. All I can do is dispute it. Yeah, that's my fault. I went over 6 hours. It's the same song, I'll Be Good. Don't let me play I'll Be Good anymore. Because see that red? Video cannot be seen or monetized. It's that I'll Be Good. Y'all know that song. I'll be good. So I was playing that song after the sermon and it was nailing me. Donald Trump is coming after Kamala Harris. Video can't earn revenue because of a YouTube policy violation or other issue. It's not due to a copyright claim. So, I'm talking about Kamala Harris. Oh, you got in your feelings. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Trump coming after a black woman and you got your feelings, YouTube. What's wrong with this video? The content ID claim. Went over 6 hours. I can't do nothing with it. So the video cannot be seen. Black man that testified against cop Amber Geiger is murdered, no outrage. Okay. Well, that's a hard lesson to learn. Don't play no videos. Don't play no music. Don't play no music. I think we got 100 and something views on that video. That's a damn shame. We can't do nothing with it. That's just shameful. I was able to free a couple videos. You know, we take a risk. You know, when we play them videos, you never know when somebody. You never know when somebody is gonna come get you. You don't know. You don't know when somebody gonna come get you. That video was from 2019. Y'all remember when the Baltimore County, she tried to be Superman and got run over by the teenager? Y'all remember the video? They hit us up for that for a year ago. Yes, sir. Welcome back, Chun Li. They hit us up from a year ago. Hey, Liz, are you still here? If y'all want to change your symbol, I need Naya and Liz to be here at the same time to agree on one. If you want to change our membership symbol, because all three of us going to have it, so we need to be in agreement on what it is. Now, I could, you know, me and Naya could do it, but then that's not right to Liz, because Liz has the same symbol. If I'm correct. Let me try and hit up and ask her where she is. All right, I hit her up. Alrighty, I don't know what Liz is, but I hit her up. Because I think it go 2 months and then 6 months. So y'all are going to have this emoji for a while. That's why both of y'all should vote on it. If you want to change, both of y'all should be here. You know? I really don't care, you know, about mine. But this is just something crazy. But I wonder if it pop up. I know y'all think I'm crazy. And don't worry, y'all. I got some scriptures for us to break down. But let me see what pop up. I didn't think anything would pop up, but it'll worth a look. I'm always looking. I'm always looking. Oh, that's cute. Hey, what do you think about that, Naya? Naya, you here? I'm going to save it. Save image. Let's save it. Go back. All right, so that failed. So let's just try. What? All right. I can take any one of these and make it. Mm-hmm. You see anything else you like, Naya? Or what I scroll down? You see anything else? See anything on the screen you like? I can take anything and make it. All I gotta do is just resize it. That's the only problem. I can just resize it. It takes like 10 seconds to do. Wait a minute. I'm waiting on Naya to comment back. All right, she hasn't said anything else, so let's go back. Last look, last thoughts. All right, take one more look. Here we go. All right, said she liked it. Let's go back. All righty. Now, let me show y'all how easy this is. Let's go back and put the Windows Media on. All right. Y'all can see what I'm doing now. Let's go to downloads. And there it is. All you gotta do is go to edit. Go to resize. Take off the maintain aspect ratio and go to pixels. Go to the first box and change the sizes. That's all you gotta do. Hit OK. Right? See how small it is now? Y'all see that on your screen? You see how small it is now? Not easy. Not hard. Damn it. Give me a sip here. Did a lot of preaching. My throat dry. All right, you go to File. You go to Save As. PNG picture or JPG, whatever you want to do. Then you change the name. BD, Naya, Liz, emoji. I don't think I spelled that right, but whatever. Where's it going? Going to the same place? All right, go. All right, y'all see it on the screen right there? Y'all see it on the screen? That's it right there. Y'all see it? I'm Kevin King. You see it? It right here is real big, and then you see here it's small. You see it? You see it? All right. So we got it sized up. So let's exit out of here. All right. Now, because we don't need that, we just go right back. Go right back to YouTube Studio. If the mouse decided want to work. All right, there it is. We go back to the studio. And we come down. And hit monetization. Hit membership. And we scroll down. There we go. Hit edit. And go to badges. We already there. Upload my own. All right. Now, 2 months. But like I said, we're going to have this until we get here at 6 months. So let's go in. Chun-Li gonna have to remind me if she want to keep that star. I might have to change it. She's the only me person, so it don't matter. All right. Here we go. Save and publish. All righty. We might be a small channel. We can do a little something. All right. I want to be the first one. Hello. Chun-Li said she liked the star. All right, Naya, what do you think? It's so small, I don't know if you can see Superstar. Well, don't worry. You're going to graduate. As long as you stay a member, you're going to graduate to it, Chun-Li. Right now, because you knew. Right now, you knew. So, that's why I said, it's only 4 of us. And you the newest member. So. But I think, after the 2nd month, it's going to change. And so then, if there ain't nobody else new in that bracket, we'll change it. Naya said she don't see it. Do a refresh, Naya. I see it on the phone. Said she don't see it. I gotta say though, it is cute. I just can't make out what the words say. That's my only problem with it. But yeah, that's my only problem with it. I can't make out what the words say, but I like it. It's cute. Let me do a refresh to make sure I'm good here. Let me do a refresh. Chun-Li says she sees it. Chun-Li says she's a superstar. Right, the BD family superstars. All right, y'all. Y'all ready for audience participation? I gotta go to the bathroom. Let me put a song on. Don't go nowhere, y'all. I gotta take a whiz. A second here. Let me play this while I go to the bathroom. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek show. And I am Minister Brother Derek. I just want to say that I love Jesus. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm a walking inferno. But seriously though, this for Jesus come back and find you napping. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this realm, I show no fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep macking, keep stacking, keep on shacking up. Don't get caught napping in the niggas up. And I just want to say, I'm gonna add a little bit of I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, think of foreign countries with statues of idols of revered. Nations of people who don't know God, only mythical concepts like a Alabama love. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be brought on souls by the millions, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we ask for blessings that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Bubba Dark Show. Let's get it. All righty. All right, y'all. Y'all ready to have some fun? Are y'all ready to have some fun? This is what I call fun. I don't know if y'all gonna call it fun, but let's find out. I mean, I'm on the wrong one. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. Grace, say what happened? All right. Y'all know our topic today. Well, I ain't seen these, so let's go. Bible verses about loving each other. Let me blow them up. It's audience participation time. Y'all ready? I said, are y'all ready? I'm letting y'all cheat and look at it. I ain't even read them yet. I'm letting y'all cheat. Y'all saying it before I do. I got the chat on the screen. Let me get rid of that chat. All right. 1 Peter 4:8. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Who want to break that down? Let me pull the chat up. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Who wants to dissect it? Come on. You know, let's see who was listening. All right, y'all said y'all was ready. Come on, somebody. John Lee says, love eases sin. Well, explain that, Chung Lee. That's kind of general. She's not incorrect what she said, but she needs to break it down more. What about you, Naya? You want to take a shot? Anybody else there? Where you go, Sam? Where you go, Tony? John Lee says that love eases sin. Love does ease sin, but how? Tony said he's driving. John Lee says, well, love is the answer. Tony said it's hard to be a distracted driver. All right, Tony. When you going to join the club so you can get an emoji, sir? I'm not going to bug you about it, but everybody got something beside their name. It's just, you know, you look plain. But concentrating on driving. So, all right. So let's break this down. Above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Even when someone sins against you, you still must show love to that person. That makes the sin stand out more on the person who created it. When someone sins against you, if you return love, you actually beat the sin down. The people that's going to say, oh, you're stupid for forgiving them. Oh, he insulted you. You're a punk for not saying nothing back. That's the people that's living in sin. They can't do nothing for you. Don't worry about them. But you don't want sin to lead you to death. So you cover that sin with love. I don't like what you said, but I still love you. You know, I wasn't going to mention it, but I saw my name in the video. I don't hate the person that keep making them. I still love you. I'm not going to let your demonic ways make Jesus leave me. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to cover your sin. I'm going to match it with love. No matter what you say about me, I'm not going to say nothing about you. No matter how many videos you make, I'm not going to say nothing about you. I don't care if you make 50. I'm going to match your sin with love. I'm going to come back, because even the people who live that life, they're going to say, this guy ain't paying him a bit of mind. When I go over there, I see him teaching with power. I see this guy trying to start stuff. Let the love cover the sin. Smash it. Let me take the chat and we'll get to the next one. John Lee said, what video laugh out loud? I don't see it. And you know what? And nobody's seeing him. That's why. I'll be honest with you. I wish more people did see him. Maybe they come over here and learn something. You know? I wish more people did see him. Be honest with you. Let's get to the next one here. John 4:7-8. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. I'll read it again. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. Anybody want to tackle that one? Ain't much left. While I wait for somebody to dissect that scripture. Yeah, it ain't much in here, but we'll make it work. Yeah. John, he says, to know God is to love. You're right, Chun Li, because if you don't know God, you don't know love. And if you don't love everybody, you don't love God. Naya said she'll be right back. We'll be here. But let's get it. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God, and whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. Anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love. So you can't say you know God and that you are with him if you don't love like he does. If your only love for somebody got to have an asterisk next to it, as long as they doing what I tell them to do, as long as they doing something for me, I love them. But when they say no, I got hate for you. I ain't got no need for you. That's not love. Love is you love regardless. Somebody does something for you, that's great. You can do something for them, that's great. But the number one action should be love. And love is acceptance. I don't care if you're short. I don't care if you're tall. I don't care if you're missing an eye. I don't care if you're missing a leg. I love you because you are a human being. You are a member of God's family. And he loves you. And if I say that I want to be a member of God's family, I got to love you. Even if you make fun. Even if you try to stop what I'm doing. I don't like the action. I still love you as my fellow human being because my God loves you. And if I want to be God, I got to do what God does. And God loves everybody. The mean, the nice, the old, the young. You got to love everybody. You ain't got to love what they do. But don't let what they do diminish your love and bring you down. Because when you do that, pretty much are going against what God wants. That separates you from Him, which leads to sin. Sin is anything to separate you from God and Jesus. So you must love as they love. You can't love, okay, I love him and her, but, I ain't loving him. Look at him. Look at him. Keep coming in here with them shoes on. Man, them shoes went out in 1982, man. I ain't got to love him. Look at her. She sitting there with the daggone weave in her hair. Nah, I ain't got no love for her. No, you got to love everybody. You can disagree with what they do, but you still got to love them. Let's move on to the next thing here. 1 Corinthians, let all that you do be done in love. That's an easy one. Anybody want to tackle that one? That's an easy one. Anybody want to tackle that one? Don Lee said, stop the hate and love. I've said this to y'all many a time, and this is a good verse right here. Let all that you do be done in love. How can you know what you're doing is in love? Before you make any big decision, ask yourself, would Jesus and God approve of this? If they approve of it, then you're doing it in love. If they disagree with it, you're doing it out of vengeance or for some other personal reason. Let's move on to the next one here. John 13:34. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another just as I have loved you. You are also to love one another. This is Jesus speaking. What is he saying, y'all? Let me break this down here. A new commandment I give to you, that you want to love one another just as I've loved you. You also are to love one another. Let's take it back to Adam and Eve in the garden. God told them. Actually, Jesus told them, but same person. If you eat from that tree, you will surely die. The devil pretended to be a snake and told Eve, you won't die. He just don't want you to know everything. He just wants you, to be simple and not know nothing. Y'all just frolic in the garden and play with the animals and just worship him. But, you can get the real knowledge. You can be like him. He took the fruit, he ate it, and gave some to Adam. Now, when they did that, they could have been killed right there. The devil thought they was. He was surprised. He thought, said, surely you'll die. He didn't say when. See, that's what the devil didn't bank on. He didn't say when. They lived 900 and some years. But they did die. But if they had been patient and done what they were told, they would have lived forever. They still be alive today. God could have killed them. But he said he would. But he loved them so much that he gave them chance at the chance at the chance. We've been given chance at the chance at the chance. He even tried to separate a section of people and make them his own. Tried to take the two people in the garden and make it a whole country. And gave the people chance at the chance at the chance. Love kept letting him forgive. He caused the flood. He let the only upright man in his family stay. Problem was, when the upright man died, everybody else went back to doing what they were doing, what they wanted to do. Raised up Joseph in Egypt. As long as Joseph was alive, the Israelites were doing good. As soon as Joseph died, and the new Pharaoh came around, the new son, hadn't been told about the great thing Joseph did. Why are these people laying around here eating everything up? Same way Donald Trump came in. You got these lazy scientists laying around here wasting money. What's all this daggone equipment, mask, and all this junk? You just crap. Get it out of here. New Pharaoh came in. He didn't know Joseph. He ain't know God. He ain't know nobody. Say, get out of here. We're going to enslave them. They're getting too big. In his love, God guided them out. The people doubted all the way. They doubted all the way. Go read Exodus. They doubted on every step. Man, you brought us out here just to die to the Egyptians. You brought us out here in the desert. We ain't got no meat to eat. I'm tired of eating that manna. Got done it? And we'll keep walking around for him. Say that. You got Moses up on the mountain for damn 40 days. We down here, what we going to think? We thought Moses abandoned us. Every step the people showed. If you ain't doing something for me every minute, I'm going to forget all you taught me. I'm going to revert back to doing me. That's why he made them wander around for 40 years. They never got to the promised land. They all died. Whole generation. He took the new generation. Moses broke the tablets. Moses couldn't go to the new land. They made Joshua the new Moses. Young man. He led them into battle as they beat up the Canaanites. He led them into battle. And he told them, kill all the men. Kill the women and the children. But they had pretty women. He said kill the women too. Nope, and they wanted to keep them. But all right, you can keep them. But don't let them put their gods in your face and make you worship them gods. Out of love, he allowed them to keep the women. But he knew what was going to happen. Tried to warn them. They didn't. Solomon, the wisest man in the world. Just like his father, had a thing for women. Why a man need 400 or 500 women? I think Solomon had 800. What are you going to do with 800 virgins? I'm just saying. Now, maybe they were more perfect than we are. Maybe they were more perfect than we are. You know what I mean? One woman is enough, all right? 2 women, man, you imagine the nagging? Oh, she got more than me. And you spend more time with her. You imagine having 800. 800 women nagging you to death. That's why they had their own chambers. And they always had a slave guarding them, a eunuch. They couldn't have sex with them. I didn't want to hear all that nagging. But they couldn't help themselves. They had to have them. God wanted everybody to have one mate. One. But okay. Have as many wives as you want, as long as you can take care of them. He conceded out of love. It got to the point where he just let the Philistines come beat him up, and the Hittites come beat him up, and let the Babylonians come beat him up, and he was, yeah, you ain't help us, Lord, and you didn't want to do what I told you to do with that. But I love you. I help you. All right, I free. All right. All right, I'm going to sing you Samson. All right, I'm going to sing you Esther. All right. People still did what they wanted to do. Just kept forgetting about them. Apparently, this ain't working. I even tried to take people as my own. They still won't do. Well, maybe the devil right. They won't just love me. I gotta give them choice to come love me on their own. I can't make them love me. No matter what I do for them, they won't love me. They love themselves. If you got God there in a cloud, even though it was Jesus, still, you got God there in a cloud with you every day, but you want a king. Somebody talk to me, please. We keep right on pissing on God. Every day we piss on him. He still loves us. We just piss on him. Hold on, Tony got a link. It ain't gonna read his flag, does it?
The situation.
All right, this is the believer.
Earlier messages which changed the world and the area in which the prophets were sent. Those messages
Sorry,
we know
B45
have changed. And even the prophets
All right.
of God was taught to Adam and Eve, the first two human beings. First two human beings who Allah or God created, they were taught the religion of God. As time passed, people multiplied, people strayed away from that original religion, made changes, corrupted, added, and God sent messengers, prophets, to bring people back to that original religion. And as people spread to different parts of the world, of course, the prophets were sent to the different parts of the world, always calling them back to that original religion. Islam holds, as Muslims claim, that that original religion was Islam. That Islam itself means submission to the will of the Creator, Sustainer of this world. One God, who in Arabic his name is Allah. That one God who is not material of the creation, but the Creator himself. So submission to the will of God, meaning submission to the commandments and instructions of God, that is what Adam and Eve were told to do. And this is what describes that final revelation of that same religion according to teachings of Islam. So we believe really, yes, there should be one religion. But human beings are free to make their own choices. Human beings are free to choose for themselves what they feel is best for themselves. And in the end, they will be accountable to God for their choices. So for the person who believes, yes, God did prescribe a way. It doesn't make sense that that way should be different for every people. When people are the same, if people, human beings, are the same for the last 100,000, 500,000 years, or however long human beings have been on the earth, if they haven't changed, why then should God prescribe one way for one set of people and another way for another set of people? That's not logical. The logical thing is that God would prescribe the way which is appropriate for human beings, from the time the first human being is created till the last human being on the face of this earth. That is the logical and reasonable way. Basically, it is Allah's destiny that people are born in different religions. If a person is to follow that religion merely because, as I said, of inheritance, then they cannot be sure that what they are following is in fact the correct religion. And there's a tendency amongst people in the various religions to follow on the basis of custom. No matter what programming you have received all your life, you still have the ability to break that programming and to choose what you know to be right. And each and every human being has that responsibility to follow what they know to be right.
Bam, caught it.
So if all of the various religions, with very few exceptions, claim that their religion is the true religion, because even after the interfaith dialogues and everybody patting each other on the back, people still will walk away and say, but our religion is the correct religion, the best way. If they're all correct, and they all say each one is correct, then we have a problem here. They can't all be correct, and each one says that each one is correct, and the others are wrong. It's not going to work. Either one is correct, and all the others are incorrect, or they're all correct, but they all have to be saying the same thing. They all have to agree, but they don't. So the reality is that only one is correct. And the idea that only one is correct makes sense, not only from the point of view of looking at the religions themselves and what they claim, but looking at human beings in relationship to God having created them in one basic mold. That human beings haven't changed over the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years that they have been on this earth. They haven't changed. When you read the writings in cuneiform of Hammurabi or whatever, peoples of the past, what they wrote about, what they spoke about, the problems that they were faced with, the same problems we're faced with today. When you read the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians, you find the same thing. You read the ancient texts, writings of Jewish tradition, you find the same thing. So human beings have always been human beings. Their needs have not changed. Now, how those needs may be fulfilled may vary with technology and these other factors, but the basic needs remain the same. So when God prescribed a religion, and of course, we're working from the premise that God did prescribe a religion, and that it isn't as some people say that God just created the world and left it to run on its own. And that since they looked around and they saw all the religions are different, that they must all be man-made. That was the other conclusion, right? These are the position of what they're known as the deists. God created the world and left it to run on its own.
Ready. We ready for you, son. 4, 3, 2, 1. Get paid.
That position is not logical because it ascribes to God a lack of wisdom. I mean, if one considers God to be the creator, the all-powerful, etc., it's also the all-wise. We don't expect God to function in a way which is obviously considered to be unwise. To have created us and not explained to us what we need to do, that would have been unwise. Just as we in companies, we have set up a company, we hire a bunch of people to come and work in this company, but we don't tell them what they have to do. What are they going to do? Are they just going to come into the company, find their slot somehow, some way, and just get in there, work all day, 9 to 5, and then leave? No. They'll go to the cafeteria, drink tea, and chat, gossip, whatever. That's what they would do. Similarly, when you send children to school, if you don't inform the kids what are they supposed to do at the school, what are they going to do? They're going to just go marching into the classroom, sit down, good kids listen to the teachers? No. They'll go to the playground. When they're about to go inside the school, go to the playground, they play all day. That's if it's not explained. So we have to explain. We know it's necessary to explain so that things will function the way we want them to function. Similarly, if God created human beings and didn't tell them what they're supposed to do, in other words, give them a religion, then who would find their way? It is basically the same as saying really there is no God. To say that we don't have a religion is ultimately the same as saying really there is no God. We're not really sure. So the deists are really agnostics, those who say, I'm not really sure, there might be a God, or maybe not. They really belong in that camp. So for the person who believes, yes, God did prescribe a way. It doesn't make sense that that way should be different for every people. When people are the same, no. If people, human beings, are the same for the last 100,000, 500,000 years, or however long human beings have been on the earth, if they haven't changed, why then should God prescribe one way for one set of people and another way for another set of people? That's not logical. The logical thing is that God would prescribe the way which is appropriate for human beings, from the time the first human being is created till the last human being on the face of this earth. That is the logical and reasonable way.
A human being, regardless of who they are, or where they are, or what they do, will have this curiosity. They'll want to know, why am I here? How did I get here? And do I have a purpose? And if so, what is it? The only one who would really be able to answer that question would be the Creator himself. If there is a Creator, it would be up to him to tell us why we were created and what he expects from us and what this life is really about. Allah has shown the people from the time of Adam until right now, has shown the people what he wants from them. And it's a very simple thing, and that is that worship be for him alone without any partners. In fact, we know this life to be a test from Almighty God. That's why we're born, and that's why we die, because there has to be a beginning and an end for us to be tested on. The next life, after this life, no one will ever die again. A bad person or a good person. Both are brought back, and they continue to live in the next life, either in good shape or not so good shape, depending on how they did on the test. And that the person who's doing this is a servant, a worshiper, a slave, one who really worships. Now, along the way, we find that there are going to be some tests based on what's called rights and limits.
Virtual.
There are rights. God has the first right of all, the right to be worshipped alone without partners. The rights of the prophets to be obeyed by their followers.
Get it? All right, Tony, explain us what we just watched. Yeah, a lot of what he said made sense. I might need to watch that again. So it's religions that don't believe there ain't no God. Oh, y'all. Trying to hurry up and eat these. I got them in my hand. I'm going to put them back in the pack. But you saying it don't matter what religion you are, we all going to the same place. We'll find out in the end. We'll find out in the end. That's only thing I can say. Last time we said made sense, but what Tony says, we're going to have to answer for ourselves. Well, I can agree with that. Because no matter what religion you are, when you standing in front of Jesus, you're going to have to answer. Ain't going to be nobody standing there with you. I agree with that one. Ain't nobody going to be standing there to help you. On your own. What have you done? that's a point that you want to bring, and I know you want to bring it, and I don't know why. I don't know why you want to bring it up. I don't know why. I know that the Muslims don't believe that Jesus is God. I know y'all believe he's just a prophet. I know y'all believe it. But we'll see on Judgment Day. It's a matter of what you believe. I don't believe that a human being will be given the responsibility that Jesus has. I know y'all don't believe that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. I know y'all don't believe it. But I believe that every time that you hear God referred to in the Bible, I believe most of the time that that's really Jesus being referred to. Some would disagree. But it's been said. People claim that they have seen God, but God said, you can't see me and live. And I stand behind that theory. I don't believe that God would deal with us sinful people. He didn't create sinful people. He created two per individual and put them in a garden with everything they need. He wanted to see people that got along, people that didn't have no strife. Adam and Eve wanted to eat some meat. They ain't had to chase the animals. They came and laid down before them. They didn't have to do anything. I don't believe that nobody's ever seen except for angels. And of course, the devil. If God actually could stand, be with us, why would the devil have to go visit him? Why would he have to go? Pitch on us. Because the only way that God can look at us, blood of Jesus. That's why Jesus has the job of deciding, coming up there with him. When he says he's not some random dude mentioned more times than Muhammad was. We're not going to turn this into a battle of the Quran versus Christianity. It takes the purpose. But we use the Bible. The Quran says that the Bible was first, and that is true. I don't want to debate that. I don't want to debate that Quran been changed twice. I don't want to debate that. That's the religion book you follow. But there's enough similarities between the Quran and the Bible that we can enjoy a good Bible study. Somebody hit me up on the Hangouts. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me check. Okay, Sean Lee sent this, and this is something that needs to be shown. All right, yeah, because it happened to me at the market. Remember? Hold on, I'm gonna show it to everybody. I mean, it don't show you. It don't show your name or nothing. Do it. Okay, it shouldn't. All right. Hang on a second, y'all. Let me pull the OBS up. Let me is that it right there? Yeah. Go choose it. Downloads. Look at it first. Oh, you're not gonna let me look at it first? Okay. Hit OK. Go back in. Press the screen. Pull it in. All right. Lock it. Hit it. No, that's not it. Okay. Go to filters and crop pad default. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me close that. I didn't realize that was still there. I'm sorry, y'all. All right. Family member just sent this. Why are you on that? Hold on a second. What's going on here? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on with this phone today, but she tripping out. Go to mobile hotspot. Turn it on. It turned this mobile hotspot off. All right, now we connected. Okay. All right, Chung Lee sent this, and y'all know what happened to me at the market last week. If you use Cash App, be aware they declined 90% of transactions claiming unusual activity. If you have friends, family that send you money through the app, I would recommend you withdrawing your funds onto another card like PayPal or Venmo or into your bank account. Do not make purchases with your card. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you something. When I try to use Nickel Kick, when I was using it to order the tobacco patches, I could never use the money for the Cash App. It would never go through. It would go through on the PayPal. It wouldn't go through on the Cash App. So that might be some good advice for people to actually use the app. Transfer it out of it. And I have a couple dollars on that. Let me get it off. Let's hit the chat real quick. Tony says, all the condemned will have a hearty meal. Tony says, we have to respect each other's religions. Tony said, not to change the subject, but I thought you would want to know this. That was from Google. So y'all saw it on y'all screen. That was from Google. Let me, anybody gonna donate anything on the Cash App? Do it now. Cause I'm transferring it. And it. Okay. Alrighty, I cleared it. I took out the it'll be that Tuesday. Hey, what do you mean Tuesday? Hey, I should have sent it to the PayPal. Yeah, Tony said I just tried to buy something 3 times. I have money on it, and it would not go through. Well, I got good news. We got some money in the new Chime account now. I sent the 10 that you sent me. But they said they would charge money if it was instant. But if you waited, it'd be free to transfer. But guess what? He ain't gonna transfer to Tuesday. That's crazy. But I ain't complaining. It's there. It is there. So I guess we're gonna have to go Tuesday. Somebody else might donate. You never know. To the calendar real quick. I just realized something. I go to the cardiologist on the 4th. August. September. So day the 30th. Got Monday, Thursday, Friday. I go all the way to Friday. All right, y'all. We going to the doctors on the 4th. Cardiologist, big doctor. So, like I said, I'm not complaining. And shoot, it's there. It's not gonna show up till Tuesday, but it's there, and we'll deal with that when we have to. Now, let's get back to the other topic. My job is to come here and tell you what the Spirit tells me to tell you. Everything that come out my mouth can be verified by the book. I can't tell you who to follow. I'm telling you to find Jesus, find God. Your God is called something else. It's still the same thing. You, Mr. Yagi, Daniel Son, same. Get to know him. Your God, if you think your God is Buddha, get to know him. Not gonna get tied down in the semantics. I believe there's enough truth in both of them books to lead you. But eating turkey legs all day and 36 versions for every man, I don't know about all that. But I stick to the basics. I want you to get to know God and Jesus. You'll have your own experience. I'm just directing. You was raised believing something else, and you can take the same thing that I say and apply it to your religion. Loving your fellow man is not going to hurt you. I'm sure, no matter what religion you in, I'm sure that that's one of the number one rules. Hitting the wrong button. But thank you for that, Chung Lee. Cause I was real nervous when I was getting the prescriptions. I was afraid it wasn't gonna go through. So at the market, it wouldn't go through, but it went through with the prescription. So, and then we went to the market the other day. The first time we went, it didn't work. Now, I changed the password, and it was the same password. But we went the second time, and it worked. I don't know what was up with that, but now I know. Anytime I get a donation, I'm gonna transfer it over off the card. We don't get that many, but when we do, you're right. It is crazy. You can't play with people's money. You gonna have somebody out there on the killer spree. I had $900 for my rent. Where my money go? Where my money for my rent? Where my money go? Tony said, I wanted you to know it wasn't just you. But no, that ain't the first time that happened with the Cash App. That ain't the first time. I remember I wanted to order something. I had to somebody had sent me some money to get something, and the Cash App wouldn't go through, and then they wound up sending the money again on a different card. So I understand. But now we know. Anytime I get a Cash App donation, I'm gonna transfer it over. So at least we got some money in the Chime account. I feel legit. Hey, we got some money in the Chime account. Hey. We got some money. Got some money. That boy was saying zero for a while. You see something in there now. That's all right. It'll be something in there next month. Yeah, I know you know because I sent you the screenshot. That boy was butt naked, wasn't he? He was just sitting there. Give me something. Make me legit. Give me something. So it's over there. But like I say, we'll go to the market on Tuesday. I was gonna go tomorrow and take that form to the doctors and kill two birds with one stone. But I might wait till Dang, Friday is the 4th already? Man, this month went quick. I ain't never seen a month go this quick. This month went quick. You said left out loud. Yeah, you know. That boy had a goose egg on it with a longer time. But I don't know if you remember, but you told me to set that Chimes account up a month ago. And when we got close, I went on and set it up. So hopefully we'll be able to use it. And it's nice to have a even though it's an online bank account, I still got a bank account. I feel like I feel like part of the community now. We got a bank account, son. We legit. And instead of hiding behind PayPal and the Cash App, we are legit. We too legit to quit. We are legit. We too legit to quit. Yeah, it did go fast. It feel like August just got here. So y'all know now that the stimulus package was passed in May. And y'all realize you had halfway through May. You had June. You had July. They let my birthday pass by. I could have went out to dinner again. They let my birthday go by. Now we had the CV. I wasn't going on. But you had half of May, June, July, August. We got 1 day left in August. They still have not passed that stimulus package. I say everybody that can hear me and that'll watch this video, make sure when Mitch McConnell come up, if he in your state, vote his old bird behind out of there. And Nancy Pelosi, nuisance Nancy, nagging Nancy. If she in your state, vote her butt out. I don't know if you can vote for Mnuchin. Vote his butt out too. And every Republican in that Senate, when they come up for vote, y'all don't forget this. They took 2 vacations and said, F you. They took 2 of them. You make sure you say F you when they up for re-election. You make sure of that. And they can offer you anything in the world when they go, yeah, I don't want it. You gotta get out of here. When I needed you, you wasn't there. I don't need you now. When we needed you, you wasn't there. We don't hate you. We still love you. But not in our Congress and Senate. No, you got to go. Tell them, take it easy and take it slow. My decision is no. My decision is no. No 4 more years for you. Tell them they got to get out. It don't make no sense. And the part that tripped me out is they don't want to give people money. It's their own money. They don't care if you about to be evicted. They won't shut the country down. And they don't want to give you no money. I mean, it's like they saying, you know, go find Patti LaBelle. Because when it comes to the virus and paying your bills, you're on your own. That should be that theme song. For the Republican Convention, that theme song should be on your own. Once again. Donald Trump is scared of the coronavirus. He don't know what to do. He's afraid if we shut down the country, the economy gonna tank. I'd rather have a tanked economy and have citizens being able to walk around and not have to wear no mask. Not have to get no hand sanitizer. That's why I say I think that they are pushing this vaccine. And if he don't get elected, and if he do get reelected, you know what he gonna do? He gonna be sitting home cashing them checks from all the vaccines given out. I really believe this. Somebody talk to me. I believe he gonna be getting some money in the back door from these pharmaceutical companies that gonna have us take these vaccines, and these vaccines probably gonna have rat piss in it, and probably gonna have bat dung in it. And they're gonna sit there and make money. But that's all it is. This is about money. All right, something ain't right. The chat not showing. Why the chat not showing? Did I close it by mistake? I sure did. My bad. There the chat. My bad, y'all. Is there anybody here to disagree? And they sitting there taking all this time about a measly $1,200 stimulus, while Canada is giving their people $2,000 up until January. $2,000 a month. $2,000 a month. They'd have gave us $2,000 a month. I would have moved. I would have got that E-Wheels 36 mobility scooter. The nice one with the headlights and everything on it, the long. Oh, man. I'd have been straight. I can see me now. Riding down the road, 18 miles per hour, just vroom, vroom, vroom. Actually would have had enough too. I'd have went on and got me a place and moved. Got me a nice place too. Like, hey, look, man, I'll give you 3 months security. Just give me the damn keys. Sign the application. Let's go. I'll be gone. Yeah. They get $2,000 a month in Canada. Are they better than us? How come they can afford? We want to be the richest country in the world, but they give their people $2,000 a month. They sitting here fighting over a measly 12-month one-time payment. There are people who still haven't got their $1,200 for the first time. Now, I don't regret. I paid off the BG&E. We got a new computer. We got a new webcam. We got a new camera, even though I couldn't get it. We got a new 360-degree camera. Even though to this day, I still can't get it to work with YouTube. Maybe I should try Facebook Live and see if it work on Facebook Live. Maybe we had to do the lives on Facebook Live and be in 360. I haven't tried that yet. Maybe we ought to try Facebook Live. But if we ever get the stimulus, I'll take a chance. We haven't tried the Rilo, and we haven't tried the Insta360. The Rilo coming down in price, so that might be the best option. I should have went with the Rilo this time. It was only a $60 difference, but that's all right. Maybe it'll be cheaper. I don't understand how come the prices don't come down. Why don't the prices come down? It's scooters that 8 years old, mobility scooters, that still got the same price tag on them. When the price tag come down? I'm just saying. When does the price tag, shouldn't it be depreciation? I mean, let's think about something. Y'all know how long I had that bike over there. That bike was $499. That bike was $469. That was the one. They went 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12. I bought that bike off Craigslist for $300. They still got it for $349. Why hasn't it depreciated? You on number 12. That's one of 12. Why hasn't the price depreciated? Because I wouldn't mind getting the EB7. Now, I should have got the EB5, but now that I know it's a 7, I'd rather have a 7. It's still small and compact, but it gives you 20 miles. It won't give me 20. It'll probably give me about 16 or 17, but still. That's range. And like I say, it's number 7. So why they still want $600 for it? That's number 7. They still trying to get $350 for number one. Like, what the heck, man? Bring these prices down. Like, God darn. Yeah, I'll work with you. You know, I want some. That boy go 15 miles per hour. But if I'm gonna spend $600 or $700, then why not just spend $1,000 and get the mobility scooter? They go 15 miles per hour and go 20 miles to the charge. You know, what's the difference? And that price ain't coming down either. I don't understand. The eWheels 1 cost the same thing. They on eWheels 72. They still want you to pay the same price for the 1. The 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, they want you to pay the same price. I don't understand. I just don't understand it. Tom Lee says we're getting China tariffs now. That's the reason for higher prices. I mean, the prices ain't going down, Charlie. I've never seen stuff hold. You know, I was looking at a 7-year-old mobility scooter. 7 years ago, boy, it was top of the line. 7 to 8 years ago, they still want $2,300. Are you crazy? 7 years ago. Now, you know, I could get the cheapy cheap if we get the stimulus, you know, and I could get, you know, pay $1,000 and get the cheapy cheap, $1,000, $1,100, whatever. It's gonna take the money. The tax is $1,100. Well, I'll put my own seat on that, and we'll get the one for $9.99. I could do that, but they're gonna take all the money. And I've been watching it, and I was like, well, the good thing about not getting the money, maybe the price will come down. Yeah, that price. It was the same price last year, the same price this year. And we talking about the 19 and 20. The 18, 19, or the 20. The 22, the 29, the 32, the 42. Dang, ain't none of them prices going down. They all the same. Like, God darn. And then you go look on Google, and everybody got the same price. Nobody lower. Everybody got the same price. What happened to competition? They waiting on that stimulus. Ain't nobody even offering you a deal. Now, that black one that I saw on Amazon for $1,000 or something, somebody got it for $8 something. But then when you look at the shipping, and they want you to have somebody to lift it off the truck, I'm like, what the heck? By the time you put all that shipping in there, you back up to $1,000. I said, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. By the time you add all that in there, like, they crazy. I'm scared to get one off Wish. Be like, if I had one wish, it would actually come. If I had one wish, nothing would have to be done. If I had one wish, it wouldn't be missing a wheel. If I had one wish, the shipping wouldn't kill the deal. I said, if I had one wish, I get one wish. Oh, man. What would y'all say if YouTube try to give us a copyright? Oh, we heard the song One Wish on your channel. The people want money. We're going to take the money from your video. And we're going to give it to Brandy's brother. I forgot his name. Jay something, whatever. But yeah, that's just crazy. The price don't drop. So now, sometime in September, before September ends, they talking about maybe getting the checks. So right before the election, everybody that was gonna vote Donald Trump, don't vote. I don't care if Mr. Magoo run. All of us need to put our votes on who. Don't vote on Biden or Trump. Vote on whoever else is there. It don't even matter. Mr. Magoo, Woody Woodpecker, I don't care who that. We need to get these old heads up out of here. They need to go. They need to get out of here. And Trump talking about, I put these things in place, and you don't have to pay taxes on Medicare or Social Security. That's going to put more money in your pocket. But you're going to have to pay it back next year unless I'm reelected. I would have told him, take that daggone payroll deduction and shove it in your butt. Give me my daggone stimulus. That's what I would have said. That's just me. That's what I would have said. If you got to pay it back next year, suppose the CV get worse, then what? Suppose they come out with a vaccine and it infect the people more, and we have a jump in the CV, then what? Then what you gonna do? Well, I gave you I gave you a vaccine, it ain't my fault it didn't work. If they have a vaccine, who gonna take it? After that man was talking about some chloroquine, and then they trying to give you blood clots and tear your heart up, and then the man talking about go out there in the sunlight, they'll kill it. Tell that to the people in Texas and on the Florida and California beaches. Go tell them they're going out there in the sun, kill the CV. Yeah, ain't they 1, 2, and 3 in the world? Ain't they 1, 2, and 3? Yeah, is there any way that we can inject ammonia or bleach into the veins? Can you make something with that while you playing with the test tubes? That's why I got rid of you in the beginning, because all y'all do is play with test tubes. Can't make no money off of y'all. Y'all taking money. But right now, I need you to come up with a vaccine. Boy, this freaking hilarious. Friggin' hilarious. He came in there and got rid of all them people. And now he need them. He got rid of all of them. And now he need them. That's just sad. But yeah, Chung Lee, $2,000. I tell you right now, they give us a $2,000 what you call. I'm getting that E-Wheels 36. I don't care what nobody says. I'm getting it. That's a bad mama jump. 18 miles per hour, that is a bad mama jump. Now, I might use my common sense and say, okay, maybe that's too much. Right now, somebody got a scooter on Craigslist here in Maryland. That thing is worth $1,600, and they must need some money. They trying to sell it for $400. I'd have got that, and it's so small. Shoot, I could have took the seat, folded down the handlebar, and put it in the shopping cart. That's how small it is. That boy, 1,200 watt. Naya said, yes, Chung Lee, it's costing more to import goods from there. Y'all don't realize that the bike has a 250 watt motor. I'm not even sure what the wattage is on the motor of the scooter, but I know it get us up the hill. Y'all seen them inclines. You can talk to me all day. You seen them inclines. It get us up there. Gee. It's a trike that got two 700 watt. I mean, it got two 350 watt, motors, one for each wheel in the back. I was like, damn. I got a 250 watt motor in the bike over there, just one. They got 350, 700 watt. I said, oh my goodness. Hey, if y'all were to see something ridiculous, I want y'all to imagine me on this. And before y'all make jokes, it's only $299. It's only $299 at Costco. I saw it and just started laughing. I said, man, what is it called? I forgot what it was called. Isn't it called the I think it's called the. Is it called the? This is at Costco. $299. I don't know who gonna drive it. I don't know who gonna drive it, but god darn, this thing is. Look at this little thing.
Hey guys, I'm gonna do a quick video of the Jetson Bolt Pro 40 electric bike I bought at Costco for $299. Anyways, if you haven't already, like, subscribe, hit the bell button for more Costco finds and other fun reviews and stuff like that. So a few days ago, I posted a video about the Jetson Bolt Pro 40 electric bike I saw at Costco for $299. It had like about 8 units there, and I thought it was an awesome deal for $299. And I was so amazed about how small this thing was. And I've seen the Bolt before where it didn't have pedals, and I really didn't want that. I wanted something with pedals I could still ride it even ran out of energy, and have some pedal assist to go beyond 15 miles per hour or 15 miles in range by like 30. So this is a pretty awesome little thing you could throw in the back trunk. So that day I actually went and bought it, but wasn't able to fit it in my trunk because the box was really huge and I had passengers. As I had way too many things that I bought that day at Costco. So what I did was that no matter what I did, I couldn't fit it in my trunk or the back seat. So I asked them to return it. So I went back today and they actually still had it.
Look at that little thing.
Which is pretty cool. So they actually still had it. So I was really happy about that. And this time around, I didn't have any passengers. So I threw it in my back seat, brought it home. So this is it actually fits in the back seat if you're interested. Anyways, I have other bikes I bought at Costco, like the Fat Tire XC.
That's a Bad Mama Jama right there.
I still love this bike. Quite a bit of miles on it, and it still looks like that, by the way. I have a lot of videos about it as well. Some of the videos are very popular, some aren't. But it doesn't matter. It's an awesome, fun bike to ride with huge wheels. And I'll do a comparison between higher, and I really say higher because you mod it.
Go ahead and crack the box open, sir. Come on. You all that talking. Come on, man.
So it's my handy scissors. Back wheels.
Did he take it on a ride?
Yeah,
he did.
Anyways.
Come on, get out of the box. Take it too long. You want to sleep in.
Or a bus or whatever. The pneumatic wheels already have air.
Speed up some.
The stem and everything else, and probably screw down these reflectors, but all the reflectors are already on. So this is pretty much good to go even when you just get this. All you need to do is tie down some stuff and, package it. Put the seat on and use the kickstand and put some pedals on.
What is that little teeny thing?
But they're doing with them stuff.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a few shin hits. And one hit, makes you want to buy a floating pedal.
Yeah.
I'll put it down. And I'll probably take it for a spin, but before I take it for a spin, I'm probably going to true up the disc brakes. But usually disc brakes need to be trued a little, by bending them a little, making sure they don't scratch. I've seen other videos where people complain that the disc brakes are noisy. Yes, because you need to true them. You have to basically, calibrate them before using this. They probably come pretty well calibrated, but during shipping, the wheels might get the brake discs might get a little bit, off, so you have to adjust them. And I can show you that on the previous video with my add-on.
Man, will you come on and ride the bike? God done it.
They should show you how to true disc brakes. Very, very simple. Just it's a brake weight. the lights in the front and back too. The light for the back is actually in the accessory box. And these are nice wheels.
He never wrote it.
True. Ha ha ha. Anyways, that's about it.
He literally never wrote it. Are you serious? We risk getting flagged for nothing.
Holy shit.
I'm getting these dweebs.
What's going on YouTube? Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. Welcome back to a brand new video here on the channel. The first vlog of 2020. That is crazy. Hopefully everyone had a good Christmas. Hopefully.
All right, fast forward. Come on. Let's see how this thing look here. That thing is little.
That's my electric bike. It is freezing out here. That's my electric bike.
I'm sorry. That just, I'm gonna look retarded on that. We're gonna leave that alone. It's only $2.99. We'll go ahead and leave that alone. We're gonna have to leave that one alone. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all wasted y'all time. Look at that little thing. That thing tedious. I don't know what. All right, y'all. Chung Lee sent us this. I had almost forgot about it. Let me go back and grab it. Oh, wait a minute. That's my picture. Sorry, where's the link? Where's the link? Where's your link at, Chung? Oh, this went way back. Take me a whiz again. Diabetic. I know Chung Lee sent me a link. Here we go. This from Chung Lee. U.S. Marshals find 39 missing children. 39 missing children in Georgia. Operation Not Forgotten. Now, some of y'all not old enough to remember. Some of y'all not old enough to remember. Y'all remember when the children went missing back in the 70s, with the late 70s, early 80s, when all the children went missing in Georgia? So you got the same pedophile sickos down there in Georgia. You got the same pedophiles down there in Georgia. Look at Google. There go my scooter right there. I thought it was a video. I'm waiting for it to play like a dummy. I'm sorry. I thought we had a video here. All right, let me read it then. Authorities have found, look at this. You need to stop, Google. Authorities have found. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Wait a minute. What was that? What was that? Hold on a sec, y'all. That looked like my battery pack. Oh, that's too much money. Yep, GB17. That's too much money. Damn, that's it right there. Damn. That's it though. Damn, that's too much money. Sorry, Google. That's too much money, honey. Damn, 350, shoot. Authorities have found 39 missing children in Georgia during a 2-week effort to rescue endangered minors. The U.S. Marshal Service Missing Child Unit led the search, dubbed Operation Not Forgotten. It collaborated with the agency's Southeast Regional Fugitive Task Force, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and state and local agencies. The operation resulted in the rescue of 26 children and safe location of 13 others, U.S. Marshals said in a news release on Thursday. The U.S. Marshal Service is fully committed to assisting federal, state, and local agencies with locating and recovering endangered missing children. In addition to their primary fugitive apprehension mission, U.S. Marshal Service Director Donald Watson said in a statement, "The message to missing children and their families is that we will never stop looking for you." I mean, we ain't done. Is this the video right here? Is that the video right there? No, it's a picture. During the operation, authorities arrested. Hey, look at this, man. During the operation, authorities arrested 9 people, cleared 26 warrants, and filed additional charges for alleged crimes related to sex trafficking, parental kidnapping, registered sex offender violation, drugs and weapons possessions, and custodial interference, U.S. Marshal said. Some of the rescued children were believed to have been victims of child sex trafficking, child exploitation, and sexual abuse, physical abuse and medical or mental health conditions. Others were missing and had located at the request of law enforcement to make sure they weren't in danger. Wait a minute, we gotta see this. Wait a minute. Mom gives birth to triplets. Husband know they not his. After frantically rushing his wife to the hospital, he managed to get her into the maternity ward in time and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But once the babies were delivered, one thing was very clear to everyone in the room. He was not the father, and something wasn't adding up. That's rough right there. That's rough right there. Aaron and Rachel Halbert met while working as Presbyterian missionaries and fell madly in love. They were soon married and quickly started discussions about raising a family. They wanted to have children of their own but had difficulties conceiving naturally. Aaron felt terrible he couldn't give his wife a new family, the family she deserved. He sucked up the courage and sat Rachel down to start a conversation he never thought they'd be having. The couple had felt like their lives were going exactly as planned. They met the person they wanted to spend their life with. Got married, but now the final piece of the puzzle was painfully missing. Aaron suggested they consider adopting, but Rachel had always dreamed of having a child of her own. He prayed for the clouds to part on that stormy situation. Then suddenly an opportunity came knocking. The couple was given an opportunity to adopt 2 children. Desperate to be parents and also keen to do the right thing, Ern and Rachel went ahead and took in a 2-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy. Rachel fell in love with the children, almost as if they had been always hers, but despite what the doctor said, she still wanted to get pregnant. Ern and Rachel knew it was a long shot they would conceive a baby of their own, but they kept trying while they raised their adopted children. They saw several fertility doctors, but the news was always disheartening. Rachel, who grew up in the Mississippi Delta, spent some time confiding in friends from home. And one day, Rachel had some news from Ern, and she really didn't know how to tell him. A miracle had happened. Rachel returned from her trip and told Ern she had something to tell him. She was pregnant. Ern was overjoyed. He loved his adopted children dearly, so having a baby together would be really something special. They went to get their first scan, but the doctor had some news that left Ern blindsided. They make you go through all these pages. The doctor confirmed that Ern and Rachel were pregnant from an artificial insemination process they had tried weeks before. Similar to their adopted children, Rachel had explicitly opted to use ethnic minority embryos because statistically they are the least likely to be chosen. Ern grew up with missionary parents in Honduras, where he was the blue-eyed, cotton-top white kid who stuck out like a sore thumb. So an interracial family just made sense to him, but the doctor had something else to tell him. As Rachel had been inseminated with 2 embryos, typical with intrauterine insemination, to improve the chances of pregnancy, the couple was told that against all odds, they were expecting twins. The family of 4 quickly jumped to 6 overnight, but fate had another twist in store for the couple's family they didn't see coming at all. God darn. 9 months later, while in Honduras, Ern traced Rachel and the kids, raced the kids to the hospital after contractions signaled the babies were ready to come into the world. Ern was there to hold Rachel's hand the entire time, but when the babies finally arrived, the doctors could tell that Ern was expecting something quite different. According to the doctors, pregnant mothers with multiple babies usually do not complete a full-term pregnancy. Since she was carrying twins, her husband and family had to keep a watchful eye on her health and safety. When Rachel's contractions grew closer together, the doctors decided to perform a C-section so the babies could be born safely. But nobody had expected this. The doctor's eyes widened. Seeing the look on the doctor's face, Ern began to panic. Was something wrong? Were the babies okay? Then the doctor looked up and said 2 words that sent a chill down his spine. And when Ern finally saw the babies with his own eyes, he took a closer look and couldn't stop crying. Ern will remember the day in the hospital the rest of his life, and he certainly hadn't planned for this. He looked over to Rachel to monitor her reaction to the doctor's news. Rachel and Ern were expecting twins. They were thinking about the names of their would-be children. However, it became clear they would need to think of another name. Ern was already expecting 2 African-American babies when his wife went into labor, but he wasn't expecting 3. The doctor cried as triplets. But how had this even happened? The doctor questioned the couple, asking them if they sure that Rachel had only been implanted with 2 embryos. Ern's mouth dropped open. That couldn't be right, could it? Ern already considered himself a fully fledged father to Ford and Catherine. Nothing compared him for the feeling he had inside the operating room. He got 3 baby girls. Oh, ain't they cute? Ain't they cute? Ain't they cute, y'all? Oh. They took us around the world. It's different from what I thought. I thought she cheated on him. What did y'all think? I thought she cheated on him. And the man was like, doctor said, oh, wait a minute now, baby come out the wrong color. Wait a minute. No, she had triplets. Damn. So now they got 4 little black girls and 1 black boy, and they're gonna run them up the hill. They're gonna run them up the hill. Chun-Li got a link mixed in there somewhere. All right, I see the word Amber. That means Amber Alert. There's an Amber Alert. Hope I ain't gotta read. Atlanta 1-year-old located hours after gunpoint kidnapping. No video? An Amber Alert has been canceled after DeKalb County. Isn't that in Georgia? What is it with Georgia and these children, man? Y'all need to get them pervs out of Georgia. Seriously. The heck is it with Georgia? An Amber Alert has been canceled after a DeKalb County toddler who was kidnapped from his stroller while on a walk with his mother has been found. Mateo Alejandro Montefar Barrera. Mateo Alejandra Montefar Barrera. They made these long names. Was kidnapped at approximately 12:30 p.m. just a few houses away from his residence in Chamblee, Georgia, shortly after 8 p.m. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation canceled the alert saying Mateo had been located. Mateo was in his stroller on a walk with his mom when an Hispanic male got out of a maroon 2016 Acura MDX with Georgia tags RTJ0253 with a gun and kidnapped him. The mom got into a physical fight with the unknown suspect and tore a piece of his plaid shorts and took one of his shoes, according to the GBI. There was no word at this time on the identity or arrest of the man responsible. That's it? Yeah, that was it. I gotta give it to him. The mother, she ain't no chump. She fought for her child, boy. She not only ripped off a piece of the guy had a gun. She ripped off a piece of his shorts and took one of his shoes. She a scrapper. Hey boy, ain't nothing more dangerous. I already played it, Chun-Li. I knew I was gonna drop that. I just knew it. And it's my fault. Ain't anything. This man always lying. Why does he lie so much? I mean, he lies. What good news is on a Sunday, man? What good news is on a Sunday? And look, here was somebody else. Family, second stimulus check, new move. I don't know which one to pick. Both of them lie. Both of them lie. Let's go with this one. He always.
What's going on, guys? It's Jimmy. Second update.
Hey, Jimmy.
We're gonna go details about what's going on with seconds. Okay? Also, some new alarming virus news. So make sure to stay. But first, if you haven't yet, click the subscribe button down below. It's completely free to do so.
We trying to
This way
get
you won't miss out
200,000
on second
subscribers.
stimulus check update info, information on the unemployment
Me and my mom and my
extension,
wife.
and related. My
Study
wife and I
all
do
night.
hours of research for you guys every single day, so we can bring you the newest up-to-date stimulus check information in a quick, concise. And don't forget to smash the like button for us down below. It really helps out our channel. Also, we're going to be giving money to some of our viewers, $500 in full. I will tell you how that works at the end of this. We're starting to see much more aggressive push from the Republicans to package this done.
What
The
ain't funny?
Republicans are the main ones pushing for a new stimulus package. Heck, right now, the Democrats have come down a little bit on what they want in their stimulus package, but the Republicans are really, really attacking the front. We want a stimulus check, and we want a stimulus package now. We're hearing it from pretty much all the top Republicans. We're hearing it from Mitch McConnell, shocking, like the one that was completely against getting us another stimulus check and an unemployment check for months. We're also hearing it from President Donald Trump and from the two negotiators, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Within the last 24 to 48 hours, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows came out and said that President Donald Trump was willing to sign a stimulus package at up to $1.3 trillion. Before this, they were at around $1 trillion, come up by about 30% or $300 billion. It says the president right now is willing to sign something at $1.3 trillion. Mark Meadows told White House reporters on Friday the president is open to signing a stimulus bill with a $300 billion increase from the Senate Republican Bills Act.
Here it come. You know what's coming.
Shy of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's demands for a $2.2 trillion bill. Now, Nancy Pelosi did come down within the last 48 hours by $200 billion, from $2.4 trillion to $2.2 trillion. Bridged the gap by about $500 billion in the last 48 hours. And I've had a lot of comments from you guys asking, can we deal without Nancy Pelosi? Because Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the Democrats in the House, person holding up us getting a check and a package. Without her, we'd probably have a deal and checks would be going out right now. In fact, we had hundreds of Nancy Pelosi's own people, her own Democrats, urging her to pass a stimulus package and a stimulus check and an unemployment extension because she's basically not doing what the Democrats want, and she's kind of going rogue on her own and holding up these stimulus negotiations. As you can see here, in an odd turn of events, in an already bizarre negotiation over a fixed package, and there's been multiple packages already passed, but only one of them had a check that was sent out directly to the other ones had money for small businesses, unemployment extensions, and stuff like that. House Democrats are urging Speaker Nancy Pelosi to move on a stimulus bill that includes a second stimulus check and extra unemployment benefits. During negotiations with Republican leaders, Ms. Pelosi turned down an offer to extend the $600 unemployment benefits while the party continued. This was a temporary short-term offer from the Republicans and turned it down. That was like a month ago, and she should have taken that because it doesn't look like that was a good idea. He also refused to budge from a $600 unemployment benefit. So it resulted in average unemployment claimant more than 100% of their prior income, 134%. Republicans had proposed a $400 benefit, which was recommended by the bipartisan group of economics, would replace 80-90% of a worker's income. Find this offer as well.
This raised my credit score by
Ms. Pelosi also rejected an offer to pass a more targeted stimulus bill based on those items the parties agree on. Among them was a $1,200 stimulus check, which was one area of common ground.
Boo, Nancy.
Also, in a video that I played for you guys in this video a few days ago, it shows Nancy Pelosi's interview where she says she doesn't want to pass a stimulus package on the thing we agree on, which is $1,200 stimulus checks, unemployment checks, because the reason is that then she would negotiate leverage for the other thing she wants to pass, which is mostly money for state and money for the post office. And really sad to see her say that, because she admits that she passed a stimulus check and unemployment extension right now, but she doesn't want to because of these other issues. She wants to bundle in the package. And that got me thinking the other day that politicians, Congress, holding up money that would help the American people right now because of their agenda. And it really got me thinking, I would think they would want to do what's good for their people from their state. People in general, the whole United States. We want to help out people, and that's supposed to be that they're in Congress. And they're supposed to be doing this out of the goodness of their heart. And, they get a paycheck, for working while they're there anyway. But it seems like that politicians don't do things out of the goodness of their heart, or at least a lot of them. You guys can let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Do you think any politicians out of the goodness of their heart, or do you think that they're basically holding everything ransom so that they can pass these unrelated bills, money for the post office and money for the state, while people wait for stimulus checks and unemployment extension, and small businesses wait for peak money to pay their employees, and we're waiting for relief, and politicians are holding us ransom. So let us know your thoughts down below in the comments.
All right, and we done. Ain't told it, man. They just keep getting you to lying to you. He's showing something from 2 days ago. What? You say Donald Trump is truthful? That's a lie.
Listen, tonight in the history of absurd testimonials, this one may take the big, beautiful, elegant cake. It involves Nikki Haley, the former South Carolina governor turned UN ambassador, whose most remarkable achievement may have been escaping the Trump administration without being whacked by the president or having to wear a wire for the feds. It's usually blood in, blood out for Trump hires, but she remains unscathed until now. She appeared on the Today Show this morning to plug her book and may be angled to replace Vice President Pence in the 2020 ticket, if female suburban voters continue to run away from the president. To her credit, Ambassador Haley is not trying to have it both ways. No, when you say Trump, she says train. Doesn't matter what the question is.
What about his truthfulness? Did you think he was a truthful person?
Yes, in every instance that I dealt with him, he was truthful, he listened, and he was great to work with.
Wow. Trump? Truthful? Huh? Great to work with? A listener? Who is this man she speaks of? I'd swipe right on him. Before we even address the president's inability to lie, I mean, if I was on Tinder. Before we address the president's inability to lie, a superpower that apparently only Nikki Haley can see, Let's just quickly address the good listener part. Have you ever seen him at a cabinet meeting, sitting there with his arms crossed? He kind of looks like a guy wishing he had some meatloaf in front of him. The food or the singer, either would probably be more interesting to him than governing. Just about everyone who has fled this White House has commented on the president's short attention span and lack of interest in reading or listening to long, detailed briefings. As for Haley's claim that Trump is a truthful person, bless her heart. Though I'm not sure how she qualified it as actually going to win her any kudos from the president if he was actually listening. Did you notice she gave herself some wiggle room by saying, in every instance I dealt with him, he was truthful? It's like when Vice President Pence or other politicians respond to a question that they don't want to answer or respond to by saying, well, all I can tell you is what I saw. Actually, no. Y'all can speak to things you haven't seen also, but know to be true. For instance, I haven't been on the moon, but I know it's not made out of cheese. I'm sure Nikki Haley worked very hard as the UN ambassador, but she has eyes and ears and a TV like the rest of us, and Trump makes stuff up all the time on TV.
Many places, like California, the same person votes many times. Not a conspiracy theory, folks. Millions and millions of people. They vote many times, not just twice, not just 3 times. They vote like a circle. Come back, they put a new hat on. They come back, they put a new shirt on. President Obama wanted to meet, and Chairman Kim would not meet him. The Obama administration was begging for a meeting. If you go out and you want to buy groceries, you need a picture on a card. You need ID. You go out and you want to buy anything, you need ID.
What?
Groceries this weekend, and nobody carded me. Apparently, he makes stuff up in front of all of us, the American people, but speaks truth directly to Nikki Haley. Bless her heart. As for speaking truth to power, Ambassador Haley knows which way the wind is blowing in Republican politics, and she was willing to throw some people in the administration under the bus, just the ones who don't matter anymore. The ones who are no longer in power, no longer in the good graces of Daddy Dearest. Haley claimed that John Kelly and Rex Tillerson tried to get her to help them undermine the president, and when she stopped by the novelty sofa over at Fox and Friends, she continued to slam Secretary of State Rex Tillerson.
He's saying you're not telling the truth. I mean, that's so Rex.
So Rex, it's the long-awaited sequel to That's So Raven. John Goodman is going to star as Rex Tillerson, a spunky retiree with psychic abilities who uses disguises to get himself involved in age-inappropriate teenage hijinks. That's So Rex. That's coming next fall, streaming on Disney. So in summation, Ambassador Haley may have survived the administration, but it's not clear her reputation can survive her book tours, endless and kind of sad stops along Sycophant Street. Whether Pence gets the push and she somehow makes it onto the 2020 ticket or not, she'll certainly always be polling well on the ridiculous.
I'd rather look at her and look at Pence. What is that? Oh, what the heck? I'm going to regret this, but let's get it.
And his police and military supporters could make things very bad for his opposition. Here's the quote that he said to Breitbart, President. You know, the left plays a tougher game. It's very funny. I actually think that the people on the right are tougher, but they don't play it tougher, okay? I can tell you, I have the support of the police, the support of the military, the support of the bikers for Trump. I have the tough people, but they don't play it tough until they go to a certain point. And then it would be very bad. Very bad.
What?
Abby Phillip is out front at the White House. Abby, this sounds like a threat.
Well, sir, a lot of people are certainly taking it that way, Aaron, and it's not the first time that President Trump has used almost identical language to talk about his supporters in this way, talking about the military, the bikers for Trump, and others who he says are tough, and tough in a very specific way. The president also implying in this quote that the left is tough too. He used this language when he was talking about Antifa, saying that his supporters might be able to go up against Antifa at a campaign rally back in September in Missouri. And many people remember back in the campaign, President Trump talked about Second Amendment people, people referring to people who advocate for gun rights in this country, being able to stop Hillary Clinton from appointing judges, left-leaning judges to the court if she were elected president. So this is a president who has repeatedly used this kind of language, sometimes playing fast and loose with his words and leaving it open to interpretation for people to believe that this is a door open to people who might want to use violence in the public sphere. The president almost never clarifies, and the White House certainly doesn't either, but a lot of people raising more questions about the president's language here and why he doesn't do more to be clearer about his words if violence is not in fact what he is implying here, Aaron.
All right, Abby, thank you very much, and a really good point, right? If violence isn't what you're trying to talk about, then why are you talking about things getting very bad when you're talking about your supporters as the police and the military as monolithic groups? Up front now, Steve Cortez. He's on President Trump's 2020 Re-elect Advisory Council, and Keith Boykin, former Clinton White House aide. Keith, when you hear the president say things could get very bad, if police and military, the military get tough, what do you think he's saying?
I think he's clearly threatening violence or hinting at the possibility of violence. It's a part of a pattern that we've seen from Donald Trump going back to the presidential campaign, when he would consistently talk about he wanted to punch people in the face, tell people to knock the crap out of protesters. He offered to pay the legal bills for people who roughed up protesters. He just consistently behaved in a way that was detrimental to creating a collegial atmosphere in a presidential race, and he doesn't show any sense of he's learned anything since he's become president.
You know, look, I think it's important here to be very precise in talking about what the president actually said. And he did not in any way infer or say that he was going to use the military, meaning in an official capacity, or the police in any way. What he's saying is among those groups, he has enormous support, and that's very clearly true. And he's saying that those groups can defensively act with force if they have to, because there is no doubt that violence from the left is all around.
Talking about having the military in a violent confrontation with the left in this country?
No, I just said the opposite. I'm saying supporters of his who. No. This is exactly what I'm saying here. He's not saying the military or the police are going to take action. He is saying that among those groups, he has enormous support. Many, in fact,
you did say that, but then you continued to say they could fight in defense.
And I'm saying as individuals, and as individuals, not as a military force, not as police forces, as individuals, if they need to, they will defend themselves, because we've seen a marked rise in serious violence from the left, from Antifa and from other groups. Look, they are you can't blow this off. They are shooting congressmen. They are punching student activists in the face. They are rousting speakers from podiums on campuses across this country. And what he's saying is his supporters are tired of being pushed around. It's never okay to instigate violence, but it is very okay to defend yourself. And he's saying that if that's necessary, if the left continues the prevalence of violence, that his supporters will be forced to defend themselves.
Steve, we've never had a president like this before, who's not only encouraged violence in his campaign while a black woman in Louisville was pushed around, or a black man in Fayetteville was punched in the face. We saw that during the actual presidency of this guy, he went to Montana and he praised Greg Gianforte, a congressman, for body slamming a reporter. We have people who are out there who are Trump supporters who are sending bombs to this office at CNN where I sit today. People who have been engaging in violent activity. The President of the United States has encouraged this type of behavior, or at least hinted that he doesn't disapprove of it. When Charlottesville happened, when violent people were actually marching with tiki torches in Charlottesville, the president said they were very fine people. This is a guy who has a history
No, he did
of
not say
stoking
that.
them. He said they were very fine people on both sides. This is a guy who has a history
on
of
both
stoking
sides
the
of the
flame
monument
of
debate.
violence.
That's an incredibly important distinction. He said there were both fine people on both sides of the monument debate, and there are fine people on both sides. That's a serious debate. It's a historical debate. He did not say there were fine people on both sides of that protest. He did not say that neo-Nazis
even tried to use that defense. It's a good one, but no one's even tried to use it, so you just tried to use it now.
In fact, he said exactly the opposite. He gave a speech from the White House where he completely denounced racism. He called it, quote, repugnant to Americans, any form of racism. So he actually very specifically denounced the neo-Nazis who were
Why
there.
did he offer to pay the
but again,
legal bills for people who were roughing up people in his campaign rallies? Why did he go to the police chiefs and tell them that it was okay to engage in police brutality and rough up suspects? Why did he invite Ted Nugent to come to the White House for an Oval Office photo op after Ted Nugent threatened Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama with a machine gun? This guy has a history of playing loose with his words, and it's not helpful in a country that's already on the edge.
When you talk about a country already on the edge, can I just play what Michael Cohen said last week? Forget the messenger for a moment, Steve. Let me just play what he said.
Well,
given my experience working for Mr. Trump, I fear that if he loses the election in 2020, that there will never be a peaceful transition of power. And this is why I agreed to appear before you today.
There are people who have that fear. A lot of people. There's people on the left, there's people on the right. When the president says, I have the support of the police and the military, and if the other side plays it tough, it'll get to a certain point, and then it would be very bad, very bad. Isn't that the specter that a lot of people hear, Steve?
No. Now listen, I think he should be more careful with his words. I do. I think, for example, during this interview, he should have said, it's never okay to instigate political violence. Never. It's okay to defend yourself. It's not okay to be an instigator. And I wish he had said that.
Steve, he doesn't say it. He knows he could say it. He chooses not to say it.
No. Look, here's the difference, though. I think what you're doing tonight, Aaron, and what media has done to him since he entered politics is always ascribe the very most nefarious interpretation possible of his words. The American people don't hear him that way, though. We hear him as somebody who speaks very plainly, who doesn't speak in a lawyerly or political manner. So, for instance, when he said, and Abby mentioned in the preview to this story, she mentioned that, and I had to fight this a lot during the campaign, she mentioned his talking about the Second Amendment supporters who could stop Hillary. What he meant was not that they were going to shoot Hillary. He meant that they could use their political power as a political force to stop her judges, if necessary, in the Senate if she were to become president and nominate
I want to play. Hold on. Everyone stop for a second. I'm going to play some things that he said. The last one is the one about Hillary and the Second Amendment. I'm going to play.
Let's get it. Oh, commercial. Take a fine time to do a commercial. You wrong for that.
Knock the crap out of him, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise. I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, and if she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know.
Yeah, this guy has a history of playing loose with his words, intentionally designed to stir up and fan the flames of fear. Remember, Steve, when he went out there, he said he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a supporter. This is a guy who knows that his supporters are on the edge. He wants to tee them up to the point where during the 2016 campaign, he was even threatening that he wouldn't even accept the election results. This is what dictators do.
That was a very funny comment from him.
No, it's not funny for the President of the United States to threaten to murder somebody and to think that he has no consequences for doing so.
He didn't mean it was a joke. But here's the thing. You can't have it both ways, okay? Because here's what I hear constantly from the left, that he's a feckless president, right, who can't get anything through Congress, can't even pass a bill through the Senate from his own Republicans to back him on the border. But at the same time, he's a tyrant and a dictator who's going to use national security forces to enforce his rule. Well, which is it? Because those two things don't jive. In other words, if he actually had the tendencies... If he had the tendencies that he's being accused of by people like Michael Cohen, have no idea where he gets his evidence.
Just because he's not good at being a dictator doesn't mean he's not trying. Let's just leave it at that.
Final word.
He's an incompetent dictator.
That's the best you could probably say for him at this point.
Okay.
I wish the president had been more careful with his words in this case. I do, but I also believe that we on the right, when we are attacked by Antifa, by leftist violence, I live in Chicago, and I was at the rally that was shut down by a violent mob in this city that attacked police and Trump supporters. I think the Trump supporters have to be ready to defend themselves.
I'm in a building where pipe bombs were
Nobody
sent
should be
because
implying
of a
that
Trump
violence is an
supporter.
acceptable way to deal with political disagreement, and that's what comments like this imply. That's the fundamental issue, and I think we all agree political violence is unacceptable and un-American. So let's agree on that. Thank you both.
Wait a minute.
President today was out. Good that he came out to talk, but falsely blamed the Democrats for his administration of family separation practice. Today he said that the Democrats forced that law upon our nation. That is just a lie. Right. He is the president. He has the power to stop this.
I'm having chicken tonight.
So why continue this lie?
Chicken and encore rice.
Well, I think he does want it fixed with comprehensive immigration reform, but I think the important point here is, look, it's a tragedy, absolutely. And here we are on Father's Day weekend, right? It's a tragedy when children are separated from their parents, but the tragedy is because of the actions of parents. In this country, take immigration out of it. In this country,
hey,
if
Steve,
decide
before
to
you
break
go on
it
with
into
that,
somebody's home,
can you just please just be courteous enough and respectful enough to answer my question directly? I asked you a very simple, direct question.
If you
can go on and
make a
spin,
decision,
hang on. Can you just answer
I'm
my
not
question?
spinning. If they make a decision,
I asked you, and in the first part of the response to your answer, can you answer my question directly? Then you can back into spinning. I know that's why you're here. But I asked you why the president continues to lie about this instead of fixing this practice and blaming it on someone else where there is no blame there.
The president wants to fix it. All right, the president wants to fix it, and he offered an incredibly
why does he
reasonable
continue to
compromise
lie
that the
and say
Democrats
that it's a Democrat?
refused. Because the Democrats would not
It's not
come
the
to the
Democrats'
table when
law.
he said to them,
specifically today, he said, I hate the children being taken away. The Democrats have to change their law. That's their law. That is a lie. Please address correctly. Why does he continue?
It's not a lie.
Yes, it is
an
a lie. It's not a
American
law.
though.
It's not a law.
It's an American law, but it's not
a
Democrat.
law. It's not a law, Steve.
Well,
It's not
it's
a
certainly
law.
permissible by law.
It
It's
is a
permissible
practice.
by law, Don.
It's a practice, but it's not a law.
It is fine. It is a practice.
Okay.
It is a practice, and it's a
Yeah.
practice
And
that
Republicans rule the
was
House
instituted
and
by
they rule the
Democrats
Senate.
as well as Republicans.
And there's a Republican White House. So why does he continue to lie and say that it's a Democrat law? It's not.
Okay, look, you can call him a liar, or we can talk about how do we actually
I'm telling the
solve
truth.
this
He is a
crisis.
liar.
I agree, it's a crisis.
But I'm asking you to answer
it
the
is a
question
crisis at the
directly, and
border.
you won't answer the question directly. And every single person I've seen come on television today, whether it was on this network or another network, someone asks them directly about this lie that the president is saying, and they just spin and they won't answer the question. I'm asking you a very simple question. All you have to do is say, I don't know why he continues to lie, or you'll have to ask him while he continues to lie. But that's all you have to say, but you won't do it.
I would say ask
because
the Democrats. No.
it has nothing to do with the Democrats. The Democrats are not in charge. They're not in charge. They're in the
That we
minority.
don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We don't have 60 votes in the
The
Senate.
president
So they
can
matter.
stop
We need
this
Democrat votes.
right now if he wants to.
Okay.
He interprets.
And if he did, by the way,
what
would
can
he
be meted
encourage?
out
He
or
would
not?
encourage more people showing up with their children. And if you decide to commit a
Steve,
crime,
I really
and
want to be
come into our
respectful of you,
country
and I want to
without
talk, and I
permission-
want to hear your side, but I think you're incredibly disrespectful when you come on and I ask you a very simple, direct question that's so easy to answer, and you sit here and you spin and you lie to my face. That is disrespectful. And I know
I'm not
people
spinning, and
yes,
I'm
you
not
are. I
lying.
know people out there saying, "Why won't you let
No,
him
I'm
talk?"
not.
Because I think when you come on network, you have the opportunity to American people directly, and if you are not honest in your answers, then you are doing a disservice to the people who are
What have
watching.
I said that's
So
dishonest?
I
What have I
asked
said
you
that's
why the president continues to lie and say that this is a Democratic law when it is not a law and it was not
I
done
don't
by
know-
the
look,
Democrats.
I don't know
and
why
it
he
is not
calls it
the
a
same
Democratic law.
practice. Not the same practice as other administrations.
Oh,
Answer,
correct,
and I'll let you
correct.
speak
It's
now.
not.
So
No,
go
and
on.
that-
So answer
that-
my
that
question.
is
Why
correct.
does he
It is not
continue to
the
lie?
same.
And why won't he fix it?
Look, I don't know why he calls it a Democratic law. I don't know why he said that. Okay, I
Thank you for answering.
So I'm answering your question very directly there. Now, to the question of though, is this a new practice? It absolutely is. And the president, by the way, ran on this was his signature issue of his 2016 campaign was getting tough on the border, tough on illegal immigration within our country, and tough on the border. So no one should be shocked or appalled or surprised following through on that foundational promise of his 2016 campaign. Tougher? Absolutely he is, within the parameters of the law.
I like to just say a few things here. There's no such thing as a Democrat law. Laws are passed by the U.S. Congress.
I don't know why he said that.
So that's really unfortunate that he just won't take responsibility for his change of practice. In other words, he's not courageous enough to say what you just said. What you just said is awful, but at least it's true. This is my attempt to hurt children and thereby send a political message. You're willing to
protecting
acknowledge
American
that.
children, Don. No, hey, Don.
That was Van.
American
That was Van.
children
That's
matter?
not me. That was Van. Now it's Van. You can't see it.
Van, do American children matter? I mean, do we get the right to say who's allowed to be invited into our home? Or can anybody just break and enter into the United States of America?
This is a very important question for conservatives. And I want, if you just give me a second, I would like to speak to you as a conservative. Quick, Van. And then we'll come back. Listen, it's a question of values and character. In pursuit of even a noble goal, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to torture people? Are you willing to hurt children? The goal, I'll give it to you. Having a secure border, maybe that's a noble goal. But that's not the question. The question is, what are you willing to do? And if you're willing to torture, are you willing to murder? Are you willing to hurt children? Then you have a different section, a different set of moral questions to answer. We'll talk about it.
Stand by, both of you. I got to get to the break. We'll continue on the other side. We'll be right back.
Were you sexually abused by a...
I'm just enjoying watching the back and forth. I like to see that man squirm. He's squirming. He's squirming.
Exactly. So let's continue this conversation. So Steve Van was saying, what are you willing to do in pursuit of a policy? These are his words, and I think he's right. You can have a secure border, but you don't have to scar children. So go on.
Right, agreed. And by the way, these children, contrary to what Brian Karem said when he grandstanded in the White House briefing room, they're not being thrown into cages. They're actually being put into very humane, hospitable places with education and sports and good food and all that sort of thing. It's still a tragedy that they're being removed from their parents, but they're being removed from their parents because of the actions of their parents. If you decide on your own that you can break our immigration law and just show up at our country without permission, you are subject to prosecution. And when you're subject to prosecution for anything, anywhere in the world, you get separated from your children, and that's a tragedy for the child because they didn't have a choice in it.
But go on.
First of all, let me just say a couple of things. I assume that as a conservative, you are pro-life, anti-abortion. Is that correct? You are. So when somebody says, look, I want to have an abortion, you would say, listen, you don't hurt that child in the womb because of the choices of the parents. You weren't careful enough, something happened. You would say you protect children even when their parents make dumb decisions. Is that correct?
Yes, but
okay, so why would you apply that to the border?
If someone's convicted of a crime,
I'm trying to talk to you as a conservative. Why won't you protect children at the border, even if their parents made bad decisions? Even if their parents made bad decisions, why won't you protect the children? Why? And come on.
Do we separate criminal parents from their children
yes,
in this country?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Every single day.
And that's unfortunate. And the reason it's not working, because other administrations looking at the same families said all of these families aren't criminal. All of these people don't have to be prosecuted as criminals. And what they did is they wisely made a choice. Very few were charged criminally, others were detained. This president now says every single person is going to be charged criminally. And that is a choice.
What is your answer? Open border? Is that your answer?
And here we are.
Come in? If a family shows up, they're in?
Is that your answer? This is the tactic of a demagogue. You either say...
No. You're demagoguing.
Yes,
by the way, black and brown Americans have suffered more than anyone from illegal immigration. Our communities have suffered the most from tolerating illegal immigration for decades. So what should we do?
To babies.
About enforcement and build a wall.
To breastfeed babies. Therefore, do what?
That did not happen. That's a
that did not happen. It's been reported multiple times. Therefore, do what?
Yeah,
to
it's been reported multiple times by reputable people.
You can't answer the question because you know and I know that it is despicable and inhumane to scar children for life.
Okay, Tony, I will.
For the transgressions of their parents, and it's a choice. We can secure the border without scarring children. We can secure the border without hurting babies. And you know it, and I know it.
Okay, so this picture, this picture of the kid crying and the mom. Okay, so there's a kid crying there. Daily News says callous, soulless, craven Trump, and it's a mom there, and she's being taken away from her child
by what I assume is a Border Patrol or an ICE agent, and you're saying, well, the breastfeeding thing didn't happen. But there are multiple accounts of stories that are similar. So, Steve, go on. I'll just let you finish, please.
Look, in this country, forget about immigration for a second. In this country, someone who commits a crime, sadly, is removed from their child.
Yeah.
So we do this every day. So your logic's unsound there.
No,
man,
no.
it just is.
I know
Also,
a little
I
bit
think
more
we
about
need
the
to
criminal
protect
justice
first.
system and immigration than you do, apparently. All of these people
No, I
have
don't
not
think so,
been
actually,
charged.
but-
In the past, all these people have not been charged criminally. This is a new.
I'm not talking about immigration.
I promise you, we will be having this conversation. I appreciate both of you coming on. Steve, I appreciate you coming on. I asked you to come on. You should know from any guest that I've had on this show, I will invite you back as long as you're honest and you answer my question directly. I know you're going to spin. That's what pundits do. But just the courtesy for me and the people who are watching, just question directly, and you can spin your you-know-what all. Okay?
I don't know who that is. Let's see if we can find anything else here. Trump does not want you to see this film. Well, we know we gotta look at it now. You know we gotta look at it. Trump does not want you to see this film. I don't even know who made it. We gotta look at this. Hope we don't get flagged.
Conversation on TYT Network.
Young Turks.
Now, you know a lot of things that Trump has done terribly in America. If you watch the Young Turks at all, just watch one day, you'll know. But you might not know some of the terrible things he's done in other countries, including the UK, where he's taken on little old ladies in Scotland. He also did that here in Atlantic City, so there's a pattern with him. But there's a guy who's very familiar with it. It's Anthony Baxter. He's a director, former BBC journalist. He did Flint, which is a great documentary, but also You've Been Trumped, and that...
Wait a minute, time out. Somebody chatting in the chat. Go check it out. Tony says, ironically, considering that land was built by the hands of foreigners, if you want to come here, just do it legally, that's all. Tony says, this fairy tale that America is still a paradise is beyond me. I say, yes, Tony, the history lessons have now been corrected. Tony says, what you chomping on? Pistachios? No, sunflower seeds. Tony, the problem I have with immigration and the problem I have with the wall is, why do the immigrants come? Why do the immigrants come? I got salt all over me. Why did the immigrants come? I'm having Chung Lee. I'm having chicken Chung Lee. I'm gonna try to cook them thighs again. Hopefully I do it right this time and ain't no blood on the bone. I'm gonna let it cook longer. I should have played something. I was bad. I wasn't playing. about that, y'all. I had to go. I was pissed. Man. The reason they come here is because they come here for work. They come over here, they work under the table, they make that little bit of money, they send it home, and live like they rich. Now, instead of cracking down on the immigrants only, they need to start sending workers, immigration people, send them out there to them Lowe's, to them Home Depots, to them lumber yards where them immigrants show up. And when the people hire them, you lock up the white folk that hire them, and you lock up the immigrants, both at the same time. Not just one. Start there. Start there. You don't hire them, they won't come. Your problem isn't that they come. Your problem is they come over here, they take jobs that Americans should have, but the American bosses shouldn't be hiring them. That's one. And two, they send their money back overseas. 9, 10, 11 of them live in one house. And all they do is work and be in the house in shifts. And they sit there and they send their money home. In 20 years, they go home. They got enough money to retire on. That money not coming back into the United States. That's the problem. They can't control the money. Tony said, damn straight, the ones hiring to be first to go. That's right. They ain't saying nothing to the people that's hiring them. We, as American citizens, should be outraged. They should be hiring us to work them jobs at a decent salary with benefits. But they getting over by paying them immigrants. And then they mad because the immigrants not spending the money here. They not. It's about the money. They don't care about the immigrants coming in. The same way they don't care about welfare. They don't care about welfare. They don't want to live in them projects. They don't want to live around them drug deals. They fine. Take that little bit of money. They only get mad when they're in a restaurant and you come in there and you buy some steak with them daggone food stamps. Then they get mad. Look at them buy a steak. Look at them. Look at them walking around with the NBA jerseys on. Look at them women with them gold earrings. To be buying something for them children. That's when they get mad. They don't get mad that they give it to you. There's a reason why they give it to you. They keep you down. But when you don't do with it what they want you to do with it, that's when they get mad. That's when they get mad. Only that not that this generation is going to get their hands dirty anytime soon, black or white. If you pay them enough salary, they'll go down there and you pay them a good salary. I'm not going to pick no cotton for no daggone $2 an hour. I'm not going to stand outside and sell oranges for no daggone $2 an hour. $10 a day. I got my $10. Adios. You go out there and work for nothing. I can tell you right now, I work janitorial, I've cleaned toilets, I've cleaned stalls. You ladies, y'all keep the nastiest bathrooms, them bloody tampons everywhere, blood all on the walls. Y'all some nasty heifers. I've been in there and had to clean them. But you couldn't pay me to clean a damn horse stall. You couldn't pay me to clean a pig pen. You couldn't pay me to clean up behind some cows. Phew. I can't do it. I can't do it. I was just saying, y'all say what y'all want to say. Goddamn, y'all talk about men pissing on top of the toilet. You can wipe that off. Goddamn, how you wipe my blood? You can get a tissue and wipe that off. Put a little bit of soap on it, on the hand dispenser. Get a paper towel, and you can, fold it over twice and wipe it. Throw it in trash. How you get blood up damn wall? Makeup. Y'all been there fighting? Tony says, be right back. She going to eat dinner. All right, let's see what we can get into. All right, we did CNN. Let's see what's going on with Fox. See what's going on with Fox here. Oh, something here already. 4 hours ago.
Police say last night's violence started when a pro-Trump caravan of hundreds of vehicles arrived in Portland just as a counter-protest was getting underway. Police say some fights broke out between the two groups throughout the evening. They say shots were fired about 15 minutes after that Trump caravan had left the downtown area. Victim has not yet been publicly identified, and the shooter, as far as we know, remains at large. The mayor of Portland, Ted Wheeler, who also serves as that city's police commissioner, is set to speak at the top of the 4 p.m. Eastern or 1 p.m. Pacific time hour. That's just under 60 minutes from now. We will, of course, bring that to you live as it happens. But first, let's go to Christina Coleman, who's live in Los Angeles, with more details on the tragic and shocking turn on the streets of Portland last night. Christina?
Eric, this is the third consecutive weekend of tension escalating between competing groups of protesters in Portland. A caravan of Trump supporters with about 600 vehicles was making its way through downtown Portland when protesters attempted to stop them.
She is so pretty. Why she got to put the weave on her head? That's a pretty lady right there. Why she got to put that mess on her head? That's a beautiful woman. Why she got to put that mess on her damn head? I'm just curious.
By standing in the street, some Trump protesters fired paintball pellets and bear spray at counter-protesters, and they threw things at the Trump supporters. The shooting happened after most of the caravanners left the downtown area. Police haven't released details on the victim or said if the gunfire was directly related to the protest, but an Associated Press freelance photographer says the victim appeared to be a white man wearing a hat bearing the insignia of Patriot Prayer, a right-wing group that has frequently demonstrated in Portland and has drawn counter-protests. This morning, President Trump appeared to excuse or defend the provocative behavior of his supporters, while again slamming Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, tweeting, quote, "The big backlash going on in Portland cannot be unexpected after 95 days and of watching an incompetent mayor admit that he has no idea what he's doing. The people of Portland won't put up with no safety any longer. The mayor is a fool. Bring in the National Guard."
They have failed to protect their communities, specifically in Portland. And we've seen that. We have over 90 arrests, 74 different criminal citations that the FBI is pursuing against individuals. We need Portland to step up, bring this violence to a close, and I think you'll see a lot of this go away.
Mayor Wheeler has declined repeated offers to send federal law enforcement to the city of Portland, saying Portland doesn't need Trump's, quote, politics of division and denigration. Democrats accusing President Trump of fanning the flames.
You saw a parade of Trump supporters actually actively shooting paintballs at peaceful protesters. And the president, in my opinion, encourages that. He actually retweeted the people firing paint guns. So I think he only means to agitate things.
Also, there were still some protests and sporadic fighting and vandalism in downtown Portland after last night's shooting. At least 10 people were arrested, mostly for disorderly conduct. Arthel?
Well, let's keep it here. You almost got me.
is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. This is a special edition of the Situation Room. And we begin tonight with outrage in Portland, Oregon, from Mayor Ted Wheeler, not just at the killing that happened on the streets of his city, but at the President of the United States, whom he blames for inciting violence, not just over the past few weeks, but for the past 4 years. Here's what the mayor said.
It's you who have created the hate and division. It's you who have not found a way to say the names of Black people killed by police officers, even as people in law enforcement have. And it's you who claimed that white supremacists are good people. Your campaign of fear is as anti-democratic as anything you've done to create hate and vitriol in our beautiful country. You've tried to divide us more than any other figure in modern history. And now you want me to stop the violence that you helped create. What America needs is for you to be stopped.
The president immediately responded in his usual fashion on Twitter, calling Wheeler, and I'm quoting now, the wacky, radical, left-do-nothing Democrat mayor of Portland who has watched great death and destruction of the city during his tenure. And that was just one of dozens of tweets and retweets the president fired off today. Another actually questioned the official death toll from coronavirus, and that was deleted by Twitter. All this coming after one person was shot dead in Portland last night. But Wheeler wasn't the only person taking aim at the president today. His opponent in the race for the White House, former Vice President Joe Biden, also slammed President Trump in a statement saying this: the deadly violence we saw overnight in Portland is unacceptable. Shooting in the streets of a great American city is unacceptable. I condemn this violence unequivocally. I condemn violence of every kind by anyone, whether on the left or the right, and I challenge Donald Trump to do the same. Biden seems likely to repeat that challenge tomorrow when he speaks in Pennsylvania, posing one question to American voters, and I'm quoting now: are you safe in Donald Trump's America? Our CNN reporters are covering the story for us from Washington, here in Washington, Portland, all across the country. I want to go first to our law enforcement analyst, Josh Campbell. He's in Portland on the ground for us. So what did we learn from today's press conference, Josh? It was rather lively.
It was indeed, Wolf. This is a public safety crisis that's being fueled by politics here in the city of Portland. We know that there have been protests that have been going on here calling for racial justice, calling for an end to police brutality. That since the death of George Floyd at the hands of police officers in Minneapolis. But there's been this added layer, this toxic mix of not only protests but also politicians weighing in, including the president, blasting the city's Democratic leadership for these ongoing protests, many of them turning violent during the evening hours. We've heard local city officials here in Portland saying that it's the federal government, their presence, and the president himself who is causing a lot of the agitation and the anger. So this back and forth today, as you mentioned, we just heard moments ago from the mayor here, really taking aim at the president and his ridicule, saying that the president has caused a lot of this violence. We know that overnight, Wolf, it was a very violent situation here where we saw something that we haven't necessarily seen in weeks past, and that was this large influx, hundreds of pro-Trump supporters that came here to downtown in this caravan. Police tell us that there was this, there were these incidents of violence between those pro-Trump supporters as well as some of the counter demonstrators. Police making a number of arrests. One person was shot and killed. Our colleagues at the New York Times saying that that person had a pro-right-wing group insignia on his hat. And so there's been this question here among law enforcement experts that we've talked to and officials here in Portland. They're concerned that tonight might be even more violent because they're getting a sense from social media that there might be groups of people that are pro-Trump supporters that may be coming trying to seek retribution for the death of this man overnight. So just a very volatile situation. The one key takeaway we saw, in addition to hearing the mayor coming out and really forcefully telling the president that, look, you're not helping the situation, we also heard from police officials here in the city of Portland, and I got to tell you, there were a lot of eyebrows that were raised. I asked the police chief what the plan is for tonight. We know that there have been these reports that there might be this influx of people coming in here, more violence. violence. The police chief said that he couldn't talk about the plan because he hasn't yet spoken with the incident commanders for the day. And as I mentioned, a lot of eyebrows raised. Now we are almost over 90 days of protests here, and for law enforcement to not have a grasp of this situation really causes a lot of questions about how prepared they are. Again, officials here are worried about another night of violence fueled by both rioters, both the pro-Trump supporters that have engaged in violence, and you have law enforcement that's here as well trying to stop the violence on both sides. Not a good mix, and we're expecting more violence tonight, Wolf.
Yeah, that's not good. There's video from last night of Trump supporters shooting paintball guns at protesters, spraying some of them with some sort of aerosol from the back of pickup trucks. What are local police? What are the police saying about the individual who was shot and killed, and who may have been responsible for that?
So the police aren't saying much at all at this point. We did ask them at this press conference what's the latest on that investigation. All they would say is that they're asking people not to publicly speculate about what took place because their investigation is still underway. They are still gathering facts. They're appealing to the public, any witnesses, to come forward and provide information. But again, we all know social media is its own toxic mix sometimes, and there are already theories about what's taking place as far as this homicide overnight. But police officers aren't providing any information, and I got to tell you, again, circling back, the fact that the police are also telling us that they don't really have a plan yet that they're prepared to provide us details on raises those questions about whether they will be prepared for any more violence tonight. You did mention that one video, and this was taken by our colleague Mike Baker at the New York Times, that showed men in these trucks that had these Trump flags and American flags shooting paintballs into the crowd of protesters, and then the demonstrators throwing projectiles back at that truck. One reporter at this press conference asked whether police will be seeking to hold accountable the people in that video that were firing into the crowd with these paintball guns, which are not lethal devices, but can still provide serious injuries. And that's assault. What we saw there on that video, the police official not saying that they are prepared to really go after those pro-Trump supporters, only saying that they are always looking for evidence that leads them to hold people accountable. Not very forceful in that regard there. So again, you just have this volatile mix, Wolf, where you have video of protesters, you have video of a lot of this violence, and you have the police that aren't coming out and saying, at least fully, what their plan is to try to stop some of this nightly violence, Wolf.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another very, very tense situation during the course of this night in Portland. Josh, will stay in close touch with you. Be careful over there. As for the president, he had no public events on his schedule today. He did spend part of the day at one of his golf courses outside Washington, D.C. This the 294th time since taking office. And as I mentioned, he's also been very busy posting a barrage of tweets. Let's go to Jeremy Diamond. He's over at the White House for us. So, Jeremy, what else do we know?
Well, Wolf, we saw the Portland Mayor, Ted Wheeler, draw a direct line between the president's divisive rhetoric and the violence that you are seeing in some American cities. And the president was very quick to respond to that. In fact, responding via Twitter while the mayor of Portland was still delivering his news conference. Let me read you a part of that tweet from the president. The president firing back, accusing the Mayor Wheeler of being a radical left, do-nothing Democrat mayor. And then he also seems to suggest that he could send federal forces to Portland, saying he would like to blame me and the federal government for going in, but he hasn't seen anything yet. We have only been there with a small group to defend our U.S. courthouse because he couldn't do it. And then he goes on to say the people of Portland, like all other cities and parts of our great country, want law and order. And Wolf, the mayor of Portland, was then asked to respond to the president's tweets during this news conference as if they were speaking to each other via the media. And listen to how Mayor Wheeler responded.
It's classic Trump. Mr. President, how can you think that a comment like that, if you're watching this, is in any way helpful? It's an aggressive stance. It is not collaborative. I certainly reached out, I believe, in a collaborative manner by saying earlier that you need to do your part and I need to do my part, and then we both need to be held accountable. Let's work together. Wouldn't that be a message? Donald Trump and Ted Wheeler working together to help move this country forward.
Some companies still have HR stuck.
Come on, Grandma.
Now, look, Wolf, it certainly does seem that Mayor Wheeler is kind of speaking out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, he is directly opening his news conference by criticizing the president, and then he says, of course, that he wants to be collaborative. But there is no question here that the bigger game here for the president is that this is a great thing for him. Politically, this is exactly what the president is looking for. He is looking for a foil in Mayor Ted Wheeler, the mayor of Portland, and he is also looking to amplify these images of some violence that has taken place in some American cities as he charges into the rest of this 2020 presidential campaign. The president tweeting nearly 90 times this morning, amplifying some of the footage of these clashes between his own supporters and some of the Black Lives Matter protesters in Portland. The president even praising his supporters, retweeting a video in which they were firing these paintballs and pepper spray at some of these protesters. So there is no question that the president here is not trying to unify the country in this moment of division. He is only seeking to amplify things, and he certainly has not been urging for calm or urging for his supporters or the protesters on the other side to try and de-escalate this very volatile situation.
Well, volatile indeed. Let's not forget the president has, 85 million plus followers on Twitter, getting all those tweets. Jeremy Diamond, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much.
All right, now we're going to MSNBC. They got a commercial.
Mike, I think I got to go to you first on this. You were on the scene last night, and the footage that you provided is riveting, to say the least. Paint the scene for us and tell us what you saw.
I mean, yeah, it really became quite a volatile scene in downtown. It began with, as you said, this big rally of Trump supporters that began out in the suburbs, and their actual plan was initially to go into sort of around the highways of the city and not get into downtown, but a big chunk of these supporters peeled off and did go straight into downtown. And like you said, there were protesters that were there sort of confronting them, sometimes blocking their vehicles. They'd get into shouting matches. We saw some fist fights. We saw shooting with paintballs out of the backs of these pickup trucks, people throwing things. And so it really became a volatile situation and certainly ended with something much worse.
Were you physically harmed at all through the course of the evening?
Yeah, I mean, during one of the paintball shootings there, one of these trucks drove through an intersection. I think someone in the crowd maybe had thrown a water bottle, and this person in the back of a pickup truck just unloaded. I mean, just shot a whole bunch of paintballs. I was wearing a vest with the press on the front of it, and he shot at me, it hit me, and it just kind of continued down through the block. And then someone else came through right afterwards and was shooting mace or pepper spray into the same crowd, including myself.
I just want to paint the picture because some people may think a paintball, that's not too bad, but what does it feel like being shot by a paintball?
Yeah, I mean, it stings. I've got a nice welt right on my shoulder now. It's not a pleasant experience, that's for sure.
We're looking right now at the video that you shot last night of these protesters facing off with counter demonstrators. I want to stay with you, Mike, because I want to know, did you get the impression that some of these supporters were acting as provocateurs? Were they trying to provoke the crowd when they peeled off from the 600-member caravan?
Well, I think there was a little bit of joy from that crowd of the whole event. I mean, just the idea of gathering as a big group of Trump supporters and going into downtown Portland, given how much protest and unrest there has been in Portland. I mean, that was a bit of part of the whole scene. Now, when they got downtown, it was a bit more of just mutual clashes that were happening in some cases. Some people getting out of the cars and fighting with fists, and some people were, pushing protesters with their vehicles out of the way. I mean, it was really sort of just a nonstop escalation as the night went on.
So I know you've been up all night, and I thank you so much for coming back with us this morning. But what's the scene like this morning? Has it calmed down? Is it just, a mess there? What does it look like?
Yeah, so I sort of left the downtown scene at around 2 a.m. last night. There were still some protesters out in downtown, and I think there was a lot of tension there, a lot of fear that maybe some of the Trump supporters might come back, and there might be some sort of vigilante justice or some sort of violent conflict that has come out. I mean, when I've been out at the protest there, some nights you do see cars come by that drive in some sort of menacing fashion. And there's a lot of fear among the protesters that people are there that might cause them harm. And that was certainly a case early this morning.
We're seeing footage that you shot of these vehicles driving aggressively through crowds, and I have to say this is very reminiscent of Charlottesville. So with that, April, I want to turn to you. You were a Shorenstein Fellow at Harvard this year, and I know you studied this and the organizing of white supremacist groups in the digital space. In your work and research and reporting on this, we know there's systemic racism in law enforcement. Have you noticed any overlap? I mean, a lot of these protests are organized on social media platforms. Facebook has even, Mark Zuckerberg came out and said they regret not taking down a video related to Kenosha. What have you observed in you reporting on this topic?
Well, certainly since Charlottesville, we've seen an increased activity on Facebook, on social media platforms, particularly mainstream social media platforms, of people organizing around their shared hate. And, with regards to what happened this week in Kenosha and then has spilled into Portland, there was a Facebook page called Kenosha Guard that was, apparently like a local militia page that was formed since the end of May, around the protests that have sparked across the country against police violence. And that page was actually reported over 400 times, BuzzFeed reported, to Facebook, saying that there were calls to arms, calls for violence prior to the shootings in Kenosha earlier this week by, allegedly by Kyle Rittenhouse. And Kyle Rittenhouse has now become a meme across Facebook, across Instagram, and other mainstream social media platforms where people are actually celebrating him, right? So people now more are saying, free Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. And more what we're seeing after these shootings, and we saw this as well after the Christchurch massacre in New Zealand, which was broadcast live on Facebook by the shooter becomes a meme, right? And so we're seeing more and more social media actually become a place where this violence is celebrated, encouraged, and perpetuated. And unfortunately, when people are reporting that there's a propensity for this to happen, like in the case of Kenosha, where it was reported over 450 times that there was a call for violence on this page, Facebook still did not take the page down and said it was just an operational mistake, even though it was reviewed by apparently, 4 moderators.
So, April, you say this violence is celebrated, encouraged, and perpetuated, and I'm certainly, look, we know Donald Trump is not the first racist president in the White House, but have you noticed since this administration an uptick in the digital organizing around white supremacy groups?
Yes, I mean, it really has swelled since Charlottesville and the Unite the Right rally in 2017, which was also organized online. Since then, a lot of that organizing, which was kind of in more, less well-known corners of the internet, has now moved to popular platforms like Facebook. And as Facebook has moved towards private groups, we see more space for people to organize in confidence without, journalists watching, without people able to see what's happening in real time and report it. And then unfortunately, even when people do report it, as we saw this week, Facebook still fails to take action. And so, they say that they're pro-free speech. They say that they're also against violence and that they will take down, calls for violence when it's reported, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Hey, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down there for more.
All righty. Anything we're looking at before I go to the chat? Okay, let's listen to it. Check this out, y'all. And we're gonna pause that real quick. Let me take the chat real quick. See what's going on. Tony says, "Oh yeah, paintballs do sting like a mother. It even hurts more if it bounces off of you instead of splattering on you." Tony says Charlottesville was all staged. There was videos of busloads of Black Lives Matter and KKK riding on the same bus. Tony says interviewed the same actors from Orlando, San Bernardino, and Charlottesville. And he said, and Vegas. Tony said the elite have a huge chessboard with black and white pawns. Tony says you actually think Trump is calling the shots, same as Obama or the Bush boys. They're only the faces of the government reading the script. Liz says she got a link. All right. While we wait for Liz to get her link, let's go ahead and get this together here.
Clark Pujara, a historian and Afro-American Studies professor at the University of Wisconsin's Madison campus. Thank you so much for joining us. She's also the author, we should note, of Dark Work, The Business of Slavery in Rhode Island. So let me begin. Some people in this country have the misconception that racism is primarily a Southern issue. We're seeing this play out in Wisconsin this week. How important is it to understand the many ways in which white supremacy can be deeply rooted throughout the country, not just in the South?
I think it's essential that we understand that racism never was just a Southern issue, that it was a national one. And the misconception largely comes from the fact that most people think of slavery as being a Southern institution, of race-based slavery in particular, when in fact it was a national one. And I always like to talk about specifics when I remind people of that. So in 1827, a man by the name of Henry Dodge moved to the Wisconsin Territory then, wasn't a state yet. Dodge becomes the first territorial governor of Wisconsin. And his name is all over monuments, parks, buildings in the state. Very well known. What isn't well known is that Henry Dodge brought 5 enslaved people with him from his home state of Missouri: Toby, Jim, Lear, Joe, and Tom, who he held illegally enslaved in the Wisconsin Territory for over 11 years. Slavery was supposed to be prohibited in the Northwest Territories, but scholars have been saying for decades at this point that that ban on slavery wasn't worth the paper it was written on. And Henry Dodge held 5 people in bondage 2 years after he became territorial governor. And it wasn't contested much in the state, that race-based slavery operated even in places that we don't think it operated, like Wisconsin.
And one of the reasons why it's so important to know the history is to understand what's playing out today, right? And it gives us a better sense of what we're seeing on the ground. We're so familiar with these kind of protests in major U.S. cities.
All right, this one link.
We talk about a city like Kenosha.
This link is from Liz. Okay. Kenosha mayor prefers Trump not to visit at this point in time. Damn. Y'all see that? It was on mute.
The mayor of Kenosha, Wisconsin, said Sunday that he prefers that President Trump not visit, quote, at this point in time. The president is scheduled to visit the city on Tuesday to survey the damage from protests and clashes. Mayor John Antramian told NPR's Weekend Edition, quote, realistically, from our perspective, our preference would have been for him not to be coming at this point in time. All presidents are always welcome and campaign issues are always going on, but it would have been, I think, better had he waited have for another time to come. The Democratic mayor told NPR that the situation in Kenosha is, quote, not the situation, I think, that people perceive, that the people in Kenosha are rioting.
All right, man said, don't want you. Said, don't come, I don't want you. Man said, well, we good. Say where you at. We don't want you. John Lee said he was going to eat. I mean, I don't want to misquote her. She said, be right back. She's going to eat dinner. Oh, we've been on 5 hours already? Naya said, please play the link. We just did. Tony said, Naya did. Isn't this it? I said we're going to play the link from Liz. She didn't say. Let's take a look at our CV numbers here. We ain't checked on the CV for the reset. 6,173,234 cases of the virus so far in the United States. Deaths, 187,224. Closed cases, 3,610,984. 3,423,760. 95% have recovered. 187,224 died, 5%. So we still at 5% rate. All right, let's get the numbers. Here they go. California. 3,810 cases today. They lost 35 people. Texas, 2,757. They lost 67 people. Florida, 2,583. They lost 15. So Florida didn't gain on Texas today. Texas holding them off. They coming though. New York, 780. They lost 9. Georgia, 1,215. They lost 28. Georgia heading on that 3,000. Coming for you, New York. Illinois, 1,992 new cases. They lost 11. Arizona, 374. They lost 23. New Jersey, 153. They lost 3. North Carolina, 992. They lost 9. Tennessee, 835. They lost 22. Louisiana, 1,624. They lost 27. Pennsylvania, 561. No losses. Massachusetts, 199. 13 losses. Alabama, 1,346. 10 losses. Ohio, 1,013. They lost 6 people. Virginia, 938 new cases. They lost 1. South Carolina, 1,075 new cases. They lost 11. Michigan, what up, though? They lost 551. They picked up 551 new cases, and they lost 3. Maryland, my state of Maryland. We picked up 497 today, and we lost 6 people, and thank God I ain't one of them. Ooh-wee, we in Indiana, 879. They lost 6 people. Missouri, 1,161. They didn't lose any. M-I, a crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. Mississippi, they picked up 647 and lost 14. Washington State, 270, lost none. Wisconsin, 537 they picked up, they lost 3. The rise didn't affect them that much, but they talk about it. Minnesota, 932, they lost 2. Nevada, 447, no losses. Iowa, 818, 3 losses. Arkansas, 478, 12 losses. Oklahoma, 667, 2 losses. Colorado, 182, no losses. No stats for Connecticut. Utah, 448, no losses. Kentucky, 455, 9 losses. Kansas, 126, no losses. Nebraska, 293, no losses. Idaho, 190, 1 loss. Oregon, 261, 4 losses. New Mexico, 105, 1 loss. Rhode Island, no stats for Rhode Island. No stats for Delaware. District of Columbia, 34, 1 loss. South Dakota, 380, no losses. North Dakota, 218, 1 loss. West Virginia, 143, 1 loss. Hawaii, 200, 1 loss. Montana, 89, no losses. New Hampshire, 8, no losses. We having a good day in the country. Alaska, 44, no losses. Maine, 23, no losses. Wyoming, 36, no losses. Vermont, 11, no losses. No stats for Marina Islands. Puerto Rico, 298, 6 losses. Virgin Islands, 11, no losses. No stats for the military again. Veteran Affairs, 52, they lost 4. Federal prisons, 170, no losses. Navajo Nation, 9, and they lost 1. They got 9 and they lost 1. 6,173,234 total cases. New cases, 33,864 for the whole country, which is low. That's the lowest we had in a while. Total deaths, 187,224. We only lost 371 people today. Yesterday it was what? We had a good day. Hey man, went too far back. Went too far back. There we go. But yesterday, yeah, yesterday was a difference. Look at that. That's the first 3 I tell you that was a difference. Look all the way down. Yeah, we had a better day today. Yeah, we had 42,000 new cases yesterday, and we lost 954. So to only lose 360 something, okay, we had a better day. We had a better day. Well, what do y'all think? Y'all think we starting to get a curve? Tony said, my wife thinks she's going to sit and smoke weed on the couch and then vanish to our Pennsylvania house for a week while I work 55 hours a week. I'm sick of it. Liz said, oh, dear Tony, I'm sorry. Tony says, if I throw her out, I probably will have to pay her living expenses on top of mine, I bet. Tony said, meanwhile, my lady friend and I have so much in common and really connect. Tony said, she's a humanitarian like myself. We'll pray for you, Tony. That it work out for you. Get what you want. Anybody have any comments? I mean, we looked at a lot of stuff. What do y'all think? The numbers being down today, if they don't pick up by tomorrow, the Republicans is going to be more hesitant to do any stimulus now. The numbers look good today. You know what they're waiting for? They're waiting for the numbers to go down so they ain't got to give out nothing. Or they're waiting for a vaccine. They're stalling. Republicans been stalling, but now it's getting close to election time. Tony said, earn my dirty laundry on YouTube. Shake my head. Sorry, ladies. Tony, you part of the family, man. If you got something going on, you need to vent, then go ahead. Don't worry about what other people say. Cause I can say it now. Tony was in Brother Dog chat. He having problems with it right there. Can't pay them people no mind. Don't pay them people no mind. You handle your situation the best way you can. And don't worry about what somebody might say in another chat. I understand, you know, y'all got y'all places in certain chats and y'all like to hold them. But you only got to answer to Jesus and God. Or Jesus and Allah. That's what you answer to. Worry about what nobody else thinks. That's the truth. That was the case. I've been gone a long time ago. If I really care what these people thought. I've been gone a long time ago. But y'all let me know if there's a song made about me. I hope it's a good one. Oh. Naya said Chun-Li went for dinner. Tony says I've been living in this charade for too long now. Nah, I don't feel like it. But then if I go tonight, I'm not gonna go tomorrow. And we got a wrestling pay-per-view that's on right now. But I'd rather be here with y'all. I can watch that later. I still got to fill that MTA form out. I'm trying to think if I can make it till Tuesday. I got a pack and a half of chicken. But can I eat chicken the next 2 days? Question. I ate the salad too quick. That salad went quick. I mean, it went quick. Salad went quick. The sunflower seed. That was the only thing I bought for side orders. Them snacks I bought, they went the first night. Them boys went the first night. They ain't even last a night. I don't know. We just gotta hang on until Friday. Got it. Oh yeah, I gotta see if I can bring it over. Excuse me. Oh, that me yawn like that? All right, looks like we got hit up on Twitter. All right. They said Donald Trump was tweeting. But let's get it. Donald Trump says, the only way you will stop the violence in the high crime Democrat-run cities is through strength. Then he came back and tweeted, law and order. For that, disgraceful. That Big Ten is not playing football. Let them play. Trump again, rushing him out of the basement after seeing some very disturbing numbers. Don't worry, he'll go back to the basement soon. He's talking about Biden. Yes, Andy. Andrew Cuomo says we reported over 100,000 tests yesterday in New York. Highest number to date. Our infection rate remains under 1%. The takeaway, more tests does not equal more cases and mass work. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Mitch McConnell, the old fart. He says to my Democratic colleagues, the CV doesn't have a stake in this election. Struggling families across America need our help, and Republicans stand ready to deliver. Then why you didn't pass the bill 3 months ago, sir? Why you didn't pass the bill 3 months ago? Huh? Kamala Harris says, I join Joe Biden in condemning this violence. This can and must not be who we are. Americans deserve a president who will heal our country and bring people together, not fan the flames of hate and division. Joe Biden says the deadly violence we saw overnight in Portland is unacceptable. Shooting in the streets of a great city is unacceptable. Donald Trump said, how does the fake news not include online streaming numbers where Republicans blow the Democrat numbers away? Donald Trump again. A weak and pathetic Democratic mayor. There have been over 90 days of leftist violence in Portland. Hillary Clinton said colon cancer is taking too many young black men too soon. I'm heartbroken for Chadwick Boseman's family and friends, and for everyone who saw themselves in his role. He was a hero on screen and off, sending comfort to everyone grieving. Donald Trump again. God, Donald Trump tweets a lot, don't he? Trump tweets a lot. Man. Ted Wheeler, the wacky radical left do-nothing Democrat mayor of Portland, who has watched great death and destruction of his city during his tenure, thinks this lawless situation should go on forever. Wrong. Portland will never recover with a fool for a mayor. Donald Trump still talking about the same guy. He tried mixing with the agitators and the anarchists, and they mocked him. He would like to blame me and the federal government for going in, but he hasn't seen anything yet. We've only been there with a small group to defend our U.S. courthouse because he couldn't do it. The people of Portland, like all other cities and parts of our great country, want law and order. The radical left Democrat mayors like the dummy running Portland, or the guy right now in his basement talking about Biden, unwilling to lead or even speak out against crime. Will he ever be able to do it? He did do it. I read it earlier. Trump again. The 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. all run by Democrats, and this has gone on for decades. So, Bush, Senior, son had 2 years, and you've had 4, and you've done absolutely nothing for them cities. So what are you saying, sir? What are you saying? Bush Senior had 4 years? Bush Jr. had 8 years? And you had 4 years. And what have you done for them cities? Nothing. Trump again, everything a governor asks the federal government for with respect to the pandemic they got. They all said on tape the federal government did a great job. Governor Cuomo used the word phenomenal. The task force worked well with the states. Feds bailed out many states. Should have closed the country down, sir. We wouldn't have no TV. We going on 200,000 dead. You said Cuomo was an idiot Then you're trying to use him. Because he got it with no help from you. He got his numbers down after he was so severely attacked. And you were calling him bumbling and idiotic. And the people you praise, they 1, 2, and 3 right now. The people you praise, they 1, 2, and 3. You went down there and had that Georgia governor kissing your butt. Georgia is going to take out New York for the end of September. Mark my words. Trump said, great ratings and reviews last night, thank you. Says U.S. planning to cut military presence in Iraq. Trump said, disgraceful anarchists, we are watching them closely, but secretly protected by the racist left Democrats. Trump again. No, I want Big Ten and all other football back now. The Dems don't want football back for political reasons, but are trying to blame me and the Republicans. Another lie. But this is what we are up against. They should also open up all of their shut down states. So the CV actually went down today, and Trump asking for the states to open back up. The ones that are still closed. Numbers are coming down. They can't wait to throw you out there, I tell you. They can't wait. Man. Trump says if the incompetent mayor of Portland, Ted Wheeler, doesn't get control of his city and stop the anarchists, agitators, rioters, and looters causing great damage to innocent people, we will go in and take care of matters the way we should have taken care of 100 days ago. Donald Trump again. Antifa is a radical left group that only wants bad things for our country. They are supported by fools. My campaign, despite all of the fake news, fake books, and pathetic reporting written about me, and it has more spirit and enthusiasm than ever before, including the great and wonderful campaign of 2016. Trump again. Watch Mark Levin now on at Fox News. Topic: mail-in voting. Michelle Obama, only Chadwick could embody Jackie Robinson, Thurgood Marshall, and T'Challa. He too knows what it meant to preserve, to summon real strength, and he belongs right there with them as a hero for black kids and for all our kids. There's no better gift to give to the world. Trump again. The thugs who accosted Senator at Rand Paul and his wonderful wife Kelly, together with those who made threats to many other people who had just attended the Republican National Convention at the White House, must be sought out and immediately arrested. Well-documented evidence. Hillary Clinton says, what we saw last night sums up so much of Trump's administration. A law-breaking convention on your dime, on the lawn of your house. Celebrate a president is like a king for overseeing the needless deaths of 180,000 Americans and counting. Hillary said that about Trump. Nancy Pelosi, the official director of the National Intelligence Division to cancel all election security briefings for the Congress, is a shocking abdication of his responsibility to keep Congress informed. The American people have both the right and the need to know that another nation, Russia, is trying to help decide who their president will be. Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago. Early this morning, 2 officers were shot in the line of duty while protecting West Side residents in Homan Square neighborhood. I am relieved to report that both officers are stable and the gunman is in custody. Trump says the Democrats see chaos as their way, while President Trump sees the rule of law. Mayor at Ken Blackwell, thank you, Ken. Trump says, tone down the language, but true. Ted Wheeler is a useless effing idiot and a comic relief that gets everyone killed in a disaster movie. That's the mayor of Portland. Joe Biden, I believe there's not one single thing the American people can accomplish if we do it together. We're going to overcome these crises and emerge stronger than before. Donald Trump, great total numbers for the Republican National Convention, blows Democrats' National Convention away. Also much bigger fundraising numbers. Andrew Cuomo. The White House has learned nothing from CV. National threats require national leadership. It's been 6 months without a national strategy on testing or mass mandate. Only the federal government has the power to go to war with the CV. They are failing and the nation suffers. Donald says about the only way a person is able to write a book on me is if they agree it will contain as much bad stuff as possible, much of which is lies. It's like getting a job with CNN or MSNBC and saying that President Trump is great. You have zero chance. Fake news. Trump says Kenosha has been very quiet for the third night in a row since the National Guard has shown up. That's the way it works. It's all very simple. Portland, with the very ungifted mayor, should request help from the federal government if lives are in danger. We going in. Trump said just turned to Washington from Louisiana and Texas after tours and discussions concerning Hurricane Laura. Thank you to FEMA and all. God bless the families of those who perished. Trump says he's heading to New Hampshire. Trump says play football, Big Ten. Donald Trump said we will not stand for looting, arson, violence, and lawlessness on American streets. My team just got off the phone with Governor Evans, who agreed to accept federal assistance. Coalition do the same. Governor should call the National Guard in Wisconsin. Is ready, willing, and more than able. End the problem fast. Leading in Michigan, leading in Minnesota, leading all over. Sorry. Donald Trump. Joe Biden, remember every example of violence Donald Trump declares has happened on his watch, under his leadership, during his presidency. Donald Trump says Democrat leadership has no clue, request help. Donald Trump says Democrats hate that I called for Big Pharma to match the lowest prescription drug prices in the world by using a favored nations clause. Prices will plunge. Oh man, I'm getting a headache. I'm sorry, y'all getting a headache, but I read it to you. Read it all to you. That's the Twitter news. Not only do you get the news, we also give you the Twitter news. So Donald Trump playing golf and playing on Twitter. All right, Tony got a link for us. Time to see that. All right, y'all. They give my throat a chance to rest. Woo. Check out the linky dink. What we gonna do, y'all?
Let me put it very clearly. You have no constitutional right. Your public.
That's Alan Shishowitz.
You have no right not to be.
I know him from the OJ trial.
You have no right not to wear a mask. No right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you? No right not to be vaccinated, meaning if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. Refuse to be vaccinated. The state has the power. Literally, doctor's office, plunge a needle in your arm. If the vaccination
Where is that in the Constitution?
If the vaccination is designed to prevent the spreading disease. Vaccination is only to prevent a disease you will get. For example, if there's a disease that will kill you, you have the right to that, but you have no right to vaccinate against contagious disease.
He lost his mind.
Public health, the police power of the Constitution.
That man lost his mind. That man lost his mind. Is his name Dushewitz or Dusheshitz? I mean Splits. I mean Twits. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Check it out. Cuomo clashes with an evangelical Trump supporter. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Getting criticized, doesn't like it, we know what he does. Lashes out several times today at the Christian publication that said his immorality, much for them. The president insists, they insist that No president has ever done, no, this is the president. In defense of himself, he says, no president has ever done what I have done for evangelicals or for religion itself. Why do the people, character is what counts in politics. Why do they back this president? Evangelical talk show host Eric Metaxas is here. Before we get started, the best for Christmas, best for the holy days for your family.
I'm not a Jew, but thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I got to tell you, we're New Yorkers, so we're really Jewish, right? You were born in Queens. But right now we're talking about evangelical Christians. So what's your question, Chris?
I think that we went down the list of things. We don't play games on this show. However, if I said, would you say this about someone who just passed away? Would you say this about everyone? You'd say, no, I'm not saying that. I don't want any of the words.
Correct.
But you back somebody as a person of faith. Says all of them.
Yeah. Well, it's like my pilot has tattoos and he's on his fourth wife. He's an amazing pilot. I would prefer a pilot who has been married for 30 years to the same woman. Sometimes things are complicated, and I think that in this day and age, we've had such a dramatic choice. I mean, look, the day Hillary Clinton was chosen as the standard bearer for the party, and Trump was chosen, most people had a tough choice. It was not, it was not Ronald Reagan and whoever, Mondale or whatever. It was a tough choice for everybody. So you had to think hard about what matters. And I think that given the track record of Hillary Clinton, a lot of people like myself were scared to death at the thought of a Clinton presidency for many, many years. I think something happened to the Democratic Party over the last 30 years. It's not the party that we grew up with. It's not the party that it was in FDR's day. It's gone so far left that, in a way, if you want somebody who, let's say, respects the Constitution, is going to appoint originalist judges, not conservative judges, originalist judges who are going to call balls and strikes. At that point, your only hope to have a president with a GOP. Now, that's a serious issue.
Absolutely a serious issue. That would be the criticism, is you guys are just like every other political faction now. Want what you wanted. You're no better than anybody else.
Whoever said anybody was better than anybody. The first thing about being a Christian is you know you're a sinner and you're not better than anybody else. So
that's not the way you guys played it. You played it character counts. When Bill Clinton was impeached, you all wrote letters like Mike Pence saying, forget about crimes.
Right.
This is about cleansing the house. This is about morality, his behavior. This president passed none of those tests. And you know it. So if those tests don't matter anymore, it's just getting your judges and getting the political positions.
No.
So you might as well be like, the DJs of America. They have their own wants.
If you make it that transactional, I think fundamentally you're making a mistake. Anytime anyone votes for anyone, there are aspects to it that are like that. When we're honest, we mostly vote self-interest. But somebody really cares about America doesn't just vote self-interest. He votes for what's good for America. And so when you care about religious liberty, you can say, I care about myself, I care about my religious liberty. Or you can say, no, I care about the concept of religious liberty, and I care about everyone's religious liberty. And in a country that no longer prizes religious liberty, you begin to lose all your liberty.
Why do we not prize religious liberty unless you define that as your ability to exclude other people because you don't like them?
Okay, now that's sophistry.
And it's not sophistry. I'm making it exactly an analogy to the laws that Mike Pence went after, which was religious. Hold on a second. Religious liberty meant I'm a Christian. I don't want to bake your cake. I don't want to look at you. I don't want to sell to you.
I'm a Jew, and somebody comes in and says, bake my swastika cake. Hey, Jew, bake the swastika cake. Now, will the American government force the Jew to bake the swastika cake? Will the government force the Jew to bake that cake? We all know the government will say, you know what? We should have the right to get any case you want. Are you going to go there?
Of course. It was a terrible example.
No.
It was a terrible example.
No.
Nazis, gay people. Nazis, gay people. One is a pernicious death to your existence. The other one is not a pernicious.
If you just want to win an argument, you can keep going there. But I'm telling you that's absolutely ridiculous. The point is, if somebody... All right, let's take a better example.
Yes. How about that?
Yeah, but the point is, it doesn't matter. If you put it this way, in America, when somebody comes and asks you to do something that violates your conscience, okay? The reason I use the swastika and the Jews because everybody would say like that would violate a conscience. So we don't really care that the baker says, I'm here for everybody. We would say to him, if somebody brings in something offensive to you, you have the right in America to say, I'm sorry, go to the next baker. But in America...
Where does that end? What if it's black people? What if it's Greek people? What if it's Italian people?
We've been through this.
Yeah.
In the Civil Rights Act, we said that you can't say to somebody because of the color of your skin, I'm not going to serve you a hamburger.
Or your orientation.
Right? But the point is that if somebody comes into, let's say, to a Muslim, okay, a Muslim baker, and says, I want you to bake a cake, celebrating a Zionist organization, he would say, in America, the government should not force the Muslim baker to bake a cake celebrating Zionism. That's because of American principles called religious liberty and liberty in general.
Let me make it easy for you. I give you, okay, not about your rights. It's about what is right and wrong, and that is a different set of criteria that people of faith ascribe to. Not about what the law insists on, what the law empowers. You have a different set of standards.
Correct.
And I don't think this president, and honestly, I don't think you think this president, checks any of the boxes that matter to you in an individual.
Catholics who believe abortion is wrong, is a horrible sin.
That is the teaching of the church.
Right. Do you think that Catholics could ever vote for a pro-abortion state? Would they be violating their faith?
I say no.
You say no.
Because
Why?
they live in a secular society and the law respects the choice to have reproductive rights.
But
so
okay,
that is
you
your
just call it
society.
reproductive rights, which is also sophistry. We're talking about taking
sophistry because to
a
be
human
true,
life
Eric,
in the
to
womb.
be accurate, you are anti-choice. You think people should not have a choice of what to do with their body.
I'm anti-murdering the unborn. The unborn in America are now a marginalized group, and we legally say, it's legal now.
As soon as they are identified as people, as soon as that line, now if you really want to make
8 months
a fight,
along.
no, not
8 months long. By the way,
nowhere.
you happen to be related to somebody who took a stand on this about a year ago.
Nowhere in the law, all New York State codify Roe v. Wade. That's sophistry. That is taking a point and twisting it to upset people of faith. Why do that?
Because it's true.
But it's wrong. I just told you it's wrong.
Not wrong.
I'll bet you
All
dinner
over
anywhere
Europe.
you want. No, forget about Europe. I'll bet you anything you want, anywhere you want.
All over Europe,
all New
they
York
have
did was
laws
codify
that
Roe
say
v. Wade. Why lie about it?
after 12 weeks in the womb, we're not going to kill that because we believe in America,
Then do the research.
when we say 20 weeks or 24 weeks, people freak out and they say, no. We want to be able to take the life
You
of
have
the
a
child.
viability test. We went through this. Here's what
Did
your
we
argument.
go through this? Who went through
That's
this?
Roe v. Wade. What
Well,
you
you-
should
you
do
and I-
is, this is what people of faith should do. Instead of weaponizing and distorting the truth, here's what you should push for.
Tell me.
We need to have more scientific research about when life begins. There's too much of a range. Different religions feel different ways about it, have their own equations. Why don't we have people decide what the standard should be?
5-month-old fetus.
I'm not a scientist. I know what the law is.
That is like when Obama said, that's beyond my pay grade. Most people call it a baby. I
here's
get an
what I'm saying.
ultrasound. My wife and I go to get an ultrasound. We get the baby 4 months along. We go, that's our baby.
You have a
That's
choice
our
of
daughter.
a lot of candidates who believe what you believe in when it comes to reproductive rights.
Right.
Why get behind a man who makes a mockery of your faith?
I certainly don't think, most people that I know do not think he makes a mockery of our faith.
Does he practice
It's only
any
people-
of the things that you think are important?
Here's
for
what
an
I find
individual?
interesting.
Hold on, no,
most people
Eric,
who are
answer
not
my question.
evangelicals like you
I'm not an
talk
evangelical.
about my faith.
Yes.
Well, let's talk about your faith. You're a Catholic.
Yes.
Does he make a mockery of the Catholic faith?
If he said he were Catholic, yeah, he does.
Okay.
He does not practice humanity. He does not practice decency. He does not love mercy. He is intentionally unkind. He is mean to opponents. Puts himself before the collective. He doesn't honor his oath. These all matter to us, don't they?
Yeah, but I disagree with that. We were talking about Mark. We never got to Mark Galli's editorial in Christianity Today.
Okay.
That's why we're here, right? Because he wrote an article.
No, I wanted you here because I don't understand how people believe what you believe get behind somebody who does not. Unless you're just going to say it's transactional.
When in the world have evangelicals ever supported someone just because he ticks off the faith boxes?
When you used to say character counts.
Well, wait.
A person who is
So you're saying
moral,
only...
I watch all the wrestling online. I don't need to look at no count, and I can watch it.
Confederate symbol.
And I can watch it in 1080p. So What's your point? And if anybody want the link, let me know. If anybody want the link, let me know. I mean, think about it. The pay-per-view was on. I was in there live streaming. You know why? Because I can go watch that pay-per-view anytime I want. I'm not snapping at you. Believe it or not, let's do this now. I have 2 FCT channels. Do you not? Dang, this dude got 920 people watching him. Damn. Go ahead. Pass out. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. I'm eating sunflower seeds. Because I'd rather spend time with my people. I got the chicken in the think fine. When I get off of here, I'm going to put on the pre-show while I'm cooking. And I'm going to watch the pay-per-view. If I fall asleep, I get up and watch the rest of it. Then I'll watch JD from New York. See what he say about it. Tony says OJ, he was Epstein attorney. I know him from Court TV. Somebody always asking him. And I would check with Alan Dershowitz. Where I know him from. All right. Tony, did we see your link? Is that a new link? Check out the new link here. Check out the new linky dink.
Let me put it very clearly. You have no constitutional right.
Oh, you already saw it.
Injure the public and spread. If you disagree, you have no right not to be vaccinated. You have no right not to wear a mask. You have no right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you? No right not to be vaccinated, meaning if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. If you refuse to be vaccinated, the state has the power, literally, doctor's office, and plunge a needle into your arm. If the vaccination
Where is that in the Constitution?
If the vaccination is designed to prevent the spreading disease. If the vaccination is only to prevent a disease you will get, for example, if there's a disease that will kill you, you have the right to refuse that, but you have no right to refuse vaccinated against a contagious disease.
Welcome back, Tony.
The police power of the Constitution.
It was so short. I ain't mind. It was so short. I ain't mind playing it again. It was so short. So, What are you gonna do, Chong Lee, if they come out with a vaccination and they want to test it on you, and you say no, and they say, oh, we're gonna make you take it? We're gonna send the police to your door, and they're gonna drag you in, and they're gonna hold you down while they put the needle in your arm. What are you gonna do, Chong Lee? I'm gonna tell you the same thing I said about the death penalty. It ain't gonna be no easy go. I ain't gonna walk down the hall. You gonna have to drag me, pulling, kicking, and screaming. I ain't gonna be no easy go. I want to wait 6 or 7 months to see side effects. See if the numbers actually come down. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump said the day before the election that he had a cure for the disease, and the people vote for him, and then a month later, the CV ain't changed and it's still going up. So what would you say? What would you say, Chong Lee? Where did Tony go? What would you say, Tony? The 2 days before the election, Trump said he got a cure, and he not gonna give it to you unless he get reelected. And then you elect him, and then he turn around and say, "Oh, I thought it worked. It didn't." Like the high court thing. Would you vote to impeach him? I'm asking y'all. Would you vote to impeach him? Would you run him and Pence out of town on the rail? Would you say you ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here? We don't want you. We don't need you. Tell them, say, we don't want you. And we don't need you. Get about that White House. We're going to put you in the poorhouse. Put you in the black house. So I want to listen to that whiny man talk about Trump again. Nah. Is there anything here? Where the news at? All right, let's check this out.
Well, still very active scene here. This happened about 3.5 hours ago now. Chicago police say a white SUV pulled up in front of this restaurant and multiple offenders got out firing shots. The man who died, police say, was the intended target. In the process, 4 other people lunch outside were hit.
We all see this every day. We go through this on a daily. It's sad, really.
Trayvon Roberson learned his 42-year-old cousin was one of 6 victims hit by gunfire around 1:30 this afternoon inside this outdoor dining tent at the Loomis Pancake House at West 116th Street and Western.
We hear it was a assault rifle type.
You know you don't go to
Pancake
House.
Heard the gunshots.
Like 30 or 40. It was a lot.
How scary was this just to be?
I think it was very scary.
No, I haven't ate yet. I'm gonna eat when I get off of here.
The coolers in the restaurant.
I got the chicken and that's fine.
Saw tables and chairs flipped over and 1 man dead inside the tent. 4 other adults were shot, including 3 taken to Christ Hospital and 1 other patient to Little Company of Mary.
Just hope for better days, really, and that maybe it could slow down or stop at least. I know it probably won't stop, so because like she said, just a normal day, out with your son, having a bite to eat, and something like this happens.
And just a few moments ago, we had a chance to speak with a family member of the man who died. That woman confirms that the victim is 31-year-old Devon Welsh of South Shore. She tells us that he was here eating lunch with his girlfriend and 3-week-old baby. Now, again, here's what we know about the other victims. 3 adults, 2 women, and 1 man taken to Christ Hospital in critical condition, but the man has since been updated to stable. And then 1 other woman, a 30-year-old, taken to Little Company of Mary Hospital. She is reported to be in good condition.
Man. But let's keep it going. Yeah, what the hell? Like the commercial. Let's keep it going. We in Chicago. We in shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up.
Officers descended on Stroger Hospital this morning after 2 of their own were
Shoot 'em
shot.
up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up.
When officers leave home for their work shifts every evening, they never really know what the day holds, whether or not they'll be asked to make the ultimate sacrifice. Tonight, they weren't asked to make the ultimate sacrifice, but 2 of our officers were shot.
It happened around 2:30 this morning during a traffic stop on West 5th Street near Spalding on the city's west side.
Like a soldier
Police say
crime.
officers pulled someone over and saw a gun inside the car. They told the suspect to get out, but he locked himself inside. The officers then physically broke the car windows in an attempt to arrest him.
The struggle ensues. Shots are fired. The suspect shot the officers.
Both men in their early 20s were taken to Stroger Hospital. One was shot in the chest and shoulder. He's in good condition. Dozens of officers lined up to salute him as he was released. The other was shot in his chest, back, and arm. He's in serious condition but stable and had surgery this morning.
He did sustain a serious injury to his lung. He also appears to have sustained some intra-abdominal injuries.
The supervisor on the scene is the one who drove the 2 officers to Stroger Hospital in his own squad car, which was parked outside the ER.
The quick response and thinking of their supervisors, their sergeant, likely saved precious time for their treatment. That really is important when you have bleeding gunshot wounds. The time is critical to get the treatment started. So that sergeant, again, as the mayor said, should be given really good feedback on his quick response.
The 2 officers are both part of the recently formed Summer Mobile Unit assigned to target hotspots of violence in the city. They've been on the force for 2 years.
This was another instance where our brave officer took someone off the street who had a very dangerous weapon and could have been wreaking havoc in a neighborhood. So that neighborhood, our neighborhood, is safer tonight because of the heroic work of these 2 officers.
A third officer who responded to the scene shot the suspect. I'm told he's in critical condition at Loyola University Medical Center. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability is now investigating.
Hey, my friend, it is getting real. I was at the grocery store.
Woo. What do you mean here? Uh-oh, WJZ, that's Baltimore.
Bizarre turn of events at a Walmart in Elkton. Police.
Nah, it's a Walmart. You know a Walmart ain't in Baltimore City. It's got to be in the county somewhere, one of the counties. Let's get it.
A shoplifting spree ended with one person dead. WJZ's Rick Ritter has more on the trio of women at the center of it all.
Police say it all started when 3 women entered this Walmart in Elkton, trying to steal hundreds of dollars worth of merchandise. But before they could even leave the parking lot, things took a deadly turn. Take a good look at 38-year-old Charmaine Mayo, the woman authorities say ran over and killed her own friend trying to flee from a shoplifting spree.
For me, it's really sad to see that someone just could dehumanize someone like that and leave the scene.
It happened around 1 o'clock in the morning last Saturday. Police say Mayo and her 2 accomplices, Denisha Harris and Kenesha Cunningham, tried leaving this Walmart off Pulaski Highway without paying for over $1,000 worth of merchandise. A security officer followed the trio out and tried snapping photos of their car. That's when the incident takes a wild turn.
In an attempt to conceal the tag, the victim, Kenesha Cunningham, jumped on the trunk of the vehicle.
Police say Mayo was behind the wheel and reversed, hitting a curb, leaving Cunningham trapped under the car, before reversing and hitting another curb.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, total disregard for life, in my opinion. They didn't even attempt to render aid.
Cunningham was pronounced dead on the scene, while the other 2 suspects fled on foot and were quickly apprehended. Shoppers are now trying to fathom the crazy story.
I can't believe they even, that even happened.
Not even, try to help them. They just ran. That blows my mind.
Left outraged over how a shoplifting incident could escalate to this.
No need for it to rise to that level of violence where someone loses their life. Totally outrageous.
Police say Harris was charged and then released on her own recognizance. The 38-year-old Mayo is now facing charges of negligent manslaughter and negligent auto homicide. Police say she was put behind bars, but then bonded out. In Elkton tonight, I'm Rick Ritter for WJZ.
That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Say what y'all want to say. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. That for some stuff you shoplifted from Walmart. Some stuff that you shoplifted from Walmart. Anybody else have any links they want to share? Y'all know how crazy that is? 3 women went to a Walmart. They went out because you gotta go to the county. And here's the problem. They was out Elkton. You know how many black folk out there? Not many. They tried to run. Where they gonna run to? Where you gonna go? Who house you gonna hide in? They was miles from the city. No, actually, wait a minute. Elkton. I'm trying to think, is that the one on Washington Boulevard? If it's the one further up, man, shoot, it's the damn lonely highway. Where were they gonna run to? Boy, they was gonna stand out like I don't know what. There's a couple black folk out there, not many. They find them easily. They said they rounded them up quick. Like, hey, what you doing out here? Where you live at? Oh, your ID say you live in Baltimore City. Doing way out here, child? Doing way out here. How you get out here? Don't no bus come out here. How you get out here? Only way to get out here is the Mark train. Let me see your Mark train ticket. Yeah, they got you. That's what happened. That's why they put the stuff out there in the boonies. They know you're coming back to the city. All they gotta do is lie and wait. If I was on foot, which way would I go? There you go. That's all. You're not gonna run into anybody. Well, what are the chances? A white man gonna say, come on in. Come on in and sit a spell. You know, you look kind of cute for one of them niggers. You look kind of cute. Come on in. Nah, not gonna happen. They had no way to go, y'all. I don't know why they ran. They were gonna get caught. If the man was taking the license plate, all right, you caught. Just get his stuff back. Say, here you go. You got me. Here you go. Here's the stuff. All right, have a nice one. I would have dropped all the stuff and just said, all right, got me. And left. They wasn't trying to lock him up. They just got the license plate. They wanted the police handle it. So, hey. How the security guard let them get all that stuff out of there, I don't know. How they made it to the car. That's why I say, y'all wonder why I'm so amazed by the security guard at that mall in Atlanta. He had to watch that whole thing, front and back, and it got an upstairs too, and the other stores on the block. How did he handle all of that? You wonder why I'm amazed. Imagine being in a Walmart. Now, they got cameras in there, but suppose you on one side of the store and somebody leaving out the other side of the store. By the time you get to the other side of the store, they gone down the road. I can't imagine. Right, they got all cameras in there, and yet they was able to get out to the car. How come nobody said, hey? At that point, you let them go. They have defeated all your security. When they leave the store with the product, technically it's theirs. You let somebody leave. And it's only one of you and it's three of them. And you're a security guard, how you gonna stop three people from leaving? And then they women, so you can't beat them up. But the simps will come to that rescue. Guarantee you, it was some black male simps in there somewhere. Security guard is beating up black women. Super simp to the rescue. Let me fix my glasses. Let me fix my pocket protector. But super simp to the rescue. By the time you finish wrestling with the super simp, they gone. Super simp. That daggone Shane, she ran over her friend. That's what I'm telling you. A lot of the women nowadays, they don't care about nobody. Y'all gonna get mad at me, but it's the truth. How could you sit there and run over your friend and know you ran him over and you leave anyway? You know, there you go. There you go. See ya. Wouldn't want to be in. That's rough right there. Y'all gonna make as many excuses y'all want to in the chat. That's rough right there. That's rough. You don't even see if she all right. You just say, hey, I'm gone. Hey. All's fair in crime. It ain't fair in love and war, and it ain't fair in crime. All right, you did. Okay, well, there you go. They'll fool with you, man. We can get away. Sad part is, they could have gotten the car. They was in the car. Why they didn't go ahead and drive? At least get near the city line and then get out and blend in. I'd have parked the car, jumped out and blended in. There's a MARC station. I would have went and got me a ticket for the MARC train. And the cops would have came. Hey, you, what are you doing? I'm heading home. Been a long day at work. Well, what's up with you? Oh, we looking for some women. Oh, okay, well, keep looking. What, you looking for a wife? Looking for some women? Yeah, I was sitting there like, I'm sorry, I'm already taking. Y'all have a good one, though. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Oh, here come my train. All right, y'all have a good one. That's what I would have done. But, you know, they wasn't thinking. I'd have been nice and relaxed. Cops would have came by. What you doing? I'm waiting on my train. Waiting on my train. Be like, I'm waiting on the train. The train. Trying not to be on the chain gang. The chain gang. But not then. They probably walking around. Where am I at? Oh. You know, they probably didn't drive for a living. See, I would have known. Certain roads take you to dead ends. They probably kept hitting dead ends because that highway Route 1 cut right through there. And then we got the highways. We got the highways that go to the airports. And it's actually a big gulf. And you can only cross on certain roads. And they know the way for you. The cops know you can only get across certain ways. They just wait for you. People don't realize that. They don't realize that. You can only go certain ways. They just sit back and wait. It'd be different if they was in the city. Y'all see how many different ways I can take to get home? But you can't do that in the counties because the counties ain't like that. They ain't congested like that. You know, everything is spread up. Tony says, and they spend money paying fines. Well, like I said, and the other lady, she got lucky that they let her go. Because she could have been charged with attempted murder. She was in the car when they ran over. Right there with him. Go, go, go. Not, hey, she trying to block the what's it called? They should have got out and beat the security guard up. Y'all was trying to fight a man. They should have got out there and beat the security guard up and took the phone. I'm just saying. They still would have got caught, though. I mean, you know, you got caught, you got caught. You want to play the game. You know, now instead of doing, you know, community service or something, this woman probably going to be looking at 25 years in prison. For what? For what? Some DVD players and some MP3 players and a TV or some cheap clothes out of Walmart. I mean, I'm just saying, what? Talk to me, y'all. Y'all are ladies. Explain to me. How you say the heck with your friend? You know, put on you. Damn, I killed you. Oh, well. It didn't say if they was related. Lord, suppose they was related. Oh, Lord. They ain't be like, we ain't coming to see you. We don't take care of people that kill our own. You killed one of our own. What make us think we want to come huddle around you? John Lee says I'm right. I just tell the truth. Truth hurt. Cause I know it's people watching and ain't saying nothing and they going, there go Papa Dak again. Well, you explain to me how a life is more important than some $10 clothes out of Walmart. Somebody talk to me. I'll listen. You killed your friend over some $10 items that you could have just marched back in there and paid for and got a little citation, paid for, or put it back and got a little citation. And you show up in court, and chances are the judge will throw it out because she got so much stuff on the docket. Chances are she'll just throw it on. You know? You left your friend there knowing that you ran her over. You had her hemmed up. You so scared and nervous that you run her over, hit the curb, and then drive forward, hit the curb, and say, the heck with it, let's go. If I was in the passenger side, I wouldn't have went nowhere. I just sat right there and said, hey, I came out here with them. They said, asked me to come along. I didn't know they were stealing. Here's my bag. I paid for my stuff, got done it. I just came to get out the house. I don't know what the hell they were doing. He told me to run. I said, what I'm running for? I ain't done nothing. I'm telling you the same thing. What am I going to run for? I ain't done nothing. But that was my ride home. I ain't got no ride home now. How am I going to get home? See, Robert Dash think quick. You know, I'd have made a damn good criminal. If I wasn't a minister, I'd have been a darn good criminal. I told the cops, how am I going to get back to Baltimore? Ain't no buses out here. That was my ride. Where was I going to go? She pulled off. And she left me sitting there. I'm still sitting there. How am I going to get home? Can I drive a car home or is there evidence? How am I going to get home? I came out here to get out the house. I ain't come out here to see you. Get no daggone police chase. Somebody dead. What the hell, man? Sean Lee said it's not worth it. She said, be right back. She have a call. I was just asking y'all, what the person that was in the passenger side, why would you run? I would have sat right there. Yeah, I saw what they were doing, but that was my ride. How was I going to get home? I'm out here in the boom coons. We out here in the sticks. I can't go get on the bus. I ain't got no $40 for no cab ride. That was my ride. They did what they did and they got away and had nothing to do with me. Why you trying to link me in with them? They asked me to come out here. I told them I ain't had no money. They said, come keep us company. You ain't doing nothing. I said, well, you're right. I ain't doing nothing. They promised to take me out to the pancake house. I was expecting to be shooting there or something. I wasn't expecting nothing to go down to Walmart. Oh, shucks. Let me stop. But that's crazy, though. To sit there. Oh, we ain't going over 6 hours again. Doggone it. We ain't done it again. This video ain't no good. We ain't making no money off this. Well, we got some donations, so that's good. Uh-oh. 2 days ago, going back to Baltimore. Well, it's a Maryland State Trooper. It's a Maryland State Trooper, so.
Lightning early morning on 95 in Howard County.
A state trooper got dragged down the highway after trying to pull over a suspected drunk driver. Moments later, the trooper shot and killed that suspect.
And WJZ investigator Mike Helgren is live at the State Police Barrack in Jessup. He has this developing story. Mike?
Oh, Rick and Denise, this is under investigation by the Howard County State's Attorney's Office and the Maryland State Police. This shut down I-95 for hours during the morning rush. And tonight, we've got the tense dispatch calls for help. You can hear the urgency from police in these radio calls WJZ obtained from the chaotic scene that shut down I-95 in Howard County early Friday morning.
All right, everybody. Northbound 95.
Shots fired.
Shut the highway down.
We have any suspects outstanding?
No, we can't find one of our troopers right now.
A Maryland State Trooper was dragged almost half a mile down the interstate before being thrown into the median, and he shot the suspect who was driving this red Ford Escape dead.
The trooper yelled repeatedly at the driver, telling him to stop and warning him that he would shoot. The driver refused and continued to accelerate down the interstate.
The state police superintendent tells WJZ it started as a drunk driving enforcement stop. The troopers saw the SUV weaving through lanes on the interstate near Route 100 in Elkridge, pulled him over and called for backup, which is standard procedure for a field sobriety test.
It's scary, man, because it's like I could have been on the road. You know, anybody could be on the road at the time, and you know that's dangerous.
Police say Moran Ruiz had alcoholic beverage containers in his car, along with a machete within reach under the driver's seat, but they were unable to say whether the officer knew about the machete or was threatened with it. Dash-mounted cameras on the trooper's car captured the incident. State police do not wear body cameras. The superintendent would not say whether that video will ever be made public.
That determination will be made as the investigation progresses.
You can hear the moment the trooper, a 3-year veteran, was found alive.
He's okay in the media. Just stay down.
And he is lucky to be alive. That trooper is on administrative leave, which is routine after incidents like this. Reporting live in Howard County, Mike Helgren, WJZ.
All right, I'm going to tell y'all now. Oh, well, hold on a second. We got an update. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got an update on this. Wait a minute. Got an update. Oh, the press is there now. They don't go nowhere, y'all. Hold on. That's that TV tower.
Right now, Maryland State Police hold a press conference about the overnight fatal shooting involving a trooper. Let's take a listen.
Colonel Woodrow W. Jones III, Superintendent of the Maryland State Police. Colonel? I'm Colonel Jerry Jones, Superintendent of the Maryland State Police. With me today are Lieutenant Colonel Roland Butler, Chief of our Field Operations Bureau, and Lieutenant Gary Carpenter, Commander of our Waterloo Barrack. I'm here to provide preliminary information known at this time regarding a fatal shooting by a Maryland State Trooper early this morning on I-95. Just after 2 a.m. today, a uniformed Maryland State Trooper operating a marked patrol vehicle was working DUI enforcement on northbound I-95 in the Elkridge area. The trooper saw a red Ford Escape weaving across lanes of I-95 and exhibiting signs that the driver may be impaired. The trooper activated his emergency equipment and initiated a traffic stop in the area of northbound I-95 near Maryland Route 100. The driver of the vehicle pulled to the right shoulder of the interstate. Believing this was a potential DUI driver, the trooper called for backup. He got out of his car and approached the driver's side of the vehicle, making contact with the driver and sole occupant of the vehicle. The trooper saw that the male driver was exhibiting signs of impairment, and he saw alcohol containers in the vehicle. After the backup trooper arrived, the trooper asked the driver to exit the car so he could conduct a standardized field sobriety test. The driver repeatedly refused to get out of the vehicle. He provided no identification and gave the trooper what has turned out to be a false name. The trooper then saw the driver put the vehicle in drive, and he reached inside to attempt to stop the driver from fleeing. With the trooper leaning inside the vehicle, the driver accelerated away and drove down the interstate, dragging the trooper alongside of his vehicle. The preliminary investigation indicates the trooper yelled repeatedly at the driver, telling him to stop and warning him that he would shoot. The driver refused and continued to accelerate down the interstate. Fearing for his life while being dragged by the car, the trooper fired his department-issued pistol at the driver, striking him. The trooper was thrown from the car into the center median. He was found by another trooper not far from where the vehicle came to rest. Emergency vehicle personnel were summoned to the scene, and the driver was pronounced deceased at the scene. The trooper was transported to the University of Maryland R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center for injuries sustained to his lower extremities. He was treated and released later this morning. The deceased is to believe a Hispanic male who had no identification on him. The Maryland State Police Homicide Unit responded to conduct the investigation, which is procedure for a trooper-involved shooting. The preliminary investigation indicates the trooper was dragged more than 2,000 feet almost 1/2 a mile down the interstate. Investigators observed alcoholic containers inside the car and found a machete under the driver's seat within his reach. Investigators have been in contact with the Howard County State's Attorney's Office and will continue to brief officials in that office on the investigation process. Upon completion of the criminal investigation, it will be presented to the Howard County State's Attorney for review. The Maryland State Police Internal Affairs Division will also be conducting the investigation. The trooper involved is a 3-year veteran who is assigned to the Waterloo Barrack. He and other troopers on the scene have been both placed on administrative leave as the investigation continues. This is procedure whenever a trooper is involved in a shooting. The Maryland State Police is committed to conduct thorough criminal and administrative investigations of this fatal shooting. At this time, I'll be willing to take some questions. That matter's still under investigation this time, sir.
I'm just saying overall, right?
Yes, ma'am. And to give the trooper back up, so when he's able to get the driver out to determine the level of impairedness, that you have someone there to protect people from potentially walking out to a travel portion of a roadway, or as you mentioned, getting into a car, driving out, and further endangering traffic on the highway. The vehicles, likely the way they're trained, are parked behind the operator's vehicle.
Dang, why are you in it? There ain't nothing to interview. I mean, that's just stupid.
Is your dog protected?
Ooh. That's just stupid. The guy was drunk. Oh, that's funny. Let me get out of here. We ain't gonna even get caught in that. I'm just saying, that's just crazy. That's just crazy. And you know the sad part? When you sit there and you try. Oh, Lord, that lady on my screen. Let me fast forward this. You be sitting there, he had my post on his show. He had my post on his show. I gotta find out where that, how. I don't know. I don't get no notifications, but I get a post. I don't understand it. But anyway, all right, y'all. I don't know how the police are in your state, but in Maryland, we know the county police, all 30 of them, except for the ones that's way up, like Kent County, that's way up in the hills. They probably more like Barney Fife and Andy Griffith. But because they don't see that action often. But you don't mess around with the county police, Baltimore County Police. You don't mess around with the Howard County Police. Howard County is where those ladies was. At the Walmart. You don't mess with them police. But the one police, you know, Biggie Smalls once said, only the feds I fear. But I can tell you, every criminal, when they see that Maryland State Trooper light up, they go, oh, Jesus. You don't mess around with the troopers. They ain't the ordinary police. They are like the upper echelon. They like the coup de grace. There are cops that have been on the force for 20 years and can't get on. They can't do it. They can't get on the Maryland troopers. They almost like the military. So, when that guy got pulled over, why he didn't just take the DUI and then just get his life together? Why he decided to pull off? You're not going to outrun the state troopers. They like the FBI. They will hunt you down every day till they get you. Everybody knows. That's why you don't see articles on the state. Because even the hooligans and the thugs know, hey, we don't want none of this. But they don't stop. They'll work your case and work your case. It ain't like city cops. You know. All right, we got a murder here. Oh, hold on. We got stopped. We got one 2 blocks away. Oh, let's work on this one. All right, I got some leads here. Oh, no, we need you. You got to go over here and work on this. This ain't like that show that come on A&E. What's that show where they be in Mississippi and whatever? Where one person sit on the same case all you don't get to sit on no one case. You got like 20 cases a week. You trying to follow leads and all that, and you wind up not getting nobody. Every once in a while, you get lucky. And I'm sure for that TV show, I'm sure that for every case that they show you on TV, it's 10 of them they never saw, that they can't show you. But if it was in Baltimore, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, they ain't got time to sit there and spend time on them cases. But you mess with the daggone Maryland State Troopers, they gonna work their case till they get you. They're gonna harass your family. They're gonna go by your job, going by your old school. They gonna go over everything that you've done, every place you ever been. They're gonna check your bank records, your credit card to see where you shop at and what you like to get. So I don't know what that man was thinking. He should have just gave up. That's why I can't even begin to defend that man. I can't. I'm sorry, Chico. Should have stayed on the other side of the border with that mess. You might have done better with the Ted Winter cops. But those guys are well trained. If that had been a regular police officer, that police officer would have got drugged to death. But the state troopers are well trained. They don't let just anybody in there. You know, it's almost military quality. Same way if there had been a soldier, but had the same result. If it had been a regular officer, that officer would have got drugged to death. Eating all them donuts but he got drugged to death. Sorry to say it. So I don't feel sorry for him. All he had to do was just comply. You know, use the alcoholic. Go ahead and take your lumps. You know, you did the time, do the crime. You know, so. But it's sad to see somebody die. Sean Lee says too many shootings. Sean Lee says it's like a mini civil war. Like I said, you know, it's some bleeding heart. Well, he didn't have to kill him. Hey, I'm on the cop side on this one. He got drugged 2,000 feet, almost half a mile. He's begging the man, stop the car. And you on a highway. Cars are flying down the road. The speed limit is 65. So everybody was doing 80 something. And you know it. Most of the people were doing 80 something. Whatever the speed limit is on a highway, people take it up 15, 20 miles an hour. You know it. A cop told me you can do 3 miles over the speed limit. 5 at the max. So if it's 30 miles per hour, you can do 35. And you won't get pulled over unless the cops are real, you know, jack off. So you know, even if he didn't get pulled under the tire, this was an SUV. So it's high up off the ground. If it had been a regular car, that trooper would have been dead. He would have been run over by that front tire. But because of the clearance, he was able to keep his body in that clearance and he didn't go under the wheel. He was able to hang on and get his pistol. And he was drugged That man was drunk. You think that man drove slow? You think that man drove slow? That man gunned it. Don't get down here. Yeah. Stop me from drinking. So I don't feel sorry for the guy. I feel sorry that he died, but he made that decision. He made it to a point where it was either his life or the trooper life. And so you have to go. And I guarantee you, the family ain't gonna complain. And I guarantee you, the family ain't gonna get no lawyer. Sorry, Mr. Clem, you ain't getting this case. I know you don't want it. I know you don't want this case because you're gonna lose. I ain't gotta give a couple dollars for that. I don't know if we already seen that. CNN anchor brought the tears. Got a commercial. There they go. They don't answer the daggone phone.
Bill Kristol sent out a tweet about just echoing what David just said. Bill Kristol, well-known conservative voice, of course. Here's what he said. I don't know why this one makes me so emotional, but it does. 2 weeks ago, a 26-year-old soldier raced repeatedly into a burning Bronx apartment building, saving 4 people before he died in the flames. His name was Private Emmanuel Mensah, and he immigrated from Ghana, a country Donald Trump apparently thinks produces very subpar immigrants. I don't know why the president doesn't know that.
Here's a couple of things, Allison, and you have me emotional because of your emotion and trying to report without getting emotional. You have a president, and the onus is on those who in this country who voted for him or didn't vote. And I think back to something Maya Angelou said. When someone shows you who they are the first time, believe them. The African American community was screaming when he kept saying, "Make America Great Again." That was called, when was America great? What time period were you talking about? And then you have a president who could not get it right when it came to issues of Charlottesville. And then he's going to change the narrative from the NFL players about taking the knee. It was about police-involved shootings. It wasn't about the flag. Right. It wasn't about the soldiers. And it wasn't about this country. It was about changing the dynamic to stop what's been going on for hundreds of years. You have a president who today, and this is the irony, today will celebrate MLK Day at the White House.
I mean, it just adds to all of the emotion, and it adds
the
to
irony.
The horror.
Right. And but listen to this. And then you also, today is the 8th anniversary of that deadly earthquake in Haiti.
Yeah.
But you also have a president who can't get the name of Tanzania right. He calls it Tanzania. He continues to do that.
Sorry, y'all.
Africa, and we have to really look at the fact. We've had presidents from Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush who really tried to work with Africa. He's basically saying Africa and Haiti don't exist. And Africa is very important. And I'm going to say this, and there's a big reason why, and he needs to focus in on Africa and not look at them as a loser country. Africa has issues of terrorism in countries that are not democratically ruled, but you also have a greatness in Africa, mineral rich. I mean, Africa, it has oil there. We could work with them. China is working with them, building infrastructure
you can't
to
overlook
work
the
to
continent
get oil.
of Africa.
I'm sorry, y'all. That's old. My bad. My bad, y'all. I got tricked. That's old. My bad, y'all. They tricked me. I apologize. That was old. Why are they showing me old stuff? They showing me old stuff. Let me we haven't gone to CSND or MSNBC, whatever. All right, let's go. For the videos, let's see if we can find something to look at here. Porter's detail, Portland clash. All right, let's take a look here.
As Trump supporters squared off last night with counter-protesters, the day ending with a deadly shooting. Police officials confirmed that hundreds of vehicles formed a pro-Trump caravan and drove into downtown last night, starting at around 5:30 Portland time. It was around 8:30 Eastern, of course. Police responded to fights, disturbances, and collisions involving members of the caravan and pedestrians, but said they were not able to get to all the incidents because they were spread out around the entire city. Police say the bulk of the caravan left downtown around 8:30 Portland time, and then about 15 minutes later, officers responded to shots fired. The shooting was caught on video, and I've got to warn you here, some may find this video disturbing.
It's the same video.
Police say they arrived within about a minute and they found a small group gathered around a man on the street. That victim died. Police have not yet made a connection between protests and the murder, though.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for watching MSNBC on YouTube.
Oh, you got me. I hope they don't nail us for that.
Mike, I think I got to go to you first on this. You were on the scene last night, and the footage that you provided is...
All right, I gotta say, we on the ball here. We already saw that. All right, so we ain't gonna get nothing out of there. Not a good news day. What's the other channel? All right. All right, well, come on then. Let's check it out then. All right, y'all, hold on.
I've done absolutely nothing, no. Put your gun down, really?
Man in California hooking up his boat in front of his house when he began recording a police officer driving his neighborhood.
I was pointing my camera to videotape him. He thinks he's being funny now.
The officer authorities have not identified, decided to exit the vehicle.
Go take your hand out of your pocket. No, sir, I've done nothing. I've done absolutely nothing, no. Seriously. Put your gun down, really? This one's really got a gun on me. No. Touch me. You don't touch me. I'm at that address. You don't touch me. Hey, man. No, you don't touch me. When I tell you to take your hand out. I've done nothing. Nope. You need to relax. What have I done? Why'd you get out of your vehicle? You're taking a picture of me. I'm taking a picture of you. Take a picture and leave. Okay. I don't have to leave. Neither do I. So, I told you to take your hand out of your pocket. I just want to make sure you don't have a weapon. You know I don't have a weapon on me. Okay. I don't know that. You do that. I'm completely clear. Wrong. You have your gun out because you're a police officer. You're trying to intimidate me, and this is going all over YouTube. What's wrong with you? Your station is corrupt. Oh, okay. Are you some kind of a constitutionalist? No, sir. Crazy guy or something like that? Is that what you're going after? Is that where you're going? Are you throwing claims around?
Officer said he did not know the man and he declined to arrest him. They're doing an internal investigation, whatever. The officer is currently on vacation and has not issued any statements about the incident. They didn't put him on vacation. Do we got a commercial? Yeah, 19 seconds. Hold on.
Are in a serious struggle with a suspect. The teen suspect appears to resist as a crowd gathers at a gas station in Houston. And as happens these days, several bystanders are recording the incident with their cell phones. But who's that? She's a security guard, and she sure seems to be ignoring the police officer's plea.
Oh no, it's that no. They're gonna flag us. Oh no, get it out of here. Oh Lord. I didn't even check to see who it was. I thought we were still on CNN. My bad, y'all. Whoops. Let me come back and see if we're gonna get flagged. I hope we're gonna get flagged for that. I hope we don't get flagged for that. Whoops. All right, I don't see anything about copyright. All right, I don't see anything about copyright, so let's hang 10 for a minute. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I think the pay-per-view is over, but I'll wait till 10 o'clock. Everybody hang with me. We'll wait till 10 o'clock. I like to give them a chance. They'll have it broken up. What you going running across the room for? What do you see? You don't see nothing. Cause can't nothing survive in here. What do you see? Your toy mouse over there under the bike. Is that what you think is a real thing? I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was real too. One day I sat there and got the brew, but I started beating it, and then I realized it was a toy mouse. I can't say nothing. It fooled me. It fooled her. All right. It looks like we didn't get nailed. I don't see nothing saying copyright. So I guess we okay. I guess we okay. Yeah. Oh man. Let's get one more verse in, cause we still doing Luke. Where are we at? Are we in Luke 7? Where are we at, y'all? Are we in Luke 7? That's 2, 3. 4, 5. That's where we started at yesterday. I know we at least got 2 of them in. That'd be 6. Let's go to 7 and take a look. All right, we actually covered this in an earlier sermon. The faith of the centurion. When Jesus had finished saying all this to the people who were listening, he entered Capernaum. There a centurion servant, whom his master valued highly, was sick and about to die. The centurion heard of Jesus and sent some elders of the Jews to him, asking him to come and heal his servant. When they came to Jesus, they pleaded earnestly with him. This man deserves to have you do this, because he loves our nation and has built our synagogue. Y'all remember the story? Y'all remember this story? The centurion asked the elders to go to Jesus and ask them to come heal his servant. He thought that by asking elders that they will be able to get Jesus to do it. The elders did it because they say that he loves our nation and he's built our synagogues. So the elders thought that they could get some more, get more favor and more money out of the centurion. So they went and asked Jesus. Now, the centurion thought about it and he said, that's not the way to do it. And he sent his own people to go tell Jesus, you don't have to come all this way. I know, because I have people under me. And when I tell them to do something, it gets done. So if you say he'll be healed, I know he'll be healed. I remember the story. So let's see. He was not far from the house when the centurion sent friends to him to say, Lord, don't trouble yourself. I do not deserve to have you come under my roof. That is why I did not even consider myself worthy to come to you. But say the word, and my servant will be healed. For I myself are a man under authority with soldiers under me. I tell this one, go, and he goes. And that one, come, and he comes. I say to my servant, do this, and he does it. When Jesus heard this, he was amazed at him, and turning to the crowd following him, he said, I tell you, I have not found such great faith even in Israel. Then the men who had been sent returned to the house and found the servant well. The man in the beginning asked the Israelite leaders to go and get Jesus. But then he thought about it. And he said, you know, that was the wrong thing to do. I did it. It was the wrong thing to do. And he sent his people, not Jesus' people, because he thought they all linked together. He sent his people to go say, don't bother to come. I got faith that you don't have to come all this way. All you got to do is say the word. I know he'll be healed. That was faith. That's why Jesus healed the servant. That's why Jesus said, I ain't met nobody with such faith. That was faith. I believe in you. You don't have to come all of you. You don't have to come. Just say the word. I know it's done. Soon afterwards, Jesus went to a town called Nain, and his disciples and a large crowd went along with him. As he approached the town gate, a dead person was being carried out, the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. And a large crowd from the town was with her. And when the Lord saw her, his heart went out to her, and he said, don't cry. Then he went up and touched the bier they were carrying him on, and the bearer stood still. He said, young man, I say to you, get up. The dead man sat up and began to talk, and Jesus gave him back to his mother. They were all filled with awe and praised God. A great prophet has appeared among us, they said. God come to help his people. This news about Jesus spread throughout Judea and the surrounding country. See, they believed that Jesus was going to come back and rescue them from the Romans. They was going to get Jerusalem and Judah back. It was going to be as it was. That was never. John's disciple told him about all these things. Calling two of them, he sent them to the Lord to ask. Now we're talking about John the Baptist. John the Baptist's disciples. Remember, John was born 6 months before Jesus. So John heard about these things, and he sent two of his servants. Isn't it amazing? He sent two of his disciples to go check Jesus out and to ask him, are you the one who is to come, or should we expect someone else? When the men came to Jesus, they said, John the Baptist sent us to you to ask, are you the one who is to come, or should we expect someone else? At that very time, Jesus cured many diseases and evil spirits, and gave sight to many who were blind. But he replied to the message, go back and report to John what you have seen and heard. The blind receive sight, the lame walk, those who have leprosy are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the good news is proclaimed to the poor. Blessed is anyone who does not stumble upon account of me. After John's messengers left, Jesus began to speak to the crowd about John. What did you go into the wilderness to see? A reed swayed by the wind? If not, what did you go out to see? A man dressed in fine clothes? No, those who wear expensive clothes and indulge in luxury are in palaces. But what did you go to see? A prophet, yes. Yes, I tell you, and more than a prophet. This is one about whom it is written, I will send my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare the way before you. I tell you, among those born of women, there is no one greater than John, yet the one who is least in the kingdom of God is greater than he. All the people, even the tax collectors, when they heard Jesus' words, acknowledged that God's way was right because they had been baptized by John. But the Pharisees and the experts in the law rejected God's purpose for themselves because they had not been baptized by John. Jesus went on to say, to what then can I compare the people of this generation? What are they like? They are like children sitting in the marketplace, calling out to each other. We laid the pipe for you. We played the pipe for you, and you did not dance. We sang a dirge, and you did not cry. But John the Baptist came neither eating bread nor drinking wine, and you say, he has a demon. Son of Man came eating and drinking, and you say, here is a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is proved right by all her children. Jesus is talking to the leaders of that day, the Pharisees, the clergy. He's telling them, you know you're not teaching the people right. You know you're not doing right. That's why you're so concerned about what I'm doing. But I'm going to keep exposing it. When one of the Pharisees invited Jesus to have dinner with him, he went to the Pharisee's house and reclined at the table. A woman in that town who had lived a sinful life learned that Jesus was eating at the Pharisee's house. So she came there with an alabaster jar of perfume. As she stood behind him at his feet weeping, she began to wet his feet with her tears. Then she wiped them with her hair, kissed them, and poured perfume on them. When the Pharisees who had invited him saw this, he said to himself, if this man were a prophet, he would know who is touching him and what kind of woman she is, that she is a sinner. Jesus answered him, Simon, I have something to tell you. Tell me, teacher, he said. Two people owed money to a certain moneylender. One owed him 500 denarii, and the other 50 denarii. Neither one of them had the money to pay him back, so he forgave the debts of both. Now, which one of them will love him more? Simon replied, I suppose the one who had the bigger debt forgiven. You have judged correctly, Jesus said. Then he turned toward the woman and said to Simon, do you see this woman? I came into your house. You did not give me any water for my feet, but she wet my feet with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You did not give me a kiss, but this woman, from the time I entered, has not stopped kissing my feet. You did not put oil on my head, but she has poured perfume on my feet. Therefore I tell you, her many sins have been forgiven, as her great love has shown. But whoever has been forgiven little, loves little. Then Jesus said to her, your sins are forgiven. The other guests began to say among themselves, who is this that even forgives sins? Jesus said to the woman, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." Jesus didn't tell the rest of the story. It's told differently in another gospel that I recall. So let me tell you all that one, and then we'll see if it comes back again. Maybe it's a different scenario. That's why I say we got 4 different accounts. But if two people owed money to a certain money lender. If one owed him $500 and the other owed him $50, neither one of them had the money to pay him back. So he forgave the debts of both. Now, which one will love him more? Right? Maybe I'm thinking of another parable, but I remember a parable similar to this. Maybe it's told differently by another gospel writer. Could be in Matthew, John, or Mark. But the man that owed him $500, he had somebody that owed him $10. He told the man that he was going to have him locked up or killed for his $10. When the man heard this, he went back and had him jailed until he got every bit of that $500. Somebody just forgave you $500, but you're going to try to kill somebody that owe you $10. Y'all ever heard that parable? Maybe it's told differently, but the parable of the sower. After this, Jesus traveled about from one town and one village to another, proclaiming the good news of the kingdom of God. The 12 were with him, and also some women who had been cured of evil spirits and diseases. Mary, called Magdalene, from whom 7 demons had come out, Joanna, the wife of Chuza, the manager of Herod's household, Susanna, and many others. These women were helping to support them out of their own means. While a large crowd was gathering and people were coming to see Jesus from town after town, he told this parable. A farmer went out to sow seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path. It was trampled on, and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky ground, and when it came up, the plants withered because they had no moisture. Other seed fell among the thorns, which grew up with it and choked the plants. Still other seeds fell on good soil. It came up and yielded a crop 100 times more than was sown. When he said this, he called out, "Whoever has ears, hear, let them hear." His disciples asked him, "What does this parable mean?" He said, "The knowledge of the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to others I speak in parables, so that though seeing, they might not see, though hearing, they might not understand." This is the meaning of the parable. The seed of the word is God. The seed is the word of God. Those along the path are the ones who hear. And then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts, so that they may not believe and be saved. Those on rocky ground are the ones who receive the word with joy when they hear it, but they have no root. They believe for a while, but in a time of testing they fall away. The seed that fell among the thorns stands for those who hear, but as they go on their way, they are choked by life's worries, riches, and pleasures, and they do not mature. But the seed on good soil stands for those with a noble and good heart, who hear the word, retain it, and by persevering produce a crop. No one lights a light and hides it in a clay jar or puts it under a bed. Instead, they put it on a stand, so that those who come in can see the light. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out in the open. Therefore, consider carefully how you listen. Whoever has will be given more. Whoever does not have, even what they think they have, will be taken from them. Now Jesus' mother and brothers came to see him, but they were not able to get near him because of the crowd. Someone told him, "Your mother and brothers are standing outside waiting to see you." Jesus replied, "My mother and brothers are those who hear God's word and put it into practice." One day Jesus said to his disciples, "Let us go over to the other side of the lake." So they got into a boat and set out. As they sailed, he fell asleep. A squall came down on the lake so that the boat was being swamped, and they were in great danger. The disciples went and woke him up saying, "Master, Master, we're going to drown." He got up and rebuked the wind and the raging waters. The storm subsided, and all was calm. "Where is your faith?" he asked the disciples. In fear and amazement, they asked one another, "Who is this? He commands even the winds and the water. They obey him." They sailed to the region of Gerasene, which is across from the Lake of Galilee. When Jesus stepped ashore, he was met by a demon-possessed man from the town. For a long time, this man had not worn clothes or lived in a house, but had lived in the tombs. When he saw Jesus, he cried out and fell at his feet, shouting at the top of his voice, "What do you want with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I beg you, don't torture me." But Jesus had commanded the impure spirit to come out of the man. Many times it had seized him, and though he was chained hand and foot and kept under guard, he had broken his chains and had been driven by the demon into solitary places. Jesus asked him, "What is your name?" "Legion," he replied, because many demons had gone into him. And they begged Jesus repeatedly not to order them to go into the abyss. A large herd of pigs was feeding nearby on the hillside. The demons begged Jesus to let them go into the pigs, and he gave them permission. When the demons came out of the man, they went into the pigs, and the herd rushed down the steep bank into the lake and was drowned. When those tending the pigs saw what happened, they ran off, reporting this in the town and countryside, and the people went out to see what happened. When they came to Jesus, they found the man from whom the demons had gone out, sitting at Jesus' feet, dressed and in his right mind, and they were afraid. Those who had seen it told the people how the demon-possessed man had been cured. Then all the people of the region of Gerasene asked Jesus to leave them, because they were overcome with fear. So he got in the boat and left. The man who from the demons had gone out begged to go with him, but Jesus sent him away, saying, "Return home and tell how much God has done for you." So the man went away and told all over town how much Jesus had done for him. Now when Jesus returned, a crowd welcomed him, for they were expecting him. Then a man named Jairus, a synagogue leader, came and fell at Jesus' feet with him to come to his house, because his only daughter, a girl of about 12, was dying. As Jesus was on his way, the crowds almost crushed. "Their power has gone out from me." Then the woman, seeing she could not go unnoticed, came trembling and fell at his feet. In the presence of all the people, she told why she had touched him and how she had been instantly healed. Then he said to her, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace." While Jesus was still speaking, someone came from the house of Jairus, synagogue leader. "Your daughter is dead," he said. "Don't bother the teacher anymore." Hearing this, Jesus said to Jairus, "Don't be afraid, just believe, and she will be healed." When he arrived at the house of Jairus, he did not let anyone go in with him except Peter, John, and James, and the child's father and mother. Meanwhile, all the people were wailing and mourning for her. "Stop wailing, Jesus. She is not dead, but asleep." They laughed at him, knowing that she was dead. But he took her by the hand and said, "My child, get up." Her spirit returned, and at once she stood up. Then Jesus told them to give her something to eat. Her parents were astonished, but he ordered them not to tell anyone what had happened. All right. We'll stop at Luke 8. All right, Chun-Li said she'd be right back. Alrighty, y'all. We've been here for 7 hours and 37 minutes. 7 hours. Somebody asked me to take a couple days off. I wonder what they thinking, knowing that we came back and gave you 7 hours. I hope that y'all enjoyed today's show. I enjoyed it. We looked at the news. We got some good scripture in. I hope that y'all enjoyed yourselves. I did. I had a great time. I appreciate it. I hope y'all have a great night. I'm going to go watch the wrestling. I see that some people are already reporting on it. Yep. There's a Salamanca lady from New York. Amazing how many people I'm subbed to and never watch. So, all right, y'all. We're going ahead and cook. I'm going to try to hold off until Tuesday. But we might be on the move tomorrow. The money I was going to use to go to the market with tomorrow, I transferred it over. Cash App. Stated it ain't going to show up till Tuesday. So we'll probably go to the doctor's office and go to the market on transfers early. Might go tomorrow. So I gotta cook. I sat here all day with y'all. I didn't even I'm supposed to fill the paperwork out. I ain't even filled it out yet. So like I said, I'll get it done. I don't know. I just hate to write. But I'll fill it out tonight. I'll fill it out tomorrow. So y'all have a good night, and thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks, Naya, Liz, Young Lee, Tony, everybody that came. I appreciate it. Y'all the BD family. Spend it. Take care of it. Y'all are all members of this chat. Y'all are members of the family. Where you go, no matter who you every day. Safety. Come. What's your opinion? I think the only chat on you, but it's your chat. I appreciate y'all coming and spending time with me. Y'all have a great night. And I will see y'all, as Naya would say, see you soon. As I say, I'll see you later on. But y'all have a great night. Peace, everybody. And once again, thanks for watching. Y'all out.